Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as a Civilian Orphan. Trained, and became the Wind Calamity. Let the tale begin. Chapter 129, Danzo stared at Hiruzen. After half a minute, he said, Hiruzen, the role of negotiator is for senior members in the village. Experience is important. What do you mean by sending someone who hasn't even entered his teens to represent Konoha during negotiations? Hiruzen chuckled and replied, our current negotiators are either too soft or too strict. While we do find a middle ground, we usually get the short end of the stick. Danzo scoffed and accused, it's your fault for being so soft. Don't accuse the rest of us. Hiruzen shook his head and replied, and your methods are way too harsh. We would be at war all the time if your ideas are followed. And of course, I won't send someone inexperienced to do the final negotiations for us. He will be among the first round of negotiators. And his task will be to annoy them just enough that the negotiations still stay on the table and we will have an advantage when we negotiate later. Danzo was surprised by Hiruzen's words and confidence. He wondered, what exactly did Hiruzen see in that boy? Hiruzen looked at Danzo and thought, on second thought, the prospect of sending Fujin to the route would be hilarious. Danzo tends to make promises while recruiting. If Fujin does enter the route, I wonder how often he will ask Danzo for a new jutsu. Danzo was about to say something, when Hiruzen interrupted, leave it. He is off the table. His talent would be wasted in the route. Seeing Hiruzen being stubborn, Danzo nodded and left. If Fujin was to learn about this conversation, he would sigh in relief and comment, phew. Barely dodged the bullet. That said, even without Hiruzen denying it, Fujin wouldn't have entered the route. While Danzo led the route and was very influential, he couldn't force anyone to join. He resorted to patriotism, offering rewards, blackmailing with closed ones, or lying in order to recruit existing ninjas to the route. However, neither of these four tactics would have worked on Fujin. While leaving, Danzo thought, that didn't go as expected. I didn't expect Hiruzen to be so stubborn about an orphan. Doesn't matter. I was only slightly interested in him due to his potential in wind nature manipulation. There's no point in wasting more effort on him. Danzo left and didn't think about Fujin again. Years later, he would hear about Fujin's exploits in the battlefields. In one such battle, Fujin's fame would explode throughout the ninja world. That battle would make Danzo regret not trying hard enough to recruit him. And the biggest regret would be when he dies by the hands of the orphan he attached no importance to. Team Renjiro ran at full speed for around 7 hours. The borders of the land of hot water were close to where the hideout was. While the hot spring hidden village was quite far away, the town that they were headed to was in the southern part of the land of hot water. Hence, it was much closer to them. After 7 hours, they entered Nagata town. On entering, Fujin commented, we entered into another country and then into their second biggest town and still haven't encountered even one ninja. Do they not have ninjas? Or are they too lazy to patrol? Renjiro chuckled and answered, only the 5 big hidden villages maintain frequent patrols. Even among the 5 big villages, Kiri and Suna don't do regular patrols due to the harsh terrain. In smaller villages, only the VIPs have good protection. If common people are in danger, then they issue missions to villages like ours. Fujin thought for a bit. He put up a sad face and said, I see. But in that case, the lives of the common people here are very vulnerable. They have no protection. Any rogue ninja can kill them and run away. If he hides well, then they won't even get justice. Renjiro looked at Fujin for a few seconds. He sighed and replied, unfortunately, that is the world we live in. There is nothing we can do. Fujin showed a sad face and didn't reply. Renjiro thought, though he is greedy, Fujin has a good heart. At the same time, Fujin thought, I don't think I can get any more jutsus from Renjiro. But improving my image even more would be beneficial. It might be of help if I need something from Tsunade in the future. She is of the same clan after all. Mieko and Hoko watched Fujin and Renjiro. They began thinking about the sad state of affairs in the smaller villages as well. They began walking towards the center of the town. Renjiro said, "Well, no need to be entirely down. Though there isn't much protection, the major towns have a garrison. Perhaps every town might have a garrison in the future. That would provide a good degree of protection to them." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, that could be a good start." They reached the center of the town. A mansion stood there. On seeing them, a watchman immediately invited them in while his partner ran inside to inform someone. The watchman said, "Welcome. Takuhiyai-sama has been expecting you." Renjiro nodded and followed him inside the mansion. On entering, a large man appeared in front of them. He was 7 feet 5 inches in height and was very fat. Seeing him, the same thought ran through the minds of Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka. Did an Akimichi migrate here? He is huge even by their standards. Behind him, 4 more people were standing. Takeshita Takuhiyai smiled and said, "Senju Renjiro, I have heard a lot about you." Renjiro smiled and replied, "Takeshita Takuhiyai, I have heard about you too." Takuhiyai said, "We were expecting you to arrive a bit sooner." Renjiro replied, "We had some troubles too. So we were delayed." Takuhiyai nodded and looked at the kids behind Renjiro. He frowned and thought, the mission didn't mention any strict timelines. So I can't bug him more about it. But the mission focused more on the strength of the ninjas. Renjiro is strong, but why did they send kids? Renjiro looked at him and understood what he was thinking. But he didn't comment. Explaining the strength of the ninjas who undertook the mission wasn't a requirement. Completing the mission was all that mattered. Takuhiyai knew that Renjiro understood his frown. But since he didn't provide any explanation, he decided to drop it while thinking, my own squad should be enough to kill those rogue ninjas. Unfortunately, the daimyo was worried about any losses we might suffer and hence issued a mission to Konoha. If they are weak, they will die. Renjiro asked, "What are the details of those rogue ninjas? Also, where are they currently at?" Takuhiyai looked at a subordinate. Takeshita Shunso stepped forward. He said, "Until now, we have detected 13 rogue ninjas. We have calculated that there are 2 more. All of them are ninjas from the land of water. Among the 13 ninjas, there are 3 jounins and 10 chunins. Their leader is Kubota Mitsuzuka. He is a veteran jounin. The others under his command are experienced too. Some of them are ninjas who were assigned under him in the 3rd Great Ninja War. We haven't found their base. But looking at their movements, we have calculated their base to be near the coastline towards the southeast direction." Renjiro analyzed the information and said, "Good work. We won't have to waste time to find them." Takuhiyai said, "Renjiro, while we do know their approximate location, we don't know their exact location." Renjiro replied, "Don't worry. Leave that to us. We will take a break today. Tomorrow, at 4 a.m., we will leave. Have your team be prepared." Takuhiyai wanted to leave immediately. But he understood that they had traveled a long distance. He nodded and said, "All right." Shunso, arrange for their resting area. Shunso led them to the arranged rooms. After he left, Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka stared at Renjiro. They wanted answers. Chapter 130, Renjiro looked at his students' faces and chuckled. Mieko was annoyed. She asked, "Why are they coming with us too?" Renjiro answered, "It's a joint mission. You didn't expect to take on more than a dozen ninjas with just us 4, did you?" A scowl formed on Mieko's face. Hoka sighed and said, "It would have been fun to fight them ourselves." Fujin said, "Apart from that big guy who has a lot of chakra, the others don't seem that strong. So we should be getting more opportunities to fight than you think." Hoka smiled and said, "That's more like it." Renjiro was speechless at his students once again. He thought, did they just hope that their allies fail in completing the mission just so that they get to fight more? He let out a cough to attract their attention and said, "Take a rest for the day. You need to be in top condition tomorrow morning." The trio nodded. Fujin asked, Sensei, when you take the rank S missions, do you perform them alone or do you go with a team? Renjiro was surprised by the question. He answered, depends on the mission. For example, in missions like these that include elimination, I have a team. We need members to find them and to ensure that none of them run away. Fujin heard the reply and thought, that makes sense. I guess the solo missions could contain protecting someone secretly or an assassination mission. He looked at Renjiro and asked, Sensei, do you have information regarding Takuhei and Mitsuzuka? Renjiro answered, I checked Takuhei's information before taking this mission. He is a veteran jounin and was one of the commanders of the village hidden in hot springs in the previous war. But there isn't much of a record of him fighting. His job was to ensure that they don't get caught in between our and Kumo's clashes. Apart from that, he is known for his earth release and high physical strength. As for Mitsuzuka, he specializes in water release like most Kiri ninjas. And he is quick on his feet. I fought him a couple of times in the previous war. Renjiro looked at Fujin and chuckled, his fighting style is actually quite similar to yours. Though he knows a few rank A jutsus, he prefers to indulge in hit-and-run tactics and fights from a long range. Mieko and Hoka's faces scowled on hearing that. Both snorted and looked at Fujin. Fujin wondered, oh, I wonder how I would fare against him. Mieko and Hoka were about to protest. They didn't want Fujin to fight the enemy leader while they dealt with scrubs. However, Renjiro spoke first. Renjiro's face got serious as he spoke, he will be my target. I am confident that I can win against him, but you three need to stay on guard. If he manages to slip a water clone away, he will attack you in the back when you are in midst of battle. So keep your guard up all the time. The three recognized the seriousness in Renjiro's voice. They nodded their heads immediately. Renjiro added, just like the last fight, there won't be any weaklings among them. And unlike last time, we won't have the advantage of being in home territory. Also, don't chase them if they manage to escape into the sea. Neither of you three is trained in how to fight a battle in the sea. They agreed. The Kiri ninjas had fought in seas all their life. While they could fight on water, they would be at a disadvantage against Kiri ninjas. Especially as only Hoka had some affinity to the water element. The trio asked for more information from Renjiro. Renjiro provided the information he knew as well as warned them about several things they should pay attention to. They also decided on some strategies to follow during the mission. After discussing, they spent the rest of the day doing light warm-ups and meditation. While Team Renjiro was discussing, Takuhei and his subordinates were discussing as well. While Shunso was showing Team Renjiro the rooms, Takuhei's subordinates began expressing their displeasure. Seo Shisaku said, we asked Konoha for strong reinforcements. Why did they send little brats? Etsuko Nakamura added, yes. These brats could get in our way when we fight. If they let their opponents get away, we could end up getting ambushed. Takuhei-sama, we need to consider this joint mission carefully. Takuhei heard them. He began analyzing the actions of Konoha. Seeing that he was lost in thoughts, Nakamura called him out again, Takuhei-sama? Takuhei looked at him. He replied, let's not jump to conclusions. Konoha has an excellent track record of completing missions. So they might have some plans for sending those kids. His subordinates gave him a weird look. Shusaku said, do you really think that those kids will be any useful? Takuhei shrugged his hands. He answered, if they weren't, why would Konoha send them? And Renjiro wasn't bothered when I looked at them skeptically. Besides, we wanted to complete this mission on our own anyways. So their strength doesn't matter much. In fact, if we perform far better than Konoha's squad, then I can persuade the daimyo to increase funding to build a proper ninja force in our country. If we manage to do that, then we won't have to depend on Konoha. The eyes of his subordinates widened. Shusaku said, that's a great plan, Takuhei-sama. Takuhei nodded and said, so give your all to this mission. As long as we outperform Renjiro's squad, we will be able to get some benefits from the daimyo. They waited for Shunso to return. When he did, they discussed their strategy and tactics for the next day. The next day, at 3:45 a.m., Renjiro's and Takuhiai's squads gathered in the mansion. Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko observed Takuhiai's squad. In addition to the 4 they saw the day before, there were 3 more Chunin-level ninjas in his squad. Along with their own squad, they now had 12 ninjas. Fujin observed them and thought, as long as we manage to kill a few Kiri ninjas in the initial sneak attack, we should outnumber them. So this might be an easy mission as well. Takuhiai looked at Renjiro and smiled. He asked, Renjiro, did you guys rest well? Renjiro nodded and replied, we did. Are you guys prepared? Takuhiai nodded. Renjiro looked at Shunso and asked, have you marked the locations on the map? Shunso nodded and laid a map on the floor. Everyone observed the map carefully. The towns and villages in the land of hot water were marked on the map. And a location was marked on the southeastern coastline. Shunso pointed at the map saying, this is our current location. According to what we have calculated, their base is around here, which is around 40 kilometers from our location. Renjiro nodded. He looked at the map once again and then said, all right, let's move. We will hit them before the sun rises. Some of Takuhiai's subordinates frowned upon hearing that. Shusaku said, I have something to say. Renjiro looked at him. Takuhiai said, go ahead. Shusaku said, though we have calculated their current location, we still have to be careful about any traps they may have set up. So we need to proceed slowly and carefully. It would be preferable to attack when the sun rises. Renjiro shook his head and replied, don't worry about the traps. We will take care of them. Let's move. Without waiting for their reply, Renjiro turned around and began leading the mansion. His students followed him while secretly laughing. Shusaku was mad at having his suggestion dismissed so lightly. However, Takuhiai looked at him and shook his head. Soon, they too followed Renjiro. Chapter 131, the entire group exited the town of Niigata stealthily. Even if those rogue Kiri ninjas had any spies in the town, they wouldn't notice them leaving. After leaving, they traveled at a fast speed. They covered the initial 30 kilometers very quickly. The Yugakure ninjas, who were looking down on the kids, had solemn faces. They were finding it difficult to keep up with them. It was a big blow to their pride. Renjiro looked at their expressions and chuckled. In his experiences, it was always better for actions to do the talking than explaining with words. They traveled the last 10 kilometers with caution. Hoka and Mieko used their dijutsus to check for traps and enemies. Fujin didn't use his chakra field. If the enemy had any sensor, then they would sense Fujin's chakra field and give away their surprise factor. Hoka's Byakugan had no such disadvantage. They reached close to 1 kilometer of the calculated spot when Hoka said, stop. Everyone stopped and looked at him. Hoka moved towards the left as others followed him. After traveling about 100 meters, he stopped. Others stopped behind him. The area in front of Hoka was dyed red in blood. Shunso asked, did they have a fight here? Takuhiai bent down and picked up a long hair from the blood. He observed it and said, unlikely. They were probably just hunting wild animals. Looks like they got a bear. Fujin observed Takuhiai and thought, he's able to guess an animal just from a hair that is dyed in blood? Mieko activated her Sharingan and observed the surroundings. After some time, she said, found a trail. Renjiro said, good work. Take the lead. Also, keep an eye out for traps. Hoka, you keep an eye on traps too. And keep an eye for their base as well. Everyone else, don't make unnecessary noise or movements. Everyone nodded. Takuhiai commented, it's very handy to have both the Byakugan and Sharingan in the same squad. Renjiro nodded. They proceeded ahead carefully. Mieko's Sharingan observed every detail of the surroundings carefully. She picked up the slightest clues. She observed their trail perfectly. Surprisingly, they didn't encounter any traps. As they kept walking, they left the forest and entered the beach. Mieko frowned. She said, "The trail leads into the sea." Renjiro and Takuhei both frowned. If the base of the Rokurinins was in the sea, then fighting them would get very tricky. Shunso spoke, "I don't think that their base would be out in the sea. The nearest island from here is around 32 kilometers away. Traveling from that base would be very time-consuming." Everyone looked at Shunso as he spoke. Shunso continued, "So either their base is nearby or every one of them is a strong Jounin who can travel at twice the speeds of a Chunin." Takuhei immediately shook his head. "There's no way that they are all Jounins. Kiri would be shaken if that many Jounins go rogue." Renjiro said, "There are two possibilities. One is that they have a temporary base here and a permanent one on an island. Or, they just travel on shallow waters instead of moving through the forest to prevent any trail." Takuhei nodded and said, "Yes. I believe the second one will be the case. They are rogue ninjas after all. They will be afraid of being hunted down." Renjiro nodded. He too believed the same. He said, "Let's go back to the trees. We will move along the coast while Hoka checks for any possible bases." Takuhei agreed as he thought, "The Hyuga can look up to 1,000 meters. From the edge of the forest, he will be able to check for hundreds of meters into the sea. If their base is truly not here, then we will have no choice but to set up an ambush and wait for them." The group went back into the forest. Seeing their initial trail, the group decided to go in the same direction. After moving for slightly over a kilometer, Hoka stopped. He said, "Found them. They are staying inside a cave on a hill about a kilometer ahead." Shunso grinned. "They think that they are very smart." Fujin wondered, "If they are hiding in a cave, will Renjiro try to kill them all?" Hoka said, "There are two ninjas guarding the entrance to the cave." Renjiro said, "Keep moving ahead. I'll kill them both." Fujin, "Don't attack." Fujin nodded while thinking, "My wind vacuum bullet is good for assassinating. But once it hits, it will alert even a sleeping person due to the trail of destruction it leaves." As they moved ahead, Hoka said, "Other than the two guards, there are 14 more ninjas inside. 3 seem to be at the Jounin level. Rest are at the Chunin level. They are all sleeping." Renjiro said, "Don't check on them anymore." Hoka didn't understand. He was about to look away from them when he suddenly noticed one of them getting up suddenly. He said, "One of the Jounin level ninjas just woke up." Renjiro frowned. He said, "Some ninjas instinctively feel when someone looks at them. Though they can't sense the Byakugan, they can feel that something is wrong. Keep that in mind." After saying that, he suddenly flickered ahead. Instantly, Hoka, Fujin and Mieko also flickered. The Yugakure ninjas, who were alongside them, were dumbfounded. Shusaku exclaimed, "What the fuck?" A scowl formed on Takuhei's face. He said, "Keep up." He made a few hand signs and flickered as well. Others soon followed him. Inside the cave, Kubota Mitsuzuka was sleeping. However, when Hoka observed him, his eyes suddenly opened up. He immediately got up and checked his surroundings. On seeing that no one was around, he thought, "What the fuck? I swear that someone was fucking looking at me." Thoughts ran inside his mind at the speed of light. He immediately came to the conclusion, "Fucking Hyuga. Those cowards should have issued a mission to Konoha." He got up and gathered chakra on his right foot and stamped his foot on the ground. A wave passed through the ground. It was harmless, but everyone inside the cave felt it. All the 13 rogue ninjas woke up. Mitsuzuka flickered towards one of the two Jounins. On arriving, he shouted, "Fumimaro. Quickly check our surroundings." At the same time, the other rogue ninjas also began arriving at their location. Kubota Mitsuzuka moved very rapidly. However, there was someone who moved even faster. Renjiro flickered thrice in quick succession and reached just around 150 meters from the guards. On reaching here, he noticed that there were a few traps set close to the cave. However, he didn't pay any attention to them. He stepped on the ground and disappeared inside it. A second later, 8 earth spears formed under the 2 unsuspecting guards and pierced them. The guards were shocked. However, even before they could let out a scream, Renjiro appeared from the ground and beheaded them in one smooth action. As soon as he beheaded them, Hoka, Mieko and Fujin appeared behind him. While they were running, Hoka noticed the traps. Mieko took the lead to avoid them and the other 2 followed her. On reaching, they noticed the cave. It was a small hill that was as tall as a 3-story building. There was a giant cave mouth at the bottom which split into a few paths. This hill was around 200 meters from the beach. The rogue ninjas chose this spot so that they won't be visible to anyone who scouts for them from the sea, but still be close to the sea if they needed to escape. As soon as they stepped there, they felt a ground wave passing under their feet. Hoka checked the inside of the cave. He frowned and said, "Everyone is up." Renjiro made a hand sign and said, "I figured." Fujin, Hoka and Mieko watched their sensei as he built up a massive amount of chakra. Behind Team Renjiro, the Yugakure ninjas were following. However, without the Byakugan or the Sharingan, they couldn't identify all the traps. Takuhei was the first one to notice the traps. He shouted, "Wait! There are traps ahead." However, they were flickering rapidly. 3 of their ninjas ended up activating traps. Immediately, hundreds of needles rained down on them. Takuhei frowned and made a few hand signs. Inside the cave, Fumimaro spread his chakra field. Fujin felt his chakra field as it expanded past the cave. He quickly said, "They sensed us." Fumimaro immediately sensed the huge chakra built up by Renjiro. He yelled, "Crap! They are right outside the cave and are about to attack us." All the former Kirinins immediately had grim looks on their faces. Ever since they went rogue, they never had to fight against a proper ninja squad. The Mizukichi faction was too busy fighting the rebels. They didn't have the time to pay any attention to them. Renjiro put his palms on the walls of the hill. Earth Release, Mountain Destroyer Jutsu. Chapter 132, Earth Release, Mountain Destroyer Jutsu. Chakra poured from Renjiro's palms into the hill. The hill began collapsing. In merely 3 seconds, the entire hill collapsed. The rogue Kirinins felt the ground under them trembling. In a second, some rocks began falling. Their expressions grew grim. By then, only 11 ninjas had assembled there. 3 still hadn't made it to that room. They understood that they needed to escape. However, escaping to the cave entrance would be very dangerous. Realizing their grim situation, Mitsuzuka made a hand sign. Immediately, a water prison began forming around them. He shouted, "Pour your fucking chakra into this jutsu, everyone." The rogue ninjas wasted no time and immediately began pouring their chakra into Mitsuzuka's water prison jutsu. The water prison became larger and denser as a result of everyone's chakra. Rocks kept falling on it but didn't damage it. However, the first critical time was when the ground under them collapsed. The water prison sphere also fell and maintaining its form became very difficult. Through everyone's desperate efforts, they managed to hold on. The second critical time was when the water prison hit the ground after falling. This time, they didn't manage to maintain the sphere. The impact on the ground coupled with the rocks falling on it broke the jutsu. However, 4 ninjas used water barrier jutsu to provide protection. Outside the hill. While the hill was collapsing, the Yugakure ninjas were struggling with the traps. Takuhei erected earth walls to protect everyone. The ninjas themselves used kunais to block incoming needles. They managed to withstand the barrage. Takuhei breathed in relief when one of them fell to the ground. Shunso immediately moved towards him. He checked him. Others gathered around him. Shunso said, "He is all right. It's just 2 needles that hit his thighs." He removed the needles and observed them. The others got worried thinking that the needles were poisoned. After checking the needles and the fallen ninja, Shunso said, "The needles are coated with some anesthetic medicine. He will probably sleep for some time." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Takuhei said, "Shunso, stay here and keep him safe. Others follow me. It looks like they have already begun fighting. We can't be left out." Fujin, Hoka and Mieko got the front row seat to watch a small hill collapse. However, they weren't very surprised. By now, they had seen a lot of crazy stunts that Renjiro kept pulling. All three immediately focused on the rogue ninjas inside the debris. Fujin spread his chakra field to sense them. There was no more need for maintaining stealth. He made a few hand signs and prepared a wind vacuum bullet. Hoka and Mieko got ready as well. Inside the collapsed hill, there was chaos. The 11 who were together managed to avoid critical injuries. However, most of them had minor injuries due to pieces of rocks falling on them. One Chunin had a minor concussion. However, the 3 who weren't along with them suffered. 2 of them specialized in the water element, while the last one specialized in the earth element. All 3 had woken up due to the ground wave produced by Mitsuzuka. However, they were deep in sleep and woke up a few seconds later. By the time they began moving, the hill had already begun collapsing. They didn't understand. Similar thoughts ran through their minds. What the hell happened? We were having the time of our life before we went to sleep. Why is this happening? That too right after we left that shithole. The 2 water affinity ninjas tried protecting themselves, but they were crushed by the rocks. The earth affinity ninja tried going underground. However, the ground under him itself crumbled. But, he still managed to build an earth dome to protect himself just in time. He got buried under the debris but stayed alive. Even before the 2 sides had met in combat, Renjiro had almost killed a quarter of their numbers. On seeing his efficiency, Fujin had just one thought: need a team my ass. Renjiro made another hand sign and slammed his palms on the ground. Earth release, 1000 needles jutsu. On seeing Renjiro perform another jutsu, his students, once again, had the same thought running through their minds. They thought, "Please leave one for us too, sensei." At the same time, Mitsuzuka made a few hand signs. Water release, water shock bomb. He spat out a jet of water that hit the debris on top of them. On contact, it exploded and sent the debris flying over. It created a hole for them to escape. However, at that very instant, hundreds of earth needles formed in the ground around them and instantly shot at them. All of them noticed it, however at varying speeds. The ones who noticed the needles forming jumped up the hole immediately. 6 of them managed to jump safely out of the range of the needles. 3 got cut by a few needles that just cut across their flesh. 1 had a dozen needles stabbing him, but none were critical. However, the last one was unfortunate. He was the slowest to notice and jump. He got turned into a pincushion and died. He didn't die alone. The last member of the rogue group who wasn't with them also died to the 1000 needles jutsu. He had trapped himself inside an earth dome and had no way to get out or defend himself quickly. The number of rogue ninjas dropped to 10. And yet, their misery wasn't over. As soon as they jumped out, they still had to protect themselves from the sneak attacks of the students of the man who made them miserable. The first person to leave the hole was Mitsuzuka. As soon as he left the hole, he saw 3 shurikens targeting him. He quickly deflected them and looked at where the shurikens came from. His eyes landed on Renjiro and widened. He exclaimed, "Motherfucking Senju Renjiro." As soon as the rogue nins left the hole, they were greeted by shurikens thrown by Mieko with pinpoint accuracy. Mieko targeted the first 2 who left the debris. Both were Jounins and they easily blocked her shurikens. Unlike Mieko, both Hoka and Fujin could only select one to attack. Hoka felt ambitious. He decided to target a Jounin, whereas Fujin decided to be efficient. Hoka ended up choosing Fumimaro as his target. Fumimaro was the 3rd one to leave the debris. Hoka aimed a vacuum palm at his heart. Fumimaro sensed Hoka attacking him. He spat out a water bullet to counter it. It clashed with the vacuum palm and nullified it. Fujin targeted the fifth person to leave the debris. His chakra was higher than an average Chunin. Guessing him to be an elite Chunin, Fujin chose him. As soon as he appeared, Fujin shot a vacuum bullet at his heart. Unlike Fumimaro, Fujin's target didn't have sensory capabilities. Additionally, Fujin's vacuum bullet was many times faster than Hoka's vacuum palm. He didn't even see the attack coming and had his heart pierced. The rogue Kiri ninjas finally landed on top of the debris. They watched with grim faces. 7 of them had been killed without them even seeing who their enemy was. At the same time, the Yugakure ninjas also arrived there and landed beside Team Renjiro. Their eyes widened on seeing the scene before them. 2 headless corpses with earth spears piercing through their bodies were next to them. The hill where the rogue ninjas were supposed to be had completely collapsed. And the 9 enemies they saw all had some injuries on them, while the Konoha ninjas didn't even have a scratch on them. Mitsuzuka immediately analyzed the situation and yelled, "Disperse." He instantly flickered away. The others followed him. Team Renjiro and Takuhei immediately gave chase. Renjiro made a shadow clone. He chased Mitsuzuka while his clone chased Fumimaro. Takuhei went after the third Jounin. Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka chose a Chunin-level target. Mieko and Hoka looked for the ones who have higher chakra amongst the Chunins, while Fujin went after the one who was injured. The remaining Yugakure ninjas were slow. They moved around 1 to 2 seconds after the others. Usually, Takuhei would command them, but he was feeling pressure due to their subpar performance so far. So he moved quickly, believing that his subordinates would do their job. They quickly gave chase too. Shusaku went after a Chunin alone. The remaining 4 chased in pairs. Chapter 133, the 10 Konoha and Yugakure ninjas chased after 9 rogue ninjas from Kirigakure. Mitsuzuka noticed the enemy splitting up. He made a hand sign. 3 water clones formed around him. They dispersed in different directions. Renjiro noticed them and made a hand sign too. 3 shadow clones appeared. They chased after the water clones. Renjiro didn't mind this. His chakra was much larger than Mitsuzuka's chakra. And he was confident that the water clones won't be able to interfere in the fights with his students. As for the Yugakure ninjas, he didn't care much. The first one to catch up to his prey was Fujin. Fujin was the second one to flicker among the group. Only Renjiro was faster than him. In addition, Fujin's opponent was injured. He had a dozen needles stuck in his body. Fujin caught up with him with just 2 flickers. On seeing him, he grabbed his sword and rushed at him. This rogue ninja was Imamura Sitaro. He didn't want to fight at close range due to the needles stuck in him. They limited his movements. He made a few hand signs quickly: water release, wild water wave jutsu. A 5-meter tall and 20-meter wide wave of water appeared in front of Fujin. Fujin decided to take it head-on. Chakra flowed through Fujin's sword. He grabbed it with both his hands and swung it with a huge force. A horizontal flying slash of wind chakra was sent. It slashed the wave and moved towards Sitaro. The accompanying winds completely dispersed his jutsu. Sitaro was shocked. He had never seen a jutsu like this. He quickly jumped up thinking, what jutsu is this? I recall the samurais sending flying slashes, but it was nothing like this. The slash passed from under him. It cut a lot of trees directly behind him. However, he wasn't uninjured. He was hit by the razor-sharp winds. Numerous cuts appeared on his body. Both his eyes were cut as well. He yelled in pain and horror. In the next second, his heart was hit by an air bullet. He fell down dead. After the rogue ninjas escaped, the first ninja died in under 30 seconds. They would have never imagined such a result. Fujin created a shadow clone to seal and store his body. He grabbed the scroll and moved towards other targets. While Fujin was fighting, the others were still chasing. The 3 Jounins successfully escaped into the sea. However, Renjiro and Takuhei chased them into the seas. Mieko and Hoka managed to intercept their targets before they entered the sea. They began fighting. However, they were restricted as they had to ensure that their opponent didn't escape into the sea. All 3 of the Chunins that Yugakure's Chunins chased also entered the sea. They followed them. The fight would have entered a deadlock if not for 2 variables. The first one was Fujin, who killed his opponent in little time. The second variable was the water clones of Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka had seen Renjiro stand with the 3 kids before the Yugakure ninjas arrived. He had speculated that those 3 were his students. His 3 water clones rushed towards Fujin, Hoka, and Mieko. Renjiro's shadow clones followed them. Mieko's opponent was Nakani Motoyoki. He was an elite Chunin who specialized in the water element. Mieko was faster than him. She and Motoyoki stepped on the beach at the same time. She threw 2 shurikens at him and another 2 shurikens to cut off his escape route to the sea. Motoyoki easily blocked the 2 shurikens. He looked at Mieko with disdain. However, Mieko's eyes turned red. He immediately became very alert. The Sharingan was a nightmare in battle. He was about to escape to the sea when he noticed that the other 2 shurikens had wires attached. Mieko controlled those wires to redirect the shurikens at Motoyoki from the other side. At the same time, she used Fireball Jutsu. Motoyoki moved to dodge the 2 shurikens. While moving, he used Water Wall Jutsu to block the fireball. The fireball hit the water wall and steam spread through the region. Motoyoki immediately made a few hand signs. The mist began gathering in the region. Mieko frowned as she noticed the mist getting formed. She was about to make a move when she felt danger. She immediately moved to her right. A water bullet passed through her previous location. If she hadn't moved, it would have hit her heart. Mitsuzuka's water clone beat Renjiro's shadow clone in reaching this battlefield. However, it didn't accomplish anything as Mieko dodged it and Motoyoki couldn't take any advantage of the opening it provided. Spikes formed under the water clone. The water clone quickly moved out of the way. Renjiro's shadow clone had also appeared on this battlefield. Mieko observed both with her Sharingans and realized that they were clones. Renjiro's clone made a few hand signs, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. The jutsu cleared out all the mist and steam. While the jutsu was harmless, the water clone was vulnerable. He immediately used Water Wall Jutsu to protect himself. Renjiro's clone appeared next to Mieko. Mieko grinned. She hadn't had the opportunity to fight alongside Renjiro as an equal yet. Neither did Fujin or Hoka. She was sure that she was the first among her teammates. Renjiro said, "While I am still here, we can fight even in water. I'll take care of it." Mieko nodded and said, "All right, sensei." The 1v1 turned into 2v2. Both sides would be stuck in a deadlock. The situation with Hoka was similar. He tried dominating with his taijutsu, but his opponent managed to keep his distance. However, Vacuum Palm proved to be a huge challenge for him. They were in a deadlock until Renjiro and Mitsuzuka's clones entered the battlefield. Due to Hoka's Byakugan, no sneak attack was possible. It just turned into a 2v2. In the same way as Hoka and Mieko got attacked, the last water clone of Mitsuzuka went towards Fujin. Unfortunately for him, Fujin's fight was already over. He immediately sensed 2 chakra signatures moving towards him. Fujin frowned. One chakra signature belongs to Renjiro. But it is much weaker. Should be a clone. Who is the other guy? Is it a clone too? Or a new enemy? Mitsuzuka's water clone frowned as well. He felt that he was sensed. He thought, his students are so fucking bothersome. All 3 have some sort of sensory abilities. How the fuck should I sneak attack them? The aspect that made Mitsuzuka a terrible enemy was his ability to make perfect sneak attacks. Unfortunately, that ability was almost made useless. He frowned thinking, I made the wrong choice. I should have gone after the fucking Yugakure ninjas. Not knowing who was coming, Fujin prepared the air bullet jutsu. Knowing that a sneak attack would be useless, Mitsuzuka's water clone increased his speed to attack Fujin with full power. Renjiro's shadow clone increased his speed as well. Renjiro's clones couldn't catch Mitsuzuka's clones as they moved in a random way to avoid Renjiro's clones. With Mitsuzuka's clone traveling in a straight line, Renjiro's clone was able to close the distance. As soon as he appeared in view, Fujin recognized him. Seeing that it was an enemy, Fujin attacked with the air bullet jutsu. 7 air bullets were shot at and around Mitsuzuka's water clone. Renjiro's shadow clone noticed the attack and moved out of the way. Mitsuzuka's clone also moved out of the way quickly. The jutsu barely missed him. Had it hit, the clone would have been dispelled. Mitsuzuka's clone was confused. He thought, why isn't anyone fighting with him? Did he stop chasing? However, the clone didn't think for long. He immediately made a few hand signs. Water release, waterfall jutsu. A huge column of water crashed down towards Fujin. Fujin was annoyed. I can understand if his main body tried attacking me head-on. But a mere clone wants to take on me in ninjutsu? A huge amount of chakra gathered on Fujin. Renjiro's clone smirked on noticing it. He made a few hand signs. Mitsuzuka's clone's eyes widened on sensing Fujin's huge chakra. Fujin supercharged his jutsu and launched it without making any hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. Fujin's supercharged great breakthrough jutsu hit Mitsuzuka's waterfall jutsu. Though the waterfall jutsu was 2 ranks higher, the amount of chakra the water clone had was very limited. After all, Mitsuzuka made it to sneak attack and not to attack head-on. The great breakthrough jutsu tore into the waterfall jutsu and dispersed the water. The water clone immediately used another jutsu. Water release, water prison jutsu. The great breakthrough jutsu hit the water prison. It was sent flying, but it held firm. Even so, the water clone had a grim expression. His chakra was almost over. While the great breakthrough jutsu was dying down, an earth spear appeared under the water prison. It pierced through it. The water clone saw the earth spear. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chakra to do anything about it. He avoided it, but the water prison jutsu was dispelled. He looked at the winds of the great breakthrough jutsu and shouted, "Fucking hell!" The great breakthrough jutsu hit and dispelled him. Chapter 134. A few kilometers away from the shores, Mitsuzuka looked behind. Renjiro was still hot on his tail. He thought, one of my clones was dispelled. And so soon too. Sigh, how did we attract this bastard? Fujin looked at Renjiro's clone. He was hiding inside an earth dome. The dome collapsed. Renjiro's clone flickered next to Fujin. He asked, "What's the status?" Fujin replied, "My opponent is dead." "How are things with you?" Renjiro's clone answered, "My opponent made a few water clones and sent them to sneak attack you 3. Fujin nodded. He had concluded along the same lines. Renjiro's clone said, "My clones have gone to Hoka and Mieko as well. You go help Hoka." "I'll help Mieko." Fujin nodded and flickered. He had already sensed Hoka. Fujin landed on a tree beside the beach. A frown appeared on his face. These guys are fighting on water. I won't be able to sneak attack. Fujin observed the situation properly. Renjiro's shadow clone was suppressing the water jutsus of Mitsuzuka's water clone and the other rogue ninja. Both the water clone and the rogue ninja maintained a long distance from Hoka. His gentle fist and vacuum palm were too threatening. However, Renjiro's clone and Hoka weren't able to attack effectively either. Fujin thought, I should consider getting a summon that can fight in the water. After all, my water affinity is pretty much non-existent. I'll be in danger if I get trapped underwater. After observing for a minute, Fujin sighed, there is no way to sneak attack. Maybe I should have bugged Hiruzen for a jutsu that can attack over a kilometer away with pinpoint accuracy instantly. Surely he does something like that. Even if he doesn't, considering the badass titles he has, he should be able to create a new jutsu like that, right? Fortunately for Hiruzen, he couldn't know Fujin's thoughts. Fujin made a few hand signs. Wind release, vacuum bullet jutsu. A vacuum bullet formed inside Fujin's mouth. Chakra gathered on his feet and Fujin flickered. The fight was happening around 250 meters from the shore. Fujin flickered thrice in quick succession. Mitsuzuka's clone felt Fujin's danger and looked at him. He shouted, "Another ninja is coming. Pay attention, Ryu." Ueda Ryu paid attention to the new enemy while keeping an eye on the existing ones. Fujin appeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. His target was the water clone. The water clone noticed that Fujin had built his chakra and was moving towards him. Immediately, a water wall appeared between them. Fujin grinned and used vacuum bullet jutsu. The water clone's sight was blocked by the water wall. However, sensing danger, he moved towards his left. While moving, he saw something piercing the water wall he erected. He increased his speed. The vacuum bullet barely missed his abdomen. However, Fujin grinned. It was enough. The protective wind around the vacuum core was removed when it hit the water wall. As the vacuum core of the vacuum bullet passed by the side of the water clone's abdomen, it created a strong suction force. This force created a cut on the clone's abdomen as it absorbed some water from the clone. This cut was enough to dispel the clone. The water clone watched with wide eyes as he was being dispelled. He would never imagine that a kid not even in his teens would dispel him. Ryu watched with wide eyes. He cursed internally, "What the hell?" Not only did he leave Renjiro's clone here, but he got dispelled by a kid who hasn't even grown any facial hairs yet. What did I do to that foul-mouthed bastard that he would resort to such means to kill me? Ryu's complaints were understandable. Unfortunately, that wouldn't stop the Konoha ninjas from killing him. With the water clone dispelled, Fujin, Hoka and Renjiro's clone looked at Ryu. Ryu's hair all stood up. He had seen the capabilities of the clone. He knew that he had no chance of escaping into the water. Hoka took the gentle fist stance. Fujin grabbed his swords. They would be more practical while fighting on water. Ryu quickly shouted, "Wait, I surrender. I will give you all the secret information about Kirigakure. Just don't kill me." Hoka and Fujin didn't make any move and waited for Renjiro to decide. However, both were ready to make a move at a moment's notice. Renjiro judged for a moment. On deciding, he said, "All right. Don't resist. If you do, I will kill you." Hoka closed all his chakra points. Understanding his position, Ryu didn't resist. Hoka attacked him and closed all his chakra points. Renjiro's clone flickered next to Ryu and knocked him unconscious. He put a chakra suppression seal on him. He looked at Hoka and Fujin and said, "You two go check on Mieko. I will keep an eye on him." They nodded and flickered. Renjiro's clone carried Ryu and flickered to the forest and hid among trees. Hoka and Fujin moved towards Mieko. Hoka asked, "How did you finish your battle so quickly?" Fujin shrugged and said, "I attacked that injured guy." "Why did you rush after an elite Chunin?" Hoka snorted and said, "I wanted to fight a stronger opponent." Fujin smirked and asked, "Oh, I hope you had fun." Hoka didn't reply to Fujin. However, he was complaining endlessly in his mind, "I only fought him by myself for half a minute." Then the two Jounin clones interfered and dominated the fight. I barely got to fight. On Mieko's battlefield, Motoyoki was stunned when he saw another clone of Renjiro entering the battlefield. Motoyoki swore endlessly in his mind, "I was winning the fight. I had set up the hidden mist jutsu. I could have easily escaped into the seas. I would have left far away in no time. But Mitsuzuka's clone led Renjiro's clone here. With his methods, I couldn't escape. And now, another one showed up here. Don't fucking help if you are going to make the matters worse." Mitsuzuka's clone's expression was also grim. It understood the significance of Renjiro's clone showing up here. It meant that one of his fellow clones was defeated. And the ninja alongside him was also killed or captured. A huge fight began. The water clone desperately tried to defend himself while trying to create an opportunity to escape from Motoyoki. Unfortunately, nothing worked. The teamwork of the two clones was flawless. And Mieko provided perfect support with her shurikens and the threat of Sharingan Jinjutsu. After a bitter struggle, the water clone finally fell. Just like Ryu, Motoyoki also offered to surrender. As soon as he offered to surrender, Fujin and Hoka arrived. One of Renjiro's clones looked at Hoka. He looked at Motoyoki and said, "All right, don't resist. If you do, I will kill you." Hoka closed all his chakra points. Hoka was surprised to be asked that again. Fujin grinned and taunted, "Today is your lucky day, Hoka. You get to attack 2 elite chunins with your gentle fist. I am so happy for you." Hoka's face immediately went dark. He ignored Fujin and walked ahead while thinking, "I want to fight them head-on. This is just lame." He followed the clone's command and closed his chakra points. The clone knocked him out and put a chakra suppression seal on him. Fujin said, "Sensei, even Hoka's opponent surrendered. Your other clone took him back to the shore." One of the clones nodded and said, "I will take care of him." He grabbed Motoyoki and flickered. Mieko had heard Fujin's comment. She grinned and said, "Good job, Hoka. I am glad you finally found opponents to fight with taijutsu." Both she and Fujin began laughing. Hoka's face got even darker. He looked at Mieko and said, "Why are you laughing? Even with 2 of Sensei's clones helping you, you are the slowest of us." That made Mieko scowl. She immediately began arguing with Hoka. Fujin silently moved away and stood next to Renjiro's clone. He was trying hard to suppress his laughter. Renjiro's clone was speechless. "We are in the middle of an A-rank mission. And 2 of my students are arguing mindlessly. And the third one is the one who instigated the argument and is laughing at it. Was I too lenient with them?" Renjiro's clone let out a cough. That attracted the attention of Mieko and Hoka. Realizing what they have been doing, they immediately stopped arguing. However, both gave Fujin a few angry stares. Fujin saw them but acted like he didn't see them. He thought, "Oh boy. These 2 are hilarious as always. It's so hard to suppress my laugh, ha ha." Seeing that his students have calmed down, the clone said, "We will leave the enemy jounins to my main body and to Kuhei. Let us move and clear out the 3 chunins that are engaging against Yugakure." They nodded and said, "All right, Sensei." Chapter 135. While Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka were dealing with their opponents, the others had begun fighting as well. Renjiro finally managed to stop Mitsuzuka from running. Mitsuzuka looked at Renjiro and shouted, "Why the fuck are you here, Renjiro? I have no interest in fighting you. I'll leave that fucking country of hot springs. That should fulfill your mission parameters, right?" Renjiro smirked. He wasn't unaware of how foul-mouthed Mitsuzuka was. He said, "Unfortunately, you killed too many civilians. The daimyo was very insistent on bringing your head back." A scowl formed on Mitsuzuka's face. He shouted back, "Don't fucking underestimate me, Renjiro. I killed dozens of your fucking subordinates in the last war. If you want to kill me, I'll take a fucking piece of you too." Renjiro didn't reply. There was no point in engaging in more talks. He made a hand sign. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A water dragon formed behind Renjiro and moved rapidly towards Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka flickered while making hand signs. Water release, water shock bomb. He released a jet of water that hit the dragon on its head and exploded. Both jutsus were neutralized. Water showered in all directions. Mitsuzuka thought, "Too easy. There should be more." As Mitsuzuka thought, 3 water dragons appeared at the spot where the 2 jutsus had just clashed. The one in the center moved straight at Mitsuzuka. The other two water dragons split in opposite directions and attacked Mitsuzuka from his right and left. Mitsuzuka moved backwards while making hand signs. Suddenly, he jumped backwards. A huge head of another water dragon appeared under his feet. The dragon opened its mouth and shot a giant ball of water at Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka watched with a grim expression on his face. He continued making hand signs. Water release, giant mirror shield jutsu. Just when the water sphere was about to hit him, a giant mirror of water appeared in front of him. The ball of water hit the mirror and exploded. The mirror collapsed, but the impact didn't pass through it. Behind the mirror, Mitsuzuka had used water prison jutsu to protect himself. Renjiro watched from a distance. A sphere of water surrounded Mitsuzuka, who was about 15 meters in the air. Four water dragons moved rapidly towards the sphere of water. It looked as if the four dragons were competing with each other for food. Mitsuzuka kept making more hand signs. Water wall jutsu. Four thick water walls appeared around the water prison. Each water wall blocked a water dragon. The water dragons pierced through the water walls and collided with the water prison. They exploded on contact. Mitsuzuka infused a lot of chakra into the water prison jutsu. The explosions traveled through the water prison, but Mitsuzuka wasn't hurt. However, the water prison crumbled. Mitsuzuka and water slowly fell down on the surface of the sea. As he was falling down, his eyes were glued on Renjiro, who was standing steadily. He saw that Renjiro wasn't making any move. However, he felt a strong sense of danger. As soon as he landed on the surface of the sea, a giant claw attacked him. Mitsuzuka immediately flickered out of the way. The giant claw slashed his afterimage into two. However, Mitsuzuka wasn't unhurt. Though he moved quickly, the claw still left 3 long cuts on his back. Mitsuzuka watched what had attacked him. His eyes widened. It was a gigantic, 25 feet tall, sloth. He muttered in annoyance, "This fucking beast." I still recall reading reports in the Third War of a giant sloth killing and eating my subordinates. Renjiro smirked on seeing Mitsuzuka get injured. He had summoned the sloth under the cover of their first clash. He grabbed a sword and flickered towards Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka noticed Renjiro's movement. The giant sloth also began swimming towards him. Understanding his disadvantageous position, Mitsuzuka dived underwater. Both Renjiro and the sloth followed him. Mitsuzuka dived to a depth of 100 meters. He created 4 water clones. Renjiro saw them and created 4 water clones as well. In an instant, all 8 water clones disappeared. The water clones moved at a very fast speed underwater. One of Mitsuzuka's water clones attacked the sloth. The sloth, though strong and able to hold its breath underwater, was severely restricted by the water. One of Renjiro's water clones went to help him. The other 3 water clones flickered around at great speeds and tried to sneak attack Renjiro. Renjiro's clones stopped their sneak attacks and sneak attacked Mitsuzuka as well. 2 men and 6 clones engaged in a high-paced melee underwater. They used numerous water release jutsus. While underwater, the power of water jutsus was amplified by a huge degree. The surface of the sea above them became very chaotic due to the impacts happening under it. Mitsuzuka was very well versed in underwater battles. He attacked Renjiro from innovative and unimaginable angles. However, Renjiro was no slouch. He blocked all his attacks. The battle between the remaining 2 clones and the sloth also continued. Renjiro's clone and the sloth kept attacking as well, but Mitsuzuka's clone countered properly and prevented the sloth from interfering in the battle. The 2 remained in a deadlock for a few minutes. To increase the pressure on Renjiro, Mitsuzuka created 3 more clones. Renjiro smirked and created 6 water clones in response. 3 of them went ahead to intercept the 3 new clones of Mitsuzuka. The remaining 3 moved together in a group. Renjiro thought, "Let's see how you counter this." The group of the 3 water clones attacked a clone of Mitsuzuka who was engaged in combat. It was caught off guard due to being suddenly attacked by 3 more clones. One of Renjiro's water clones sent a flying slash at him and dispelled him. Mitsuzuka's face became grim. He realized the danger that the group of 3 clones posed. He immediately recalled his clones. They stopped fighting and retreated next to him. Renjiro and his clones tried attacking and dispelling them, but they were able to dodge everything and go back safely. Mitsuzuka and his 6 water clones looked at Renjiro and his 10 water clones and his sloth summon. Renjiro immediately pressed on the attack. His 10 water clones dispersed in different directions and assaulted Mitsuzuka from all sides. Mitsuzuka's clones entered into a defensive formation. They desperately defended Renjiro's assault. Mitsuzuka cursed in his mind, "These fucking Senju and their fucking huge reserves. If I keep fighting, my chakra reserves will dry up." I wanted to take advantage of him chasing me and land a killing blow, but he has been so fucking careful. I need to escape. Or I'll be dead. Worse, I'd be eaten by the fucking beast. Renjiro's clones kept up the assault. Renjiro floated next to his summon and observed, he is in a crunch. If he just makes one misstep, I'll kill him. Either he will need to create more clones or he will need to find a way to escape. After desperately defending for a couple of minutes, Mitsuzuka made his decision. He made a hand sign. 5 more water clones appeared around him. All his water clones immediately moved to attack Renjiro's clones. The last one attacked Renjiro and his summon. Meanwhile, Mitsuzuka turned around and ran away. Renjiro noticed it. It was as he anticipated. He quickly made 2 water clones to intercept the incoming clone. He rode the sloth to chase after Mitsuzuka. The sloth went around the battlefield of the water clones and swam towards where Mitsuzuka had escaped. However, soon it stopped and turned around and attacked a water clone. Renjiro was surprised. He hadn't instructed the sloth to do anything like this. However, his eyes widened as he realized why the sloth had done this. The water clone had a grim face. It was actually Mitsuzuka disguised as a water clone. The one who ran away was actually a clone. Mitsuzuka wanted to lure Renjiro's main body away. Then he could create more clones to block all of Renjiro's clones and run away before Renjiro realized that he was tricked. He immediately began cursing, "What the fuck? How the fuck can this beast smell underwater?" He immediately fell into a difficult situation. Renjiro and his clones made a hand sign and assaulted Mitsuzuka with dozens of water bullets. Mitsuzuka barely managed to dodge and block them. However, a few cuts appeared on his body. Once the water bullet barrage was over, the sloth moved forward and swung its massive claws at Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka immediately moved to dodge it. Renjiro appeared in his path and attacked him with his sword. Mitsuzuka knew about Renjiro's abilities with a sword. He grabbed his kunai and channeled his chakra through it. He blocked Renjiro's sword and used the force of the sword to move away from Renjiro. However, Renjiro's clone intercepted him and attacked him with Water Dragon Jutsu. At the same time, the sloth as well as Renjiro moved forward to attack Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka desperately defended himself. Chapter 136. While Renjiro and Mitsuzuka clashed, Renjiro's clone and Takuhei also clashed with their opponent. Takuhei's opponent was Ariyoshi Juchi. They stood face to face on the sea. Juchi taunted, "Takuhei, we have heard about you. You are a strong earth release user. But..." He smirked and continued, "But, we are at sea. How will you fight me here?" Takuhei wasn't affected by his opponent's attempt at disturbing him. He calmly said, "You ninjas from the big 5 villages need to stop underestimating us." He made a hand sign, "Since I dared to chase you, it means that the result of this battle will only be your death." Takuhei opened his mouth wide. He spat out rocks and mud from his mouth. Soon, a small, 5-meter radius island formed in the middle of the sea. Juchi was surprised at Takuhei's skill. He thought, "He is very good. No wonder Mitsuzuka asked us to not fight against him on land." Takuhei made a few more hand signs. Earth release, rock dragon jutsu. He spat out a 20-meter-long rock dragon. Juchi was surprised once again. He quickly moved backwards and made a few hand signs. Water release, water bullet jutsu. He spat a few dozen water bullets at Takuhei and the rock dragon. But the rock dragon moved and got in front of Takuhei. All the water bullets hit the rock dragon. But, apart from a few scratches, no damage was done. Juchi swallowed his saliva, such strong defense. Takuhei smirked on seeing Juchi's reaction. He controlled the rock dragon to move towards Juchi. Juchi instantly dived underwater. Takuhei jumped on his dragon and followed him. Inside the water, Takuhei again made a few hand signs. The rock dragon opened its mouth and spat multiple mud bullets at Juchi. Juchi was surprised, but he dodged them all. Juchi made a few hand signs while running. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A water dragon formed and moved towards Takuhei. The rock and water dragons clashed. The rock dragon just moved through the water dragon, completely crushing it. Juchi was dumbfounded. He screamed internally, "What the hell is this thing made of?" This matchup was very unfair for Juchi. The earth element is strong against the water element. Of course, Juchi himself isn't strong enough. Unlike Renjiro and Mitsuzuka, he couldn't make his water dragon explode on contact. So the damage output of his jutsu was quite low. Juchi was very annoyed by the battle so far. He immediately made a few hand signs. Water release, water clone jutsu. 4 water clones appeared around him. They immediately dispersed and surrounded Takuhei. Juchi made more hand signs. Water release, great current jutsu. A water current formed in front of Juchi. It engulfed Takuhei and his rock dragon. They began getting dragged backwards along the water current. Takuhei exerted more chakra on his rock dragon to get out of this current. This provided an opening for Juchi's clones. They immediately used water bullet jutsu on Takuhei. Each clone shot a dozen bullets. Despite the strong water current around Takuhei, each bullet hit its target. Takuhei saw the incoming attack and made a hand sign. Earth release, iron skin jutsu. All 48 water bullets hit him. However, he didn't suffer any damage at all. Juchi and his clones were speechless. Juchi's eyes went red in anger. He screamed in his mind, "You know what, screw you." He made eye contact with his water clones. His water clones moved and made hand signs. Water release, great current jutsu. All 4 water clones poured all their chakra into the jutsu. They created 4 more water currents. And each of these water currents joined up with the current created by Juchi. It was like tributaries joining up with the main river. As a result, the force of the water current increased exponentially. Takuhei tried his best to break out of this water current, but to no avail. Both Takuhei and his rock dragon were washed away for a couple of kilometers. Juchi watched Takuhei getting washed away. He thought that wouldn't be enough to kill him. But screw him! I don't want to fight that turtle. He created 4 water clones. 1 clone ran towards Takuhei. 1 stayed where he was. Juchi and the remaining 2 clones ran in different directions. Takuhei was livid at getting washed away in this manner. The strong current also damaged his rock dragon to a certain extent. Its rocky scales had been crushed and there were cracks all through its body. Takuhei decided to dump it and move forward at full speed. A few kilometers from where Takuhei and Juchi clashed, another clash took place. Renjiro's clone had caught up with Fumimaro. Renjiro had put around 25% of his chakra in this shadow clone. No words were exchanged between them. They directly attacked each other. Knowing that his opponent was just a clone, Fumimaro began attacking with low-power but large-scale water jutsus. Renjiro's clone knew that defeating a Jounin with just a clone would be close to impossible. He stayed on defense. After all, he only needed to stall his opponent until his main body was done with his fight. Unfortunately for Renjiro's clone, he didn't have enough information regarding Fumimaro. While Renjiro's clone kept his distance from Fumimaro, Fumimaro too didn't try to close the distance between them and instead stayed far away. He just used a combination of water bullet, exploding water colliding wave, water dragon and water gun jutsus. Renjiro's clone managed to block everything perfectly with water wall and water prison jutsus. After fighting for 4 minutes, Fumimaro made a hand sign. Hidden mist jutsu. Renjiro's clone frowned as the mist began forming. This jutsu was very good for running away. He immediately made a few hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu immediately dispersed all the mist. However, Fumimaro secretly smirked. While the winds were traveling away from Renjiro's clone due to the great breakthrough jutsu, one small wind traveled across the flow towards Renjiro's clone. Renjiro's clone felt that something was off, but he couldn't understand what. He focused chakra into his eyes. They began glowing. He was surprised. A wind clone was disguised as the wind itself and traveling towards him. Seeing that he was noticed, Fumimaro's wind clone appeared in front of him. He was only 10 meters away from Renjiro's clone. Immediately, a water wall began appearing in front of Renjiro's clone. However, it was too late. Fumimaro's wind clone exploded. The wind sent by the explosion pierced through the thin water wall. Renjiro's clone flickered, but he still got hit. A small cut appeared on his face. He looked at Fumimaro and said, "I underestimated you." And got dispelled into smoke. Fumimaro looked at the spot where Renjiro's clone was. He thought, shadow clones are known to transmit memory. If he defeats Mitsuzuka, he will come after me. He created a few water clones and they all dispersed in different directions. As he left, Fumimaro thought, it was a mistake to come here. I had advised Mitsuzuka to not create any chaos. Unfortunately, he enjoys killing and torturing just as much as swearing. Even if Mitsuzuka survives, I shouldn't go back with him. He will just attract another calamity. But where to go without him? If I stay in the vicinity of Hidden Mist, I will attract those dogs of Mizukage. I can't join the rebel faction either due to how many of them I killed. He thought for a bit, the best place to go would be to a country that doesn't border any of the big 5 countries. Unfortunately, such a country doesn't exist. I guess I will move to the distant land of snow. Perhaps there I could find clues on how to fuse my wind and water elements into the ice element. With no one pursuing him, Fumimaro quickly escaped from the battlefield. Since he ran on water, there wasn't any trail left behind. Renjiro, who was assaulting Mitsuzuka along with his summons and clones, got the memories of his defeated clone. He was surprised. I had heard about him. But there was no intel on his wind nature capabilities. He hid it deep. However, he ignored it and focused on Mitsuzuka. Both Renjiro and Mitsuzuka had returned to the surface of the sea. Mitsuzuka's state was terrible. His clones had all been defeated. There were a lot of small injuries on his body. There were 9 huge claw marks on his body. And his left arm was missing from the elbow. Knowing that his death was imminent, he shouted, "Renjiro, let me go! Or I'll haunt you even after I become a fucking ghost." Renjiro was surprised by this threat. He thought, well, that's a new one. Mitsuzuka's expression was full of anger. However, he was thinking, damn it. How do I distract him for a moment to get away? Even something crazy like that doesn't make him even blink an eye. Am I going to fucking die here? Mitsuzuka was on his last legs. Renjiro's clones launched a fresh assault. Mitsuzuka dodged desperately. However, after such a long fight, he finally gave an opening to Renjiro. Renjiro immediately flickered behind him and swung his sword at his neck. Mitsuzuka noticed and ducked down as quickly as he could. The sword barely missed him and only cut his hair. Renjiro followed with a kick. Mitsuzuka noticed it as well and tried to move ahead to avoid getting hit. However, it resulted in his ass getting kicked and he was launched up into the air. Unfortunately for Mitsuzuka, Renjiro's kick was a part of the Senju Taijutsu style. His kick was infused with a lot of chakra. Mitsuzuka's entire skeleton was shaken due to that kick. Many organs began bleeding internally. His sits bones were cracked. Seeing him in the air, Renjiro's clones immediately attacked him with water bullet jutsu. Surprisingly, even in this terrible shape, Mitsuzuka made a hand sign with his remaining hand. Water walls rose around him. The water walls were too weak to block the water bullets. However, they managed to divert the direction of the water bullets slightly. Not a single water bullet hit him. Renjiro watched with praise in his eyes. He thought, this is a real jounin. Unfortunately, this is the end for him. Renjiro didn't attack anymore. Mitsuzuka started falling. He was falling straight where the sloth was. The sloth swung its huge claw down at Mitsuzuka. Mitsuzuka noticed it, but he had no way to move out of the way. He grabbed a kunai and raised it to block the beast. However, the sloth didn't even feel the kunai. Its claw hit Mitsuzuka's head and cracked it open. He became the fourth jounin from Kiri to fall to Renjiro and his students in the span of 4 days. Chapter 137, Takuhei chased rapidly after Juchi. After traveling a bit, he encountered Juchi's clone. He immediately recognized that it was a clone. He wanted to ignore it and move around, but the clone attacked him. After a small clash, Takuhei managed to injure the clone and dispel it. After reaching the place where he fought with Juchi, he found another clone. Not seeing Juchi anywhere, Takuhei decided to take his anger out on the clone. The water clone saw Takuhei and immediately attacked with water bullets. Takuhei made a few hand signs. Earth release, mud wall jutsu. He spat out a mud wall in front of him to block the attack. The mud wall blocked all the water bullets. Takuhei made a few more hand signs and slammed his right palm on the mud wall. The mud wall immediately began shooting out mud shurikens at the water clone. However, the clone managed to dodge everything. The speed of the mud shurikens was slower due to the drag inside the water. The two exchanged more attacks. As they kept fighting, Takuhei's mood kept getting worse. Though the clone didn't manage to land any hits on him, the fact that he couldn't defeat the clone of a not-so-famous jounin for so long hurt his pride. After a couple of minutes, the clone's chakra was almost exhausted. It stopped attacking and said, "There is no need to fight anymore." Takuhei stopped, but his face was ugly. The clone smirked on seeing his expression. He said, "My main body has already escaped far away. You will never be able to catch him. I can tell you that my main body has no intention of returning to the land of hot water. However, if you keep hunting me persistently, I will give up on a peaceful life and go back to the land of hot water occasionally to kill your civilians. Convey this message to your daimyo." Takuhei's face was ugly. However, he didn't reply. There was no point in talking with a water clone. After all, the message wouldn't travel to the main body. Seeing his ugly face, the water clone laughed. His body began dispersing. Hearing his laughter finally pushed Takuhei off the edge. He moved forward. A mud spear formed in his right hand. It solidified instantly and he threw it at the clone. He thought, at the very least, I will dispel this clone. Juchi's clone smiled and made a hand sign. His water body's shape began deforming. The mud spear passed through its body without harming it. The clone's body transformed into a water blade that slashed at Takuhei's face. At such a close distance, Takuhei had no time to harden his skin. He immediately tried moving out of the way. The water blade hit his right cheek and left a cut on it. The cut wasn't serious. However, it was a big slap to his face. It was a big blow to his pride. After such a pitiful performance, with what face could he ask the daimyo for more funds? Not wanting to give up like that, he tried searching for Juchi fruitlessly. After killing Mitsuzuka, Renjiro stored his body and left for where Fumimaro and his clone had clashed to check if any trails were available. Meanwhile, Fujin, Mieko and Hoka tried to search for others. Renjiro's clone followed them silently. After searching for some time, Hoka finally saw Shisaku fighting against an enemy. Not having any way to sneak attack in the middle of the sea, they decided to attack from the front. They immediately flickered towards them. Shusaku and Sada Shiraku were equally matched against each other. Both had water affinity. They had just clashed with each other and were separated by a few meters when the trio flickered in and attacked without warning. Fujin was the first one to attack. He attacked from a distance with the air bullet jutsu. Hoka followed up with a vacuum palm. Shiraku had just noticed the trio when the attack arrived. He hurriedly made hand signs for water wall jutsu and tried getting out of the way. Fujin's air bullets pierced through the water wall with ease. Many of them hit Shiraku, but none hit him in a critical area. However, he was hurt and bleeding. The pain diverted his attention and he couldn't avoid Hoka's attack. Hoka's attack hit his heart and made him cough blood. Mieko didn't do a ranged attack and instead sped up towards him. She flickered in front of Shiraku right after Hoka's attack hit him and slit his throat. Shusaku was dumbfounded. The opponent that he was struggling with was killed so easily by the three kids he doubted. Fujin looked at the stunned Shusaku and asked, "Are you aware of where your fellow ninjas are?" Shusaku shook his head, "No." "But what happened to your opponents?" Mieko replied haughtily, "They are dead obviously." Unlike Fujin, Mieko took pleasure from Shusaku's stunned face. She was aware that the Yugakure ninjas underestimated them. Replying in this way felt satisfying. Fujin sighed and said, "We will have to search for them in the open seas. It's so tedious." Mieko and Hoka nodded. While the open seas didn't have any obstacles, it was way too big. Even with the huge range of Hoka's sight and Fujin's chakra field, it was difficult to find them. Mieko said, "Let's go look for someone else too." Fujin nodded, "Yeah, let's move." The trio were about to move, when Shisaku asked with an embarrassed expression, "Can I come with you as well?" Fujin looked at Hoka and Mieko. Both their faces showed that they didn't want him. He chuckled internally. Fujin answered, "No. We have never worked with you before, so our teamwork will be affected. It'll be better if we search in opposite directions. That would double our chances of finding someone and helping them." Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka flickered without waiting for Shusaku's reply. Renjiro's clone, who was keeping a watch from afar, chuckled and followed them. Shusaku never sensed Renjiro's clone. Shusaku watched the trio with a dumbfounded expression. He thought, "This is the first time I have felt three kids looking at me as if I was useless. The kids in my village look up to me. Besides, how can my scouting skills compare to that of a Hyuga?" He shook his head and stored the body of the dead rogue ninja and went in the opposite direction. The trio continued searching for around 10 minutes but didn't find anyone. Mieko complained, "What the hell? How long are we going to search in these open seas? There is no one here." Hoka nodded. Fujin thought for a bit. He made a hand sign. "Shadow Clone Jutsu." He used Shadow Clone Jutsu multiple times until he made 6 clones. The clones immediately dispersed in different directions with their chakra field activated. Mieko and Hoka noticed that. Hoka said, "That's smart, Fujin." Mieko asked in an annoying tone, "Why didn't you use this tactic earlier?" Fujin shrugged his hands and answered, "Experienced ninjas are able to know when they are being sensed. Especially if they are sensors. If they notice my clones, they will just run away. And with us being far away from our clones, the enemy will run away by the time we reach there." Mieko understood Fujin's reasoning. She said, "That makes sense." The trio waited at their spot. After a few minutes, one clone dispelled itself. Fujin received his memories. He said, "One of my clones found 2 Yugakure ninjas. They are carrying the dead body of the enemy they chased." Hoka sighed, "Well, that's useless for us." Fujin nodded. He created another shadow clone which replaced the one who dispelled. Fujin's clones searched for half an hour without any success. With their chakra dropping low, all dispelled themselves. Fujin received their memories and said, "It's hopeless. They didn't find anyone." He looked back and said, "Not even your main body sensei." Renjiro's clone appeared behind them and said, "It means that they are fighting too far into the sea. Leave it, there is no point in trying to find others anymore. Let's return to the beach and meet up with my other clone." The trio sighed and followed him. After a few minutes, they returned to the beach and met up with the clone of Renjiro who was looking after the two captured enemies. The other clone had dispelled himself to send memories to Renjiro. After meeting up, Renjiro's clone that was following his students also dispelled himself. Renjiro, who was a long way into the sea, received the memories of his clone. He thought, "Of the 9 we chased, 5 Chunins and their leader are confirmed dead. Fumimaro escaped. And we don't know the status of the other 2. He sighed, "I guess this will be the extent of completing this mission. It's difficult to kill every one of them. Especially the Jounins." Knowing that the search for Fumimaro was pointless, Renjiro decided to return to the beach. Chapter 138, Senju Renjiro returned to the beach. He found his clone, students and 5 Yugakure Chunins waiting there. Shunso had joined the 3 Yugakure Chunins along with their sleeping teammate. They had set up a couple of tents. Renjiro entered the tent of his students. He informed his students of how his fight went and they decided to wait for others to return. Late in the afternoon, Takuhei and the remaining 2 Chunins returned to the beach. Renjiro asked, "What's the status of your opponents?" Takuhei replied, "Mine managed to run away." The Chunins replied, "Our opponent ran away as well. We tried searching, but couldn't find anyone." Renjiro nodded and said, "From 13 Chunins and 3 Jounins, only 2 Jounins and 1 Chunin are left. And we suffered no casualties. The mission can be considered a success. The ones who escaped will not dare to return here again. And once the news spreads, other rogue ninjas also won't dare to create chaos in the land of hot water." Takuhei asked, "Which other Jounin managed to escape?" Renjiro answered, "I killed Mitsuzuka. Fumimaro managed to injure my clone and escaped." Takuhei breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "Good. As long as Mitsuzuka is dead, this mission can be considered a success." Renjiro nodded and handed him a scroll. He said, "His body is inside it." Takuhei accepted the scroll. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, "Give him the body of the ninja you killed as well." Fujin nodded and handed the scroll to Takuhei. Takuhei chatted more about the mission. He talked with his subordinates as well to understand everything that took place. With the mission over, Team Renjiro returned to Konoha. Renjiro said, "I'll report the mission's success to Lord Hokage. You guys can leave." Everyone nodded and left. Fujin was considering what his future actions should be while heading home. As he was walking in his thoughts, he saw something in the corner of his eye. He turned his head to the right to see a man with long white hair peeking in through a hole. He looked up to see what the man was peeking into. Fujin's eyes twitched as he read the sign. It read Konoha Hot Springs. The man was peeking into the women's section of the bath. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the man. His chakra was humongous. He sighed as he thought, "Pervisage. What an appropriate name. A shame that he won't get that name for a few more years. Still, I wonder what he's doing here. Did he come back to report something to Hiruzen? Or did Hiruzen call him back due to the threat of the coup? His presence could make the Uchihas more cautious." Jiraiya sensed someone looking at him and turned around. He saw an 11-year-old boy staring at him with glowing eyes. He thought, "What does this kid want? I hope he doesn't interfere in my research." He was about to continue peeking when the boy's chakra suddenly spiked. He began making hand signs rapidly. Jiraiya panicked, "What the hell? Since when did young brats begin having Jounin-level chakra? And why the hell is he making hand signs for the air bullet jutsu?" Does he want to destroy the bathhouse? Jiraiya immediately flickered and appeared next to Fujin and grabbed his hands. He asked, "Calm down, kiddo. What are you doing?" Fujin looked into his eyes and said, "Grandpa said that all perverts must be caught, castrated and tied to a pole to be whipped publicly to death." Jiraiya's eyes twitched. He asked, "Which crazy old man is your grandpa?" Fujin replied, "Lord Third. Now let my hands go and accept your punishment." Jiraiya's eyes twitched once again. He complained in his mind, how many young kids is that old man going to fool into calling him grandpa? And since when did he become so righteous? No, this doesn't sound like him at all. He is as perverted as me. Jiraiya let his hands go and said, "That old man is my sensei. So stop building your chakra up." Fujin looked back with deadpan eyes and said, "His students are the legendary Sanins, not legendary perverts." Jiraiya laughed, "Legendary perverts? Ha ha ha." He looked at Fujin and said, "You are lucky that you met Jiraiya the Gallant and not the other two Sanins." Fujin thought in his mind, "No shit. One is a pedo researcher and the other is a drunk Hulk." Fujin looked at Jiraiya with surprise on his face. He said, "Are you really?" Jiraiya smirked and said, "That's right. You are looking at the one and only." Jiraiya slammed his hand on the ground. A lot of smoke appeared and from the smoke, a toad appeared. Jiraiya jumped on the toad and moved as if he was dancing. He swirled his hair and head in a manner that he thought was cool. "I am the hermit of Mount Maiboku. The wise and immortal spirit." "That's right. It's I, the Toad Sage, Jiraiya of the legendary Sanins." A look of awe appeared on Fujin's face. He said, "That's cool. But Gramps said that even if his students were perverts, he would still chase them down with a stick in his hand." Hearing that, Jiraiya's legs slipped and he fell on the toad. He thought, the first half doesn't sound like the old man at all. But him chasing with a stick totally sounds like him. Jiraiya looked at Fujin and said, "What do you want, kid? You are interrupting my research." Fujin said, "If you don't want me to tell Grandpa about your perverted acts, then you need to teach me what I want." Jiraiya was amused by Fujin. He asked, "Oh, and what do you want to learn?" An innocent smile formed on Fujin's face. He said, "Sage mode." Fujin's reply shocked Jiraiya. His mouth fell open in disbelief as he heard what Fujin wanted. He forgot to swallow, and the resulting coughs rattled through his chest like a storm, leaving him gasping for air. He took deep breaths and said, "Kid, go bother someone else. I have no time for you." Fujin squinted his eyes and said, "You have to, or I will never let you do your research." Jiraiya looked skeptically at Fujin and said, "Good luck catching me, kiddo." He made a hand seal and both he and the toad disappeared into the smoke. Some distance away, Jiraiya appeared. He muttered, "What an annoying brat." At that instant, he saw a gorgeous lady walking next to him. His eyes immediately landed on her and a lecherous smile appeared on his face. However, he suddenly heard, "Stop perving around and teach me, old man." Fujin's voice wasn't soft. Everyone in the street heard him. Everyone began looking at Jiraiya with disgust. Jiraiya turned around to see Fujin standing behind him. His eyes widened. He asked, "How did you follow me?" A smirk appeared on Fujin's face as he said, "I have been taught by Gramps. Do you think you can get away so easily?" Jiraiya grabbed a smoke bomb and threw it on the ground and said, "Try following me now." Jiraiya appeared under a tree and said, "Finally got rid of the boy." However, he heard, "You didn't." Jiraiya looked up to see Fujin standing on a branch of that tree. Jiraiya disappeared once again. Fujin followed him. Both appeared in various locations in the village. Fujin tracked down Jiraiya every time. Jiraiya was annoyed, not only does he have a high chakra, but he is also a sensor and can flicker seamlessly. So annoying. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to get rid of Fujin, he transformed into a toy bear. Fuji. A few seconds later, Fujin appeared at that location. He looked at the toy bear and frowned. He muttered softly, "That old pervert ran away. Shit, Grandpa will be disappointed with me." Jiraiya laughed in his mind as he saw anger and disappointment appear on Fujin's face. However, soon he was terrified. Chakra gathered on Fujin's fist as he punched at the bear with full power. Jiraiya immediately undid the transformation and moved out of the way. The punch hit the ground and left a massive hole in it. Cracks spread in the ground around it. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he saw how dangerous the punch was. What the fuck? Did Tsunade teach him? Fujin looked at Jiraiya and completely ignored the damage he had caused. He said with an innocent smile, "Oh, you are still here. I thought I lost you." Jiraiya complained in his mind, "Shit, this brat is worse than Orochimaru and Tsunade combined." He asked, "Why do you want to learn Sage Mode?" Fujin said, "Well, I asked Grandpa to teach me Sage Mode. But he said that only you know it. So he taught me Wine Vacuum Technique instead. So I want to learn Sage Mode from you." Jiraiya watched with a deadpan expression. "You didn't answer my question." "Wait, those sentences aren't even in sync with each other." Jiraiya sighed and said, "I can't teach you Sage Mode either. I was taught by the Toads and they won't teach anyone else." Fujin expected such a reply. He quickly said, "That's fine. You can tell me how to learn Sage Mode and monitor me. I'll learn it on my own." A frown formed on Jiraiya's face. He said, "Sage Mode is very risky to learn." However, Fujin was adamant and kept asking him. Finally, Jiraiya gave up and agreed. Both flickered to the training ground. Fujin sat in a meditative position. Jiraiya said, "Try to feel natural energy around you. And absorb it and mix it with your own chakra. Once you manage to do it, I'll tell you the ratios." Fujin nodded and began sensing. However, without any help, he had no success. Jiraiya saw Fujin try unsuccessfully and smirked. "Suzuki Fujin. Sensei told me information about him. Orphan, hardworking, extremely talented with the sword and wind release and has very high chakra for his age. Unfortunately, it looks like he has allowed himself to be very arrogant. This should make him more humble." Fujin spent 6 hours trying to sense Sage Chakra without any success. Finally, he sighed and asked Jiraiya, "Could you give me some tips?" Jiraiya said, "I already gave you all." Fujin said, "Can you tell me anything else? Like how do you feel when you absorb natural chakra or anything else that could help me?" Jiraiya thought for a bit and said, "Now that you say, I do feel a tingling sensation in my back whenever I activate Sage Mode." Fujin asked, "Tingling sensation?" Jiraiya turned around and pointed at the center of his back. He said, "Over here. I concentrate my chakra and get a tingling feeling here while activating Sage Mode." Fujin was lost in his thoughts on hearing that, tingling feeling. Tingling feeling. Tingling feeling. It feels like I have forgotten something important. He sat in the meditative position once again and concentrated his energy on his back. Soon, he began feeling a tingling sensation on his back. He kept meditating and sending more chakra there. Jiraiya watched Fujin with curiosity. But soon, his curiosity turned into shock. His mind couldn't form words as he sensed Fujin's chakra skyrocket. Finally, he gathered himself. What the fuck is happening? How can a human have so much chakra? It is exceeding tailed beast chakra levels. No, it has already exceeded them. Even nine-tailed fox doesn't have so much chakra. Fujin chakra kept skyrocketing. Soon, a golden aura appeared around him. He gritted his teeth and focused. The aura caused high-speed winds around Fujin. Even Jiraiya had to move backwards. The wind spread throughout Konoha and every sensor looked towards the training ground where Jiraiya and Fujin were. The chakra was so intense that everyone was scared out of their wits. Suddenly, Fujin yelled loudly. He let out all his energy. The golden aura around him grew. His hair turned golden. He stood up and muttered, "Right, this is what I have forgotten." Soon, lightning began appearing on his body. He said, "It's a good thing that I learnt lightning release." As soon as lightning appeared on his body, his energy once again skyrocketed. It increased by more than 10 times. His chakra spread throughout the universe. A long distance away from Earth, there was a settlement in space. This area was ruled by a strong clan. The members of this clan were all very pale and had white eyes. Some of them had a third eye on their forehead. In this clan, an old man opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the earth. A serious look could be seen on his face. He was stunned. What energy! This doesn't feel like anyone from my Otsutsuki clan. Who unlocked such a huge power? Fujin looked at Jiraiya and said, "You can increase the length of your hair, right? Can you show me how it's done?" Jiraiya was scared shitless by Fujin's aura. He nodded and made hand signs and increased the length of his hair. Fujin watched carefully and replicated his jutsu without making any hand signs. His hair began growing. They grew up to his waist. And his eyebrows disappeared. He said, "This is the power I want." His chakra grew many folds once again. He looked up in space and could sense every being in the huge space in the territory controlled by Otsutsuki. The leader of the Otsutsuki clan, who was wondering who could have such power, suddenly shivered as he felt Fujin sensing his location. A grin formed on Fujin's face as he said, "I will be the god of this world. No one can stop me." He began laughing like a maniac. Zah! Chapter 139, Concluding the Mission. This chapter will continue the story as normal. I hope no one took the previous chapter seriously and instead enjoyed it. Senju Renjiro returned to the beach. He found his clone, students, and 5 Yugakure Chunins waiting there. Shunso had joined the 3 Yugakure Chunins along with their sleeping teammate. They had set up a couple of tents. Renjiro entered the tent of his students. Fujin had sensed Renjiro when he arrived close to the beach. All 3 students greeted him. Mako asked, "What's the status of the mission, sensei?" Renjiro's clone dispelled itself to transmit all the memories back to his main body. Renjiro answered, "Their leader Mitsuzuka is dead. The other Jounin that my clone chased managed to escape." The trio were surprised. This was the first time they heard someone escaping from Renjiro. Renjiro looked at their expression and shrugged his hands and said, "It was a clone. It's difficult to stop a Jounin with just a clone." The trio looked away awkwardly. Their expectations from Renjiro were too high. Fujin asked, "What about the ones who didn't return, sensei? We searched for them a lot, but didn't find them." Renjiro answered, "There are 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that they are dead, with their bodies at the bottom of the seafloor or taken away by the enemies. Or the second possibility of them failing their mission and trying to search for the enemy fruitlessly." The trio nodded. They had reached the same conclusion. Renjiro continued, "Let's wait here till the evening. If they are alive, they will return when their chakra drops low." The trio nodded. The tent became silent. They didn't have anything to do but wait. After some time, Fujin said, "I am bored of eating ration bars. You guys want to hunt fish?" Hoka and Mieko immediately agreed. Hoka said, "Definitely." Mieko said, "Let's go." All 3 flickered out of the tent, leaving Renjiro alone. Renjiro sighed and muttered, "Oh well. This mission is pretty much over. No harm in having some fun." Before diving into the water, Mieko announced, "The one who catches the biggest fish is the winner. The time limit is 10 minutes. She dived into the sea without waiting for the response of her teammates. Hoka and Fujin chuckled and dived into the water as well. Mieko activated her Sharingan to watch properly underwater. Hoka activated his Byakugan. He had the advantage in this competition. Fujin spread his chakra field to pick up on signs of fish. They dispersed in different directions. The Yugakure ninjas noticed them diving into the sea in a hurry. Shunso wondered, did they find an enemy? He immediately alerted others and they prepared themselves for a fight. The trio searched under the sea. Hoko was the first one to find prey. He saw a big whale shark. He ran towards it quickly. The whale shark noticed something coming towards it and sensed the danger. It immediately charged towards Hoka to tackle and bite him. However, Hoka moved out of the way and hit it with the gentle fist style. A single hit killed the shark. Fujin was the next one to find his target. He found a giant crab. He thought, damn, do crabs in this world become so freaking huge? On second thoughts, there are gigantic toads. So this shouldn't be strange, I guess. The crab noticed Fujin and attacked him with its giant claws. Fujin dodged and gathered chakra on his fist. He punched between its eyes. The punch caused cracks to appear on its shell. Its brain was smashed due to the punch. It died. Fujin lifted the crab and began making his way back. Mieko saw quite a few giant fishes. But she wasn't satisfied. When the time began to run out, her eyes laid upon an 8-meter-long bluefin tuna. She immediately went towards it and killed it. She carried it back. Hoko was the first one to return to the coast. Behind him, he dragged a 12-meter-long whale shark. The Yugakure ninjas watched with wide eyes. One of them cursed, "Those brats went fishing. We don't know where our teammates are and they're enjoying themselves." Shunso calmed him, "Calm down. They have done more than enough for the mission. No point in getting angry with them." The guy snorted and stayed quiet. Soon, Fujin returned. He walked on the surface of the sea with his right arm stretched up. He was carrying the giant crab on his right hand. He walked next to Hoka's shark and dropped his crab there. Hoka quickly observed and smirked. He claimed, "My shark is 12 meters long. Your crab is only 10 meters in height." "I won!" Fujin's eyes twitched. He countered, "Look at their sizes. Your shark is only 2 meters wide. My crab is 8 meters wide. So mine is much bigger than yours." Hoka was about to argue when Mieko returned. She was carrying an 8-meter-long blue tuna fish. She saw Fujin's crab and Hoka's whale shark and her face became upset. Hoka chuckled, "Well, we know who the loser is." Fujin nodded. Mieko's tuna was the shortest and the thinnest among the three. Mieko snorted in displeasure. Hoka asked, "Mieko, judge whether Fujin's crab or my shark is bigger." Mieko was upset at losing. She turned her head away and snorted, "I don't care which fish is bigger. Why are you arguing like little kids?" Fujin and Hoka gave her deadpan looks. Hearing the commotion, Renjiro left the tent. Hoka looked at him and said, "Sensei, you be the judge. Is my shark or Fujin's crab bigger?" Renjiro's eyes twitched. He thought, why are they being so childish? He looked at Mieko, who was looking away from them and had the smallest fish, and realized, looks like it was her idea. Hoka pressed Renjiro, "Come on, sensei. Tell me that my fish is bigger." Renjiro replied, "Stop being childish and cook the fish you caught." Hoka sighed due to not getting any answer. Fujin chuckled at his antics. The trio decided what fish to eat. After some discussion, they decided to eat the crab as none of them had eaten a giant crab before. The shark and the tuna were stored in special storage scrolls that helped keep food fresh. Preparing and cooking the crab took quite some time. All four ate it till their stomachs were full. They invited the Yugakure ninjas, but they politely refused the invitation. Late in the afternoon, Takuhei and the remaining two chunins returned to the beach. Renjiro asked, "What's the status of your opponents?" Takuhei replied, "Mine managed to run away." The chunins replied, "Our opponent ran away as well. We tried searching, but couldn't find anyone." Renjiro nodded and said, "From 13 chunins and 3 jounins, only 2 jounins and 1 chunin are left. And we suffered no casualties. The mission can be considered a success. The ones who escaped will not dare to return here again." And once the news spreads, other rogue ninjas also won't dare to create chaos in the land of hot water. Takuhei asked, which other jounin managed to escape? Renjiro answered, I killed Mitsuzuka. Fumimaro managed to injure my clone and escaped. Takuhei breathed a sigh of relief. He said, good. As long as Mitsuzuka is dead, this mission can be considered a success. Renjiro nodded and handed him a scroll. He said, his body is inside it. Takuhei accepted the scroll. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, give him the body of the ninja you killed as well. Fujin nodded and handed the scroll to Takuhei. Takuhei chatted more about the mission. He talked with his subordinates as well to understand everything that took place. After understanding everything, he walked to Team Renjiro's tent. On entering, he saw the two captured rogue ninjas. He said, Renjiro, I want to take over these two as well. Renjiro shook his head and said, they surrendered to me. I will take them to Konoha and interrogate them properly. Takuhei realized why Renjiro was adamant. They could provide Konoha with a lot of important information regarding the current state of affairs in Kirigakure. However, he insisted, Renjiro, a lot of innocent civilians were killed by these guys. I can understand your point. However, we have to answer to the citizens of the land of hot water. So allow me to take them back first. Later, we can transport them to the land of fire. Renjiro frowned. He could understand Takuhei's point of view, but these two could provide Konoha with a lot of information. He thought for a bit and concluded, if I stay adamant, I can take these two to Konoha. Takuhei won't stop me and the daimyo won't say anything either. But this was a mission issued by the daimyo. He will be displeased by this action and the goodwill generated by this mission will be lost. Renjiro said, all right. But, you are not allowed to maim or cripple them. I will report about them to Lord Hokage and he will send a team to retrieve them. Pass this message to your daimyo. Takuhei sighed in relief. He immediately agreed to Renjiro's conditions. Chapter 140, Takuhei smiled and said, the reward for completing the mission should already be handed to Konoha. As for the bounties, Lord Daimyo will send them to Konoha as soon as he can. Fujin asked, what bounties? Takuhei replied, due to the chaos that this group created, Lord Daimyo had put bounties on their heads. Mitsuzuka had a bounty of 20 million ryo. Any jounin in the rogue group had a bounty of 10 million ryo, while the chunins had a bounty of 2 million each. He looked at the kids and said, Fujin, you killed 2 chunins. Mieko and Hoka, you 2 killed 1 each. And you 3 helped Shisaku in killing his opponent. So the reward for that kill would be split among you 4. Fujin was stunned, the hell? 4.5 million ryo for such an easy job? Takuhei smiled on seeing Fujin's reaction. Hoka and Mieko didn't react much. Fujin looked at Renjiro and thought, he killed Mitsuzuka. In addition, he killed the 2 gatekeepers and 4 more chunins before the fight began. He'll get a freaking 32 million ryo. Renjiro noticed Fujin's gaze but didn't react. Takuhei said, I will leave my team to collect the dead bodies from under the debris. Renjiro said, all right. We will take our leave then. Takuhei asked, you don't want to rest for a bit in the town? Renjiro answered, no, we had some rest. Besides, the borders of the land of fire are closer to here than the town. Takuhei nodded and said, all right. It was good working alongside you. Renjiro smiled and said, it was good working alongside you as well. Takuhei left. Renjiro looked at his squad and said, pack up, we are leaving. The trio nodded and immediately packed up the tent. After gathering everything, they left. As they moved through the forest, Fujin asked, Sensei, do rank of missions pay so much? Renjiro replied, it depends on how critical the mission is for the ones who issue it. This time, the daimyo was under a lot of public pressure. That is why he issued those bounties. Fujin nodded. Mieko asked, Sensei, how difficult are the rank S missions? Renjiro answered, Well, imagine having to do this mission with just a squad of 4 ninjas. So if this wasn't a joint mission, it would have been close to a rank S mission. Usually, rank S missions aren't labeled as such due to difficulty. Rather, it is the critical nature of the missions. If it is labeled rank S due to difficulty, then our opponent would be an elite Genin. Someone who could go up equally against me. Mieko, Fujin, and Hoka paid attention to Renjiro's words. Since this one would probably be their last mission together, they asked Renjiro a lot of questions. Renjiro answered them patiently and resolved their queries. While they were moving, Fujin occasionally activated his chakra field, while Hoka activated his Byakugan. During one such occasion, Fujin sensed something that shocked him. Fujin shouted, "Halt! 2 huge chakras are incoming. One has slightly lower chakra than Sensei, while the other one has more than twice Sensei's chakra." That shocked them. Hoka immediately activated his Byakugan, while Mieko activated her Sharingan. Renjiro also became serious. He thought, my chakra was naturally high due to being a Senju. The ones who had chakra equal to or higher than me are usually S-rank ninjas. Renjiro spoke, "Hoka." Hoka answered, "One is a shinobi from Kumo while the other is from Taki. Both are rogue ninja." Suddenly, Hoka stopped speaking. There was a stunned expression on his body. Renjiro asked, "What did you see?" Hoka answered in a shocked voice, "The one with the higher chakra has a different body. It's disgusting." This surprised them. Fujin thought, disgusting body? A few faces appeared in his mind. Around 800 meters from Team Renjiro, 2 ninjas were traveling at a rapid speed. One of them was 5 feet 6 inches tall and very slim. The other one was over 6 feet tall and had a well-built body. The slim one asked, "Are you sure that Cash Cow will be traveling from here?" The tall guy answered, "My sources are never wrong. Now shut up and keep moving." Suddenly, both their eyes widened. The slim guy chuckled and said, "Looks like you were right, freak. Let's go quickly." Both of them sensed Fujin sensing them and moved rapidly towards Team Renjiro. Team Renjiro waited to see who was approaching them so quickly. Fujin had a very bad feeling. In a few seconds, 2 silhouettes appeared in front of them. Fujin watched as his eyes kept widening. They both wore long black cloaks with red clouds, red interiors, and chin-high collars. Fujin didn't recognize one of them. But the other, he recognized very well. Fujin was scared. No, he was horrified. Only one thought ran through his mind, motherfucking Kakuzu. Renjiro looked at them. He didn't recognize Kakuzu but recognized the other one. He was surprised. He said, "Kaminari. I heard that you had disappeared from the Land of Lightning. Didn't know that you became a rogue ninja. Looks like Kumovikure did a good job of hiding your details." A scowl formed on Kaminari's face. He didn't like anyone recalling his days when he was in Kumovikure. Though Renjiro spoke casually, he was on full alert to start a fight. Fujin looked at Mieko and made eye contact. Mieko noticed his gaze and understood what he wanted. Meanwhile, Hoka kept observing Kakuzu's body. He was very surprised at seeing the 5 hearts inside Kakuzu's body. Kakuzu said, "Senju Renjiro, I have heard a lot about your war exploits. Today, I will claim the 45 million Ryo bounty on your head." Kakuzu wasted no time and moved forward to attack. Kaminari joined him. Renjiro grabbed his sword to confront them. However, Mieko and Fujin were faster. Mieko made hand signs immediately. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. She released a giant ball of fire. At the same time, Fujin launched his supercharged jutsu. Wind release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Both jutsus combined. The fireball dispersed and spread out throughout the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Kakuzu and Kaminari, who were focused on Renjiro, were surprised. Kakuzu had used such a combination several times in the past. He understood its lethality. So did Kaminari. Both flickered behind. Kakuzu made a hand sign. An earth dome appeared and covered them both. Renjiro noticed the earth dome and smirked. He made a hand sign and was about to slam his hands on the ground. Mieko and Hoko were prepared to go on the assault too. However, Fujin yelled, "Formation 9." As soon as they heard it, their eyes widened. Kakuzu and Kaminari were protected by the earth dome. However, soon needles began forming on the inside surface of the dome. Kakuzu noticed them and snorted. He made a hand sign and all the needles crumbled into dust and soil. They felt that the combination jutsu had already passed and hence lifted the earth dome. But, instead of a clear battlefield, they were met by a 20 feet tall sloth who attacked them with its giant claws. They both flickered in opposite directions. Realizing that Kakuzu would be the bigger threat, he flickered in front of Kakuzu and attacked with his swords. Kakuzu saw Renjiro and made a hand sign. Earth release, iron skin jutsu. Kakuzu's skin blackened. He raised his fist and blocked Renjiro's sword. Chakra flowed through Renjiro's sword. It hit the back of Kakuzu's fist. The attack left a small slash on Kakuzu's fist. Kakuzu was surprised. He said, "It's been a long while since someone could hurt me. I will enjoy killing you." Renjiro and the sloth were about to press on the attack, but they suddenly withdrew backwards. Renjiro looked at Kakuzu. It seemed as if there were monsters under his clothes, or perhaps under his skin, that were trying to break out. 4 black monsters appeared around Kakuzu. Each had a mask of different color on them. Renjiro, despite all his experience, was stunned. He thought, "What the hell is this? And who is this guy? And why was there no mention of such a strong ninja during the previous wars?" Kakuzu and the 4 monsters attacked Renjiro and his summon with perfect coordination. Renjiro kept his distance from them and tried his best to defend himself. He often resorted to diving into the ground to protect himself. Chapter 141, On the other side of the battlefield, Kaminari was confronted by Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka. Fujin flickered in front of him while making some hand signs. Wind release, air bullet jutsu. Fujin shot a dozen air bullets at him. Lightning sparks appeared on Kaminari's body. His speed increased a lot and he dodged all air bullets easily. Mieko and Hoka quickly attacked with shurikens, but Kaminari dodged them as well with ease. Fujin analyzed, there is no lightning armor on him, just sparks. Is this a toned-down version of Rakige's technique? After dodging, Kaminari moved towards the trio. His speed was incredibly fast. Fujin's eyes couldn't follow him. He instantly blew a great breakthrough jutsu in front of him. It didn't matter if he couldn't see his opponent's exact location. He would just attack the whole area. Kaminari saw the incoming attack and quickly moved out of range. He tried attacking from a different direction, but Fujin attacked again with the wide-range great breakthrough jutsu. Kaminari tried attacking from different directions, but Fujin just kept attacking with the great breakthrough jutsu. Kaminari was annoyed, this brat keeps trying to keep me at a distance. Does he think that he has infinite chakra? And that Uchiha girl is staring at me as well. If I try to break through his jutsu head-on, she will fire a fireball into this wind jutsu. Kaminari made a few hand signs. Lightning release, false darkness. Multiple spears of lightning formed and moved towards Fujin's group. Fujin sensed Kaminari building his chakra and made a few hand signs. Seeing the lightning jutsu, Fujin launched his jutsu. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Both jutsus clashed. Fujin observed carefully. He thought, isn't this the same jutsu that Kakuzu used later? Did Kakuzu take his heart? Fujin's jutsu broke through the lightning spears and moved towards Kaminari. However, Kaminari had already launched another jutsu. Fire release, blast wave wild dance. Kaminari expelled a large stream of fire which moved in a spiral manner. It clashed with Fujin's jutsu. Kaminari smirked as he watched. My false darkness was stronger than his jutsu. However, the wind release has too much of an advantage against lightning. But, false darkness reduced the momentum of his jutsu. And now, my blase wave will be assisted by his jutsu. As Kaminari had calculated, his blaze wave entered the infinite breakthrough jutsu and spread throughout it. Fujin thought, damn, he is good. Hoka moved forward and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, earth wall jutsu. A huge wall appeared between them and the flames. He made another hand sign and slammed his hands on the ground again. Earth release, earth dome jutsu. A dome was formed that covered all three of them. The fire covered a large area. It flowed over the wall and heated the outside of the dome. Trees were set on fire for hundreds of meters. The jutsu even reached Renjiro and Kakuzu's location. Both immediately escaped into the ground. Renjiro's sloth summon had already been injured by Kakuzu and it had returned back. After a minute, the fire died down. Renjiro and Kakuzu had begun fighting underground. Kaminari quickly moved across the battlefield. He stood on top of the earth wall and noticed the dome below. Fujin noticed his chakra and made a few hand signs. Lightning sparks began appearing on Kaminari's body. He jumped down at the dome. Lightning release, lightning spear jutsu. A spear made of lightning appeared in his hands. He threw it at the dome. It hit the dome and pierced through it. However, right when the tip of the lightning spear appeared inside the dome, Fujin used his jutsu. Wind release, vacuum bullet jutsu. The vacuum bullet hit the lightning spear's tip. It pierced through the entire length of the lightning spear and completely dispersed it. Without slowing down, it targeted Kaminari, who was falling down towards the dome. Kaminari's pupils shrank seeing the vacuum bullet. The jutsu was aimed at his face. He quickly moved his head to the side. The vacuum bullet left a cut on his right cheek before hitting his right earlobe. Kaminari shrieked in pain as his right earlobe was pierced and the bottom half of his right ear was blown away. Fujin heard his shriek and followed it up with another vacuum bullet. The vacuum bullet pierced through the earth dome and targeted Kaminari. But Kaminari managed to dodge properly this time. Kaminari thought, fucking hell. Why the fuck does someone so young know the wind vacuum technique? He was mad in rage. Not giving him any time, Hoka placed his hands on the earth dome. The outer surface of the dome transformed into spikes and they immediately launched at Kaminari. Understanding that he was at a disadvantage, he retreated 100 meters backwards. With the dome gone, Fujin, Mieko and Hoka looked at Kaminari. His face was ugly and full of rage. Kaminari was very angry. He thought, how many bastards does Konoha raise? That wind brat is already one of the top wind users I have seen. And that Hyuga scum can use earth release as well as any Jounin level ninja from IWA. And they don't even look like they're in their teens. Kaminari made a hand sign. Lightning release, lightning clone jutsu. 2 lightning clones appeared around him. They immediately went on assault. All moved around at a rapid speed. Fujin once again attacked them head-on with a great breakthrough jutsu. However, all 3 moved out of the way. Kaminari attacked the trio from the back, while his clones attacked from left and right. They were so fast that they attacked when Fujin was still releasing the jutsu. Both Hoka and Mieko made hand signs and slammed their hands on the ground with perfect coordination. Earth release, topsy-turvy jutsu. The ground in front of the Kaminari and his clones immediately became uneven. Some parts of the ground went up a few inches, while some other parts went down a few inches. The aim of this jutsu was to make the attackers lose their footing and fall down. Kaminari and his clones noticed them and immediately slowed down. The slowdown was enough for Fujin to turn around and launch another great breakthrough jutsu at Kaminari. Hoka and Mieko also made hand signs. Water release, water gun jutsu. Fire release, flame bullet jutsu. They both launched jutsus on the clones. Kaminari and his clones had to retreat once again. While Kaminari was retreating, the trio were attacked from the other side. Kakuzu's fire mask had been useless against Renjiro. So he sent it to help out Kaminari. It released a huge flame at the trio. Hoka made a hand sign and released water gun jutsu to intercept it, while Mieko slammed her hands on the ground and raised an earth wall to protect them. They managed to defend perfectly. Kaminari didn't attack. He had some doubts. He thought, why is their teamwork so good? Even veteran teams might struggle to have such efficient coordination. They have left the attack to that wind user while the other two are perfectly complementing him. Kaminari kept feeling that something was off. And while he was analyzing, it finally hit him, wait a minute. Why is that wind user fighting without considering his chakra wastage at all? His chakra has fallen very low now. In just a few more jutsus, he will be dry. Kaminari analyzed, but couldn't figure out the reason why they were acting that way. Kakuzu and Renjiro were still stuck in a deadlock. Kakuzu had the absolute advantage over Renjiro, but he couldn't deal any injuries to him. Kakuzu analyzed, he is good. If it weren't for those 3 kids, he might have been able to escape successfully from me. That said, what is that useless Kaminari doing? I even sent my fire mask to help him. And he still can't kill 3 kids? The fighting continued for a few minutes. Team Renjiro was extremely exhausted. Fujin had one knee on the ground. Mieko and Hoko were tired as well. They had spent a huge amount of chakra on ninjutsu. Renjiro was also exhausted. Fighting against an S-rank ninja and the 3 masks took its toll on him. Kaminari observed them and smirked, finally they ran out of chakra. Now let me see why they fought so recklessly. Kakuzu also observed very carefully. During the last few minutes, he had seen endless tactics and tricks from Renjiro. He didn't want to get careless. Fujin looked over at Renjiro. Renjiro was looking at him as well. They both nodded their heads as soon as their eyes met. Hoka and Mieko noticed it. Immediately, all 4 flickered in different directions. Kakuzu and Kaminari immediately followed Renjiro and Fujin respectively, while Kaminari's clones followed Hoka and Mieko. If there was one thing that Team Renjiro prided upon, it was their skill with the body flicker jutsu. Even in an exhausted state, they all managed to flicker multiple times. Unfortunately, their opponents were very strong. All of them were chased down successfully. Chapter 142, Team Renjiro ran in different directions at a fast speed. However, they were all very exhausted. Kakuzu could match Renjiro's speed, while Kaminari and his clones were faster than Fujin and his teammates. After flickering 8 times, Fujin's chakra finally hit a low. He hid behind a tree and took deep breaths. Using the last bits of his chakra, he made a few hand signs. Kaminari arrived almost immediately after Fujin. He saw the tracks left behind by Fujin and saw where he was hiding. He went around the tree and appeared in front of Fujin. An evil smile appeared on his face. He said, "You brat destroyed half of my right ear. I will make you pay 1,000 times." He expected Fujin to be afraid. However, there was no hint of fear on Fujin's face. He was surprised. Fujin spoke with determination. "Ever since I became a ninja, I have always been determined to give my life for the village. Death doesn't scare me." Kaminari was stunned. But soon, he broke into a huge laughter. Ha ha ha. He looked at Fujin with a cruel look in his eyes and said, "Brat, let me educate you. Death is kind. I will show you how miserable life is. By the time I am done with you, you will be begging for death." Ha ha ha. Immediately a scared look appeared on Fujin's face. Kaminari's evil smirk grew bigger as he extended his arm to grab Fujin's neck. At the same time, Hoka and Mieko were also caught by Kaminari's clones. They seemed too exhausted to fight back. Kaminari's clones approached them. Soon after them, Renjiro was also chased down by Kakuzu. Kakuzu's lightning mask appeared behind Renjiro and pushed him to the ground and pinned him down. Kakuzu appeared and said, "Your mastery of water element is very good. I will take your heart and replace my water mask with your heart." Renjiro's eyes widened as he processed this information. Threads appeared from the lightning mask and drilled into Renjiro's chest. However, Renjiro smirked. Kakuzu immediately had a bad feeling. Boom! Renjiro exploded under the lightning mask. Kakuzu moved away quickly, but his lightning mask wasn't able to. It took the full brunt of the explosion. The mask cracked. Kakuzu was stunned. He lost one of his hearts. He watched where Renjiro exploded and thought, shadow clone explosion jutsu. But when did he make a shadow clone? Was it when he was escaping? No, I was keeping an eye. He didn't have any chance to make a shadow clone. So when did he do it? Kaminari's lightning clones approached Hoka and Mieko. As soon as they reached within range, both Hoka and Mieko exploded. The clones couldn't react fast enough and were caught in the explosion. Both were dispelled. Though lightning clones didn't transmit information, the main body could sense when the clones were dispelled. The clones were dispelled when Kaminari's hand was extending towards Fujin. Kaminari realized that both his clones got dispelled and became distracted for a fraction of a second. Fujin noticed it and he exploded as well. Kaminari noticed and immediately moved backwards. However, his right forearm felt the explosion. Its skin was burnt. His face became ugly. He thought in rage, when the heck did he create a shadow clone? He didn't have any chakra left to be able to create shadow clones. He looked around the area but found no signs of someone escaping. He moved towards where his other two clones were dispelled. But once again, he couldn't find any signs of Mieko or Hoka escaping. After a few minutes of fruitless search, he ran back to where the fighting had happened. Kakuzu was inspecting the area. He appeared behind Kakuzu. Kakuzu immediately noticed the half-blown ear and a burnt right eye. Kaminari also noticed that Kakuzu's cloak was destroyed. Kaminari said, "The ones I chased were all clones. There were no tracks that showed someone running away." Kakuzu said, "Same here. The Renjiro I chased and escaped turned out to be a shadow clone. Bastard exploded it when I caught him." Kaminari said, "You too?" "The same happened with that wind user. I am guessing it was the same with the other two as well." "But when did they create the clones?" Kakuzu replied, "We were probably fighting the clones the whole time. Though they tried to hide their tracks, signs are showing that 4 people escaped from this route. And their clones all escaped in opposite directions of the Land of Fire's border. It looks like they wanted to lure us away and buy some time to escape." Kaminari was surprised. Immediately he became very angry. Blood vessels could be seen on his forehead. He said, "No wonder those 2 brats were so good with earth release and water release. They were Renjiro's disguised clones." His chakra flared up as he yelled, "Those bastards think that they can make a mockery of us? Kakuzu, you check their tracks, and I will bring you to them. Those bastards can't escape from us." Kakuzu nodded. Sparks appeared on Kaminari's body. He grabbed Kakuzu and moved along the path. Kakuzu said rapidly. They were taking the shortest route to the Land of Fire. After running at max speed for 5 minutes, they finally saw 4 silhouettes. Kaminari immediately shouted, "Bastards! You think that you can make a mockery of me?" Team Renjiro heard the shout and stopped. They immediately took a battle stance. Kaminari dropped Kakuzu and rushed towards them. Kakuzu followed him, but thought, something is off. Kaminari was much faster than Kakuzu. He reached them in a blink of an eye. Renjiro unsheathed his sword and attacked Kaminari. Kaminari grabbed a kunai and flowed lightning through it and attacked Renjiro. Renjiro blocked his attack. At the instant their weapons clashed, Fujin, Hoka and Mieko flickered next to Kaminari to surround him from all sides. Kaminari was surprised by this maneuver. He had a bad feeling. Immediately, all 4 exploded. Kakuzu sensed it and stayed behind. Kaminari, however, was completely caught in the explosion. He released lightning from all over his body to form armor, but he wasn't proficient in such an application of lightning. It helped reduce the impact of the explosion, but he was hit nonetheless. After a second, Kaminari jumped out of the dust cloud created by the explosions. His clothes were blasted. Almost all the skin on his body was burnt. He was bleeding a lot as well. Kakuzu appeared next to him and said, "The trail was left behind by clones. Since this was the shortest route to Konoha, we assumed that they escaped here. To think that they would set up another trap here." Kaminari looked at Kakuzu in rage and yelled, "Bastard! You led me into a fucking trap. And then hid behind and watched me getting hit." Kakuzu looked at him and said, "I didn't ask you to rush ahead like a moron. It was your stupidity." Kaminari yelled, "Asshole, are you calling me a moron? It was your dumb head that led us into this trap in the first place." Kakuzu didn't reply, but Kaminari kept yelling at him. After yelling for a bit, Kaminari turned around and walked away. However, in the next instant, an arm pierced through his right lung. Kaminari looked down in horror. Threads drilled into his body as Kakuzu began taking his heart. Kakuzu said, "I guess they didn't tell you. My previous partners died because I couldn't stand them and killed them." Kaminari was stunned. A rogue ninja from Kumogakure, who was on the threshold of reaching S rank, died without anyone seeing. Well, not without anyone seeing, as two pairs of eyes were watching this act. The first pair of eyes belonged to Zetsu. The other belonged to Renjiro's shadow clone. Fujin's clone sensed when Kakuzu and Kaminari were chasing after them. He relayed the information to Renjiro's clone, who used the minimum amount of chakra needed to create a shadow clone. The clone moved out of the path and hid underground. After killing Kaminari, Kakuzu removed his heart. Threads gathered around that heart and a new lightning mask was formed. Renjiro's clone watched the whole process. Surprisingly, Kakuzu didn't feel anyone keeping an eye on him until he was done with the process. After the lightning mask formed, it entered into Kakuzu's body. Knowing that any further hunt was meaningless, Kakuzu retreated away from the land of fire. Renjiro's clone dispelled itself to transmit the information back. Long away from where Kaminari died, Team Renjiro entered the land of fire. Chapter 143, Flashback. Team Renjiro was about to press on the attack, when Fujin said, "Formation 9. The eyes of Renjiro, Mieko, and Hoka widened. Formation 9 was a code word for a battle tactic that Renjiro had taught them. It was a tactic used under a specific condition. The condition was that they are facing adversity so strong that they have no chance of victory and a high chance of death. Renjiro's eyes widened, but he completed his jutsu. Fujin made one shadow clone and poured around 70% of his chakra into it. Renjiro made 3 clones and poured 60% chakra into one clone and 5% chakra into each of his remaining 2 clones. The weaker clones used the transformation jutsu to transform into Hoka and Mieko, as neither of them knew the shadow clone jutsu. He followed up with the summoning jutsu to summon the sloth. All this was done in under 2 seconds while Kakuzu and Kaminari were hiding under the dome. The clones stayed behind while the real ones escaped by flickering continuously. After escaping for a kilometer, Renjiro made 3 more clones while Fujin made another. A couple of clones transformed into Mieko and Hoka once again and continued escaping forward, while the real team took a different and longer path and left behind no tracks at all. After splitting, Fujin was breathing hard. He had lost most of his chakra to the clones. Since he planned to end with Shadow Explosion Jutsu, his clones won't return any chakra. After moving for a bit, Mieko asked seriously, "Why did you say Formation 9? Who were those guys?" Fujin didn't reply and tapped one of the pockets of his flak jacket. A scroll dropped. Fujin opened it and summoned a bottle. Everyone watched as a bottle of soldier pills appeared in Fujin's hands. Fujin opened and consumed a pill. He looked at Renjiro and asked, "Do you want one as well, sensei?" Renjiro nodded and took a pill. Fujin kept the bottle back and answered, "The masked man is Kakuzu. I read his information in the bingo book. He is, or rather was, an S-rank ninja." This information surprised them. especially Renjiro, who knew the information of all S-rank ninjas. Renjiro asked, "What do you mean by was?" Fujin answered, according to the information, he was sent by Takigakure to assassinate Lord First Hokage. But he failed and was presumed dead. However, somehow, he managed to make it alive and returned to his village. After returning, he revolted against his village and became a rogue ninja. He was never seen again. I guess everyone assumed that he died and hence he isn't put in the shorter bingo books. The explanation shocked them. But soon, they became skeptical. Mieko said, "The first Hokage lived a lunating time ago. How would that guy still be alive if he fought back then?" Mieko purposefully stretched the word long while speaking to tease Fujin. Even Renjiro was doubtful of this information. How could someone that old look so young? Fujin shrugged and said, "We will get the information when our clones are dispelled. If you have the bigger bingo book, you are free to check." He looked at Mieko with a smirk on his face and said, "If you want to go back to check with your own eyes, then good luck. I'll be sure to offer flowers to your grave, haha." Renjiro instantly shut him up, "Don't joke about such things. Anyways, fighting them wasn't a part of our mission. So there is no need to risk our lives against enemies we don't have information about." Fujin looked at Hoka and asked, "Hoka, you said his body was disgusting. What did you see?" Hoka answered, "Instead of nerves and blood vessels, his body seems to be made of threads. And he had 5 hearts in his body." Mieko was shocked. She asked, "5 hearts? How can something like that be possible?" Hoka replied, "I have no idea." They both looked at Renjiro. So did Fujin. Renjiro shook his head and said, "I have never heard about any such technique. But, if we assume that having just 1 heart would keep him alive, it could mean that he just faked his death against Lord First." Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka nodded. They all analyzed the information. After some time, Fujin asked, "Sensei, who was the other guy?" Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, "You didn't see him in the bingo book?" Fujin answered, "The bingo book has way too many names. I probably forgot. I only read the S-rank ninjas in detail." Renjiro understood. The bingo books had a lot of names. It was impractical to remember everything. He said, "The other guy is Kaminari. He was an elite Jounin in Kumogakure. He is strong, and very close to being ranked S. He was deployed against Kirigakure in the Third War. So I never fought him before." Fujin was surprised. He thought, Akatsuki recruits ninjas who aren't S-ranked? I guess none of Kakuzu's previous partners was S-ranked. That's why they died at his hands. This guy will be killed by him as well. Fujin asked Renjiro, "Why did he go rogue?" Renjiro answered, "We don't have much information regarding that. He went missing after the Third War. We speculated that the Third Raikage passed the secrets of his lightning release, chakra mode to his son and not to him. That is why he couldn't master the lightning release, chakra mode, and hence didn't have any chance at becoming the 4th Raikage. Seeing that he has gone rogue, it looks like this is indeed the case." Fujin was surprised. He thought, "Oh well, no matter the world, nepotism exists everywhere." Fujin replied, "I see. That seems dumb." Renjiro nodded, "Yeah, it is." Fujin said, "Did you notice their cloaks, sensei?" Renjiro nodded. Fujin said, "They are both rogue ninjas. And both are very strong. Seeing that they both wore the same cloak, they probably have some organization behind them." Renjiro agreed, "Yes. It is disturbing. I'll ask Lord Hokage to look into this. If there are more ninjas at this level in this organization, then they could pose a threat to even Konoha." They moved alongside the longer path for around 10 minutes while discussing more. Mieko and Hoka complained about missing out and decided to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu after returning to the village. Team Renjiro flickered numerous times in order to ensure that they can't be chased. Mieko and Hoka also consumed a soldier pill each. While moving, Fujin wondered, Renjiro was never mentioned in the original story. Could it be because he was killed by Kakuzu? Then again, he is getting old. He could have just retired and stepped aside. And he probably became one of the thousands of nameless ninjas who participated in the Fourth War. Not much point thinking about it. Finally, Renjiro and Fujin received memories of their clones. Sweat immediately formed on Renjiro's face. He said in a shocked voice, "You were right, Fujin. Kakuzu is strong. Very strong. If we had stayed back, the most probable result would have been our death." Mieko and Hoka were shocked. Hoka asked, "He is stronger than even you, sensei?" Renjiro nodded. He answered, "Don't overestimate me. There are many who are stronger than me. While killing my clone, Kakuzu said something about taking my heart. I guess his longevity secrets have some relation with his multiple hearts. Also, he probably went a bit easier on my clone as he didn't want to damage my heart. If he was serious about killing me, my clone wouldn't have lasted that long." Mieko and Hoka were stunned by Renjiro's admission. Fujin wasn't surprised. He was well aware of how strong Kakuzu was. Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, "You did great. If it was known that you managed to injure Kaminari, your reputation would explode." Mieko and Hoka looked at Fujin with envy. Knowing their thoughts, Fujin looked at them with an innocent smile on his face and said, "I probably burned his right forearm with the clone explosion too." They immediately snorted and looked away. They both hated looking at Fujin's smug face. Fujin looked at Renjiro and said, "Keep it a secret if you can, sensei. I don't want a bounty so soon." Renjiro nodded. Getting attention wasn't always a good thing. He said, "I'll report it to Lord Hokage secretly. Mieko, Hoka, don't talk about this to anyone." Both nodded. As a ninja, keeping secrets was critical. The lesser others knew about you, the higher your chances of victory would be. Kaminari was much stronger than Fujin. The reason that Fujin managed to injure him was that he got overconfident and wasn't aware of Fujin's skill with the wind vacuum technique. Fujin looked at Renjiro and said, "Using long and wide-range ninjutsu is very useful. Especially when fighting against someone stronger." Renjiro nodded and said, "It's especially true for wind element. Facing Sunagakure in the desert is a nightmare. Even more so when they mix poison with it. But, don't get overconfident. Kaminari didn't go all out as your chakra would eventually run out. If you are outmatched, then this tactic is only good for wasting time." Fujin nodded. He had sensed that Kaminari stalled only because his fighting tactic was unsustainable. Fujin said, "I wonder if they will chase or not." Renjiro analyzed and said, "Probably no. They took 10 minutes to dispel our clones. Tracking would be tougher and they would have to move a lot faster." Fujin nodded. Chasing would be rather pointless now. But, they were both wrong. A bit later, both received the memories of their clones again. Fujin said, "That was impulsive." Renjiro nodded, "Yes, it was." Mieko and Hoka asked, "What happened, sensei?" Renjiro answered, "They tracked our clones." Kaminari attacked recklessly. All 4 clones surrounded him and exploded. He should be injured, but his life won't be in danger. I guess he was just annoyed at getting fooled. Mieko chuckled, "That would teach him a good lesson for chasing after us." Renjiro replied, "Don't take it too lightly. This time we were saved due to Fujin reading the bingo books. When we return, you and Hoka should read it too. Also, this tactic worked perfectly this time. Next time, it won't work so well. So work hard and become stronger." His students nodded. Though they got away without any injuries, the experience was very scary. After traveling for a bit, they finally reached the borders of the Land of Fire. Chapter 144. While they were entering, Renjiro suddenly stopped. His students looked at him. Hoka asked, "What happened, sensei?" Renjiro replied, "Kaminari died." His students were shocked. Mieko and Hoka thought, how could someone so strong die suddenly? Fujin recovered from the shock fastest and concluded, looks like Kakuzu killed him for his heart. Though Renjiro didn't say anything, he probably managed to destroy one heart with his clone. Most likely the lightning one. Hoka asked, how did he die, sensei? Renjiro answered, looks like they had an argument. When Kaminari turned his back, Kakuzu attacked him. His technique does depend on hearts. He stole his heart after killing. Renjiro thought hard. After some time, he said, don't tell anyone about him. I'll make a secret report to Lord Hokage and have him investigate Kakuzu. His students nodded. The death or betrayal of an elite jounin during peacetime would always be a huge deal. Such matters are better left to the village to handle. The team kept moving forward at a fast speed. Hoka asked, Sensei, aren't we going to go to the patrol outpost? Renjiro shook his head and answered, no. A lot of things happened during this mission. It's best to report to the village right away. As for Seiichi, I'll talk with him later. Fujin thought, yeah, that would be the best. Though we are inside the land of fire, I wouldn't call it safe. Due to eating the soldier pills, they weren't tired. So they continued moving without any breaks until they reached Konoha. Land of Rain. Deep within the dense forests of the Land of Rain, a hideout existed. Even light had difficulty reaching it. The number of people who were aware of its presence can be counted on one hand. A man sat still in this hideout. Suddenly, a figure began appearing from the ground. It appeared right in front of him. The man opened his eyes. His eyes shone with purple colors. Multiple circles can be seen in his eyes. White Zetsu said, pain. Pain! You won't believe what I saw. The man sitting was the Deva Path of Nagato. Pain looked at White Zetsu, waiting for it to say. But he didn't say anything. Pain asked, what did you see? White Zetsu said excitedly, Kakuzu and Kaminari fought against a squad from Konoha. The Konoha ninjas managed to run away and injured them. In the end, Kakuzu and Kaminari entered into an argument and Kakuzu killed him. Nagato was surprised. He asked, which squad of Konoha did they run into? Did the remaining two Sanins return? Black Zetsu replied, no. It was Senju Renjiro, an elite jounin from Konoha, and his students. Pain asked, how strong are he and his students? Black Zetsu replied, he has a bounty of 45 million ryo. He is quite strong, but not in S rank. His students just got promoted to Chunins. Nagato was surprised once again. However, soon he was disappointed. He thought, a squad of fresh Chunins led by an elite jounin managed to injure and run away from a couple of Akatsuki members. And they even caused an argument which resulted in one of my members dying. So disappointing. White Zetsu said, it was so surprising. Kaminari just turned his back to Kakuzu and got stabbed in the back. Nagato and Black Zetsu ignored White Zetsu. Black Zetsu asked, what do we do now? Pain answered, let Kakuzu move alone. Scout a partner for him that he can't kill. White Zetsu said, since Konoha ninjas fought with them, Konoha will now have information about us. If they focus on us, it may cause a lot of issues. They have some scary ninjas. Pain replied, they most likely already know about us. Even if they take any action against us, they are no threat. You don't need to worry about it. Just scout for stronger members. Zetsu nodded and left. White Zeta said, that was surprising. I thought he'd be upset or angry. Black Zetsu replied, he is strong. Even without Akatsuki, he could capture all 9-tailed beasts. So he doesn't attach any importance to weaklings who die so easily. White Zetsu smiled and said, yeah. His eyes are so scary. Zetsu would search for new members for Akatsuki. Unfortunately, Haiden won't complete his ritual for quite a few years. So many more Akatsuki members would die at Kakuzu's hands. Konoha. After traveling the whole night, Team Renjiro returned to Konoha early in the morning. En route, Renjiro imparted his vast knowledge to his students to prepare them for their future. After entering Konoha, they went to the Hokage building right away. They walked towards the Hokage's office. The door was closed. Renjiro walked forward to knock on the door. However, an Umbu ninja appeared in front of him. The Umbu ninja said in a serious tone, "Lord Hokage is busy. You will have to wait." Renjiro looked back at him and said, "It's important." The Umbu ninja was surprised. He knew Renjiro. He said, "Lord Hokage is having a meeting with the elders." Renjiro replied, "It's more important. Besides, it's good that the elders are there. They would like to hear my report as well." The Umbu ninja nodded and said, "Wait a few seconds." He knocked on the door. Inside the office, Hiruzen was discussing some matters with Hamura and Kahaku. They stopped as soon as they heard the knock. The Umbu ninja entered and said, "Lord Hokage, Senju Renjiro has returned and has something important to report." Hiruzen furrowed his eyebrows. He thought, knowing Renjiro, he wouldn't interrupt for no reason. He said, "All right, send him in." On hearing Hiruzen, Renjiro entered the office. His students followed him. The Umbu ninja left the office and closed the door. Hiruzen looked at Renjiro and asked, "How did the mission go, Renjiro?" Renjiro answered, "The mission went well. There were 16 rogue ninjas who were formerly from Kirigakure. We killed 13. I'll report the details later. What happened while we were returning is important." Hiruzen and the elders paid close attention. Renjiro was one of the very few active elite jounins in Konoha. If he thought something to be important, it would be a serious matter. Renjiro said, "We were attacked by 2 rogue ninjas while we were returning. One of them was Kaminari from Kumogakure." Hiruzen and the elders immediately became serious. Renjiro continued, "The other was called Kakuzu. He is a rogue ninja from Takigakure." Fujin remembered his data from the bingo book. Apparently, he had tried assassinating Lord First. This surprised them. Kahaku immediately said, "That can't be right. Even if it is, that person would be very old and not worth our attention." Renjiro replied, "He is stronger than me. He would easily be categorized as an S-rank ninja. Luckily we escaped while deceiving them with clones. Otherwise, even getting away would have been unlikely." This shocked them. Renjiro's strength was top tier in Konoha. Only 3 in Konoha could claim to be able to kill him without allowing him to escape. Hiruzen asked, "Even you wouldn't have been able to get away?" Renjiro nodded. He said, "Even more worrisome is that they were wearing the same uniform. Both wore black cloaks with red clouds on them." Hiruzen's eyes widened. Renjiro noticed it. Hiruzen said, "Akatsuki." After a pause, he continued, "It's where my treacherous student joined after betraying us." Renjiro was shocked. He asked, "Even Orochimaru is there? What do we know about this organization?" Hiruzen replied, "Not much. Jiraiya tracked Orochimaru and they entered into a fight. He got this information from Orochimaru. We did some searching. Apparently, it is a mercenary organization. IWA and smaller countries around it often employ them. We don't know much about them. Their leader is a mystery. So is their total number of members. Other than Orochimaru, we had heard just about Juzo joining them. And now we know about Kaminari and Kakuzu joining them as well." Renjiro analyzed and replied, "That's not much information." Hiruzen nodded. They discussed a bit about Akatsuki and what steps they should take. Renjiro proceeded to provide them with all the details of the encounter. Fujin, Hoka and Mieko paid attention and observed how Renjiro interacted with the leaders and provided the information. They noticed that Renjiro made no mention of Fujin's battle achievements against Kaminari. After half an hour of discussion, Hiruzen handed Team Renjiro the mission rewards. Hiruzen looked at the newly promoted Chunins who just had to undergo such a frightening encounter. He thought, "Sigh, I don't want such young kids to encounter such dangers." But since they survived, this incident will make them stronger. Should I reward them with something to motivate them more? As the thought crossed his mind, Hiruzen's gaze fell upon Fujin. He immediately decided, no, there is no need to. Team Renjiro was dismissed. They left the Hokage's building. Chapter 145, Renjiro looked at his students and said, "Come, let's go out to eat." His students followed him. Mieko asked, "Which restaurants are open at this time of the day, sensei?" Renjiro replied, "The ramen shop should be open. Follow quickly. It's my treat." He flickered. His students immediately began the race. They arrived at the shop and ordered their ramen. Renjiro asked, "What have you planned for the future?" Mieko replied, "I will join the Konoha police force." Hoka said, "My father will arrange for me to join a squad. So I will be doing more missions." Fujin answered, "I am not sure. I haven't thought about it. I guess I will spend some time mastering the wind vacuum technique." Renjiro thought and said, "Mieko, I know all Uchiha join the police force. However, there aren't many opportunities to fight in the police force. I would recommend you to go on a few missions. It will provide you with more experience that will be helpful in becoming a jounin." Mieko nodded and said, "Yes, sensei. If the police force isn't a challenge, then I'll take difficult missions as well." Renjiro smiled. He looked at Hoka and said, "Hoka, don't forget to train ninjutsu as well." Hoka nodded and said with reluctance, "Yes, sensei." Renjiro looked at Fujin and said, "Fujin, training is good. But don't forget to do missions as well. In a battlefield, your skills will grow at a much faster pace than in a training field." Fujin nodded and said, "Yes, sensei." Tucci served ramen. They began eating. While eating, Renjiro said, "Chunin is an important phase. Your leadership skills will be developed at this rank. And you will be able to undertake a variety of missions and cooperate with a large number of fellow Chunins. When undertaking missions, do a few missions with Chunins you have never worked with. It will help you understand the skills of a lot more ninjas. And you could also find techniques or jutsus that suit you perfectly. So keep your mind open and observe everyone properly." He took a pause and said with a serious tone, "Of course, the most important thing is that you take care of your life. Don't take unnecessary risks and complete the missions in the most efficient ways. Don't try to get interesting fights when you can finish your enemy off with lesser efforts." All three nodded seriously. Until now, they could play around as they had Renjiro looking after their backs. But that won't be the case anymore. Renjiro said, "There is another thing that I want you to know. Fujin, do you recall our conversation about Kekkai Jinkai?" Fujin thought for a bit and said, "Yes, sensei." Mieko asked, "What did you discuss?" Renjiro replied, "We didn't discuss much." He looked at Fujin and said, "Last time, I didn't tell you some details as you were still training. The truth is that other than inheriting a Kekkai Jinkai from a bloodline, you can also create a Kekkai Jinkai by fusing two natures." Mieko and Hoka were surprised to learn this. Fujin was shocked. He thought, what the hell? Kekkai Jinkai can be created? By people who don't have any relations to that bloodline? Mieko asked, "How can Kekkai Jinkai be created, sensei?" Renjiro said, "Let's take the example of Scorch Release. It is a Kekkai Jinkai that forms from the fire and wind natures. If a ninja has mastered these two natures and can fuse the two natures perfectly, then that ninja will be able to use Scorch Release." Mieko quickly asked in an excited tone, "Does this mean that I can have two Kekkai Jinkai?" Renjiro nodded and said, "If you can fuse two elements perfectly, then yes." He paused for a few seconds to let his students absorb this information. He continued, "However, it is almost impossible to do this. Very few are known to attain a Kekkai Jinkai through this method. I didn't tell you about this earlier because I didn't want you to waste your time on this. Even someone as talented and strong as Lord Hokage couldn't manage to do this." Fujin thought, "Oh. Even Hiruzen can't do it." But he said that very few could do this. Who were they? And how did they manage to fuse them? Mieko asked. How to fuse two elements, sensei? Renjiro smiled and answered, I don't know. I never managed to do it. The basic requirement is that you should have a complete mastery of two natures. Only then can you attempt to fuse them. No one from Konoha ever managed to do this. Lords 2nd and 3rd spent quite a few years trying this but never succeeded. One of the Sanins, Orochimaru, also tried without any success. But, we researched this a lot and concluded that managing to fuse two natures needs a lot of luck and maybe some sort of epiphany. While talent is also a factor, it isn't enough to achieve this. This information decreased the hopes of Fujin and Mieko. Hoka wasn't concerned about this. Fujin thought, an epiphany. I guess that is the only explanation that can explain the likes of Kakashi, Hiruzen and Orochimaru not achieving this. Still, this is definitely worth a try. Though I need to decide which elements to try. After analyzing, Fujin asked, Sensei, is this method only valid for elemental Kekkai Genkai? Can Kekkai Genkai such as Sharingan, Byakugan or Shikatsu Myaku also be created? Mieko and Hoka were surprised by this question. They both looked at Fujin as he had just mentioned their Kekkai Genkai. Renjiro answered, no. At least, there has been no record of those three Kekkai Genkai appearing outside their bloodlines. Fujin was disappointed. He sighed internally thinking, just when I thought I had an easier way to climb to the top. I am not sure how much aid an elemental Kekkai Genkai will provide me. But something like Sharingan or Shikatsu Myaku would have buffed me up a lot. Renjiro said, anyways, don't bother trying to fuse two natures anytime soon. None of you has even mastered one nature manipulation to a sufficient degree. Fusing would need two natures at a similar level as my earth and water natures. I told you just so that you guys would be aware. So that if one of you gets lucky and has that epiphany in the future, you won't miss out on the good fortune. The trio nodded. Fujin thought, my wind element is still not at that level? Guess there really is no need to consider this anytime soon. The group finished their ramen and left the shop. Renjiro looked at his students and said, I am glad that Lord Hokage assigned me as your sensei. You have become fine ninjas. All three respectfully bowed and said in unison, thank you for teaching and training us, sensei. Renjiro looked with an emotional look and said, leave. Take some rest. He flickered away. Fujin, Hoka and Mieko saw Renjiro flickering. Hoka said in a sad voice, I'll miss training under him. We got so strong in a year. Fujin nodded, yes. We were lucky to have him as our sensei. From what I have heard, other senseis don't put this much effort into their students. Mieko nodded and said, yes. Even my parents were very respectful of him. The trio looked at each other. Fujin said, I guess it means that we won't see each other often either. Hoka and Mieko nodded. Hoka said, well, we could take missions together once in a while. Mieko nodded, yes, that will be fun. She looked at Hoka and smirked, maybe you would learn something that could help you join my and Fujin's combo attack. Hoka's shoulders dropped. Though he had developed a lot of combination jutsus with Fujin and Mieko, none came close to Fujin and Mieko's wind and fire combination. Fujin said, I heard that Jiraiya of the Sanins uses oil jutsu to strengthen his fire jutsus. I am not sure if that is a part of water release. But if it is, then you can check that. That way both oil and wind would amplify Mieko's fire jutsu. Both Hoka and Mieko were surprised by the suggestion. Hoka said, I had never thought of oil. Mieko said, me neither. Fire, wind and oil combination seems very strong. Great idea, Fujin. Hoka asked, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Fujin shrugged and answered, I just had that thought. Besides, did you really want to learn more ninjutsu while our training was on? Hoka immediately became embarrassed. He replied, sorry, good point. The three exchanged glances. They didn't have any more words. Hoka said, let's leave guys. Good luck. Next time we meet, let's have a battle royale again. Hoka and Mieko grinned. Fujin replied, sure. Hopefully the next time you two will last longer. Fujin began laughing. Mieko and Hoka angrily looked at Fujin, but he had flickered away. Only his laugh could still be heard. Mieko said, that jerk is still as annoying as ever. Hoka sighed and said, yes. He was so quiet in the academy. I didn't think he'd have this side as well. Mieko said, anyways, see you later Hoka. Hoka nodded and replied, see you as well. They both left towards their home. Team Renjiro, which was assembled a year ago and completed 7 rank D, 41 rank C and 3 rank A missions, was finally disbanded. Chapter 142, Plans for the Future. Fujin went straight to his home after leaving. While moving, he thought, what a crazy mission. Never thought I'd run into Kakazu so early. I'm not ready to face Akatsuki. It's doubtful that I'd be anytime soon. Sigh, this world is so dangerous. I need to increase the intensity of my training. And I need better ways of escaping. I am not sure if wind instantaneous body jutsu would be sufficient. After reaching his house, Fujin jumped into his bed. He was mentally exhausted from the encounter and physically exhausted due to running non-stop for hundreds of kilometers. He fell asleep. He slept till late afternoon. After waking up, he thought, so what to do now? He thought for a bit and said, I will have to calculate a lot. Let me fill my stomach first. He went out for lunch and returned in the evening. Before returning, he went to the Hokage's building and booked the training ground 23 for himself for the next few months. After returning home, he grabbed a book and a pen and sat on his bed. He sat in a meditative pose and began analyzing. After a while, he opened his eyes. He concluded, Konoha is notoriously famous for being very strict with jounin promotions. It's safe to say that I won't become a jounin for at least 3 years. Likely more. So I won't get any access to any rank win jutsus for a long time. And I already have learned the good B rank win jutsus. So once I master those B rank win jutsus, I can work on diversifying my skill set. Problem is that there are way too many things that I want to learn. Right now, the most important thing is mastering air bullet jutsu and vacuum bullet jutsus. I need to be able to perform them without any hand signs. I also need to learn to shoot multiple vacuum bullets. But, from what Hiruzen said, I'll need quite some time before I'll be able to do it. He said that it will come naturally to me after performing a crazy number of vacuum bullet jutsus. But, he didn't say how many times I'd need to practice it. I will make a decision on this after learning to use it without any hand signs. Next, I'll need to learn the B rank win jutsus and perform them without hand signs as well. The next 2 important aspects are learning the lightning element and learning Fuinjutsu. I am not sure how easy or difficult the lightning element will be. Especially since I have to keep it a secret. As for Fuinjutsu, that should be easy. I can spam shadow clones for learning Fuinjutsu. But I won't be able to practice it alongside ninjutsu training. The best time to learn Fuinjutsu will be when I am learning lightning manipulation. But, it will have to stop when I start learning lightning jutsus. I'll make the decision when the time comes. After lightning and Fuinjutsu, I will try those ideas I have for wind jutsus. But, I am afraid that some of those applications of wind chakra could injure me if I don't control it perfectly. So I will need to learn mystical palm before it. My chakra control is very good, so learning mystical palm shouldn't be an issue. Right now, the skills that I'm happy with are the Senju Taijutsu style and Samurai Saber technique. My Taijutsu and swordsmanship are both excellent. Especially when paired with long-range wind jutsus. I would like to raise my Senju Taijutsu to Tsunade's way of fighting. But, it won't be easy. I had been trying it while training with Renjiro without a hint of success. Also, before I try to learn more ninjutsus, I have to sort out my current jutsus. I have learned quite a lot of jutsus. But I don't use a few of them. First, I have to decide which jutsus I want to keep using. Then I will have to perfect them. That leaves just Jinjutsu. I haven't focused on Jinjutsu much. My focus has been more on ninjutsu, taijutsu, and kinjutsu. I guess I should learn that Jinjutsu Tobirama had created to fight against the Uchiha. But for the rest, it's probably best to not even try. After all, no matter how skillful I may become, it's impossible to match the Sharingan and Jinjutsu. I might as well just focus on countering Jinjutsu. I would also like to learn Juinjutsu, but I guess that will follow after Fuinjutsu. So that can wait. I guess that's all for now. The only idea left is... Fujin extended his right forearm forward. He tightened his palm. Chakra appeared on his palm. It rotated at a high speed and began taking the form of a sphere. It was slightly unstable initially, but soon it maintained a proper sphere shape. Fujin thought, I haven't practiced Rasengan at all for over a year. I could barely form it before I graduated. Now, I need to master this jutsu properly. From the time I graduated, my chakra reserves and control have improved many folds. So mastering Rasengan shouldn't be taxing now. I need to be able to use it in combat situations. He went back to his bed and began writing down all the jutsus that he had learned so far. Transformation Jutsu. Clone Jutsu. Substitution Jutsu. Body Flicker Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Rasengan. Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu. Wind Release. Gale Jutsu Jutsu. Wind Clone Jutsu. Wind Levitation Jutsu. Projectile Control Jutsu. Wind Retreating Jutsu. Gale Surge Jutsu. Breakthrough Jutsu. Dust Cloud Jutsu. Wind Explosion Jutsu. Propelling Winds Jutsu. Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu. Wind Gale Wolf Jutsu. Wind Dragon Jutsu. Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu. Wind Sword Jutsu. Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Wind Torpedo Jutsu. Air Bullet Jutsu. Vacuum Sphere Jutsu. Vacuum Bullet Jutsu. Earth Release. Rock Shield Jutsu. Earth Military Movement Jutsu. Mud Mode Jutsu. Earth Release Camp Jutsu. Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu. Earth Holding Jutsu. Earth Wall Jutsu. Jinjutsu. Double Vision Jutsu. Demonic Illusion, Hell Viewing Jutsu. Fujin saw the list and had just one thought, when the fuck did I learn 37 jutsus? He sighed and exclaimed, no wonder I felt the need to sort my jutsus. Sigh, this is so much work. N, it really is, lol. He began analyzing all his jutsus and their utility. After what seemed like an epic, Fujin was finally done. He concluded his thoughts, among 36 jutsus, only 3 jutsus are completely useless for me. Clone Jutsu, Wind Torpedo Jutsu and Earth Holding Jutsu. Wind clones are a much better option as compared to Clone Jutsu. As for Wind Torpedo Jutsu, Vacuum Bullet Jutsu does a much better job. As for Earth Holding Jutsu, it is too slow to be useful for anything. There are also some redundancies. Breakthrough, Great Breakthrough, and Infinite Breakthrough Jutsus are just advanced forms of each other. In fact, aspects of both jutsus are covered in the Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. So, once I master the Infinite Breakthrough, I'll be able to increase its power by supercharging or decrease its power to Great Breakthrough or even Breakthrough by just controlling my chakra. It is the same with Rock Shield and Earth Wall Jutsus, and with Earth Military Movement and Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsus. Then, there are some very basic jutsus. Gale, Wind Retrieving, Projectile Control, Wind Levitation Jutsu, Propelling Winds Jutsu and Dust Cloud Jutsus. Though these jutsus seem good, they don't work in a fast-paced battle. But, I have already mastered them. And I have a cool idea for them. So I'll set them aside for now. Next are Utility Jutsus. These can provide some uses. Gale Jutsu can be used to cover up footprints and smell. Earth Release Camp Jutsu can be used to make a hideout. Mud Mode Jutsu can be used to set up traps. These jutsus are handy, but I don't need to master them as I won't use them in battle. Now, for the important part. That is combat. I will divide jutsus into 4 parts: offense, defense, movement, and support. For defense, I have Earth Wall Jutsu and Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu. Both are good and mastered. And I have some ideas to improve the Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsu. And I always have the option of escaping underground. This should be sufficient. For movement, I have Substitution Jutsu, Body Flicker Jutsu, Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu, and Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu. All 4 have been mastered. I wonder if there would be any lightning jutsu that promotes speed in the library. Anyways, this is good for now. The only ways that I know to improve this substantially are learning the lightning chakra mode or flying thunder god. For support, I have Shadow Clone and Wind Clone jutsus. Both are good, especially when combined with Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu. I also want to transform Wind Dragon Jutsu and Gale Wind Wolf Jutsu into support. Otherwise, they aren't very effective. Lastly, offense. I guess I can further divide offense into close range, mid-range, and long range. For close range offense, well, that's a surprise. I only have Rasengan. Makes sense, I suppose. My sword is plenty. And my taijutsu is good as well. I guess I can improve this further by learning Elemental Rasengan and maybe a jutsu like Chidori. For mid-range offense, I have Wind Explosion Jutsu, Wind Sword Jutsu, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu, Air Bullet Jutsu, Vacuum Bullet Jutsu, and Vacuum Sphere Jutsu. I should stop using Wind Explosion and Air Bullet as soon as I can. And instead, use Vacuum Sphere and Vacuum Bullet. Only with sufficient practice will I be able to reach a stage where vacuum jutsus feel as natural as those jutsus. I guess Jin Jutsu would come under mid-range offense as well. I need to try using these 2 jutsus during missions against enemy chunins and see how effective they are. Though, in the long run, they won't be very effective. Lastly, long-range offense. All my support jutsus double up as long-range offense. Infinite Breakthrough and Vacuum Bullet jutsus also double up as long-range jutsus. Especially Vacuum Bullet, which has a fearsome penetrating power. Alright, this is it. That covers all my jutsus. I can form a battle system. Senju Taijutsu style and swordsmanship for close range. Vacuum Bullet, Wind Sword, Vacuum Sphere, and Infinite Breakthrough for mid and long range attacks. Earth Wall and Spinning Shield of Wind for defense. Wind and Shadow Clones for support. Body Flicker and Substitution for dodging. Wind/Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsus for escaping. And my Chakra Field to sense or scout enemies. The only aspects that are missing are healing and maybe sealing. Once I learn Mystical Palm Jutsu and a good seal, I should be a complete ninja who covers all aspects. Once this is done, I will pick one aspect and just focus on it till I reach among the top tier ninjas in that aspect. Fujin's face became very determined. The determination to become strong could be seen in his eyes. Fujin once again looked at the jutsus he had written and sighed, to think that just analyzing my current skills will get so complicated. That too when I have just focused on only one element. What a mess will this become if I master a few more elements and learn more jutsus. Fujin took one final look at the book. Suddenly, chakra appeared in his hands and covered the book. The book was shredded into tiny pieces. Fujin used Wind Levitation Jutsu to keep the small pieces afloat. He collected them and burned everything, leaving no signs of it. With the jutsus analyzed, Fujin began thinking about Renjiro's words, so elements can be fused to create a Kekkai Genkai, While I had thought, I really didn't think it'd be possible. But, should I try to create one? Fujin began thinking. After a while, he concluded, an elemental Kekkai Genkai is very helpful in distinguishing from other normal ninjas. If I were to master an elemental Kekkei Jinkai at this very moment, I'll become strong enough to confront veteran Jounins by myself. I might not win, but fighting equally and retreating would be very easy. But, beyond this, an elemental Kekkei Jinkai isn't much help. At max, I can expect to reach the elite Jounin level. But considering that it'll be a few years till I master 2 elements, I should already be close to that level. So an elemental Kekkei Jinkai wouldn't be that useful. Another question is that if I decide to create one, which Kekkei Jinkai should I create? My top 2 elements are wind and lightning. That gives swift release. My third element is fire. I am not sure what fire and lightning do together. Fire and wind together should give scorch release. Scorch release is relatively good. The only known user was at S rank. So getting it could be a good help to reach that level. As for swift release, their bloodline was wiped out during the warring period. Though a few swift release users pop up, none have been famous. And there is barely any information in the library. That said, swift release is a bit unidimensional. All it does is increase speed. And I am already very fast. The main question will be, does swift release amplify my max speed? Or would it just help me reach some default speed and be useless if I already exceed that speed? If it's the latter, then it'll be a waste. But if it's the former, then it can be insanely good. If in the future I get my hands on the Raikage Lightning Chakra mode technique and combine it with swift release and my own speed and they all stack up, I'll easily be the fastest ninja ever. And there is no need to even think about how overpowered that speed would make me. Especially if I even add the Flying Thunder God to the mix. Suddenly, Fujin stopped thinking. A wry smile appeared on Fujin's face as he realized, I am dreaming needlessly. I don't know whether I'd manage to learn even one of those 3 skills, let alone all 3. Not to mention, I have no whatsoever expertise in fire or lightning elements. I haven't learned even a single jutsu of those 2 elements. And Renjiro said that even my wind nature hasn't reached that level. So it's pointless to think or dream about this right now. After concluding his thoughts, Fujin decided, I'll rest for today. Tomorrow morning, my solo training begins. Chapter 147, Fujin woke up at 4:30 a.m. After freshening up, he turned up his training seal's power to 60% and left for the training ground he had booked. He began the physical training that Renjiro used to put them under. He trained hard till 9 a.m. After a short break to rest and eat, he began practicing the air bullet jutsu. His aim was to reduce its required hand signs to 0. He trained for a couple of hours, before taking a break for lunch. He trained another couple of hours after lunch, till his chakra started to drop low. He sighed, so stupid. I didn't consider the fact that I will run out of chakra. Especially while practicing B-rank jutsus. Anyways, what to do? I could increase my stamina by consuming soldier pills. But it won't be healthy in the long run. I guess I should just devote time to other activities. When I am close to running out of chakra, I should go to the library and read Fuinjutsu scrolls. Though Ichiraku comes first. And once my chakra has regenerated, I can do something less chakra intensive. So I suppose taijutsu or kinjutsu. Alright, let's do that. I'll practice sword fighting with a shadow clone. Fujin left for Ichiraku. He filled his stomach with a few bowls of ramen and went to the library. He thought, I have completed the Fuinjutsu scrolls from sections E and D during the academy days. Let's see what the scroll in section C has. He entered the C section of the library. He searched for a bit and found the scroll he was looking for. He grabbed the scroll and went to a desk and sat down. The title of the scroll was Intermediate Fuinjutsu Guide. He opened it and began reading it. He read the entire scroll in one go and summarized, so finger carving seal is at intermediate level. And so is the 5 seal barrier. Considering that this barrier stopped a Jinchuriki, a medical ninja surpassed only by Tsunade, an S-rank ninja and a former S-rank ninja, I thought that it would be much higher in rank. Still, it is very complicated. Learning it will be tough. Binding cloth is also here. It was what was used to seal the Edo Tensei. But, the seal tag isn't here. Binding cloth without that sealing tag is kinda useless. And lastly, there are details about making explosion tags. Sigh, there isn't much in this scroll. It was disappointing. I hope that the scroll in the B section has better and more Fuinjutsu. He closed the scroll, put it back where it was and went to the B section. The number of scrolls in the B section was very low. But, when he found what he was looking for, he was surprised. Fujin thought, what the hell? The C section barely had anything related to Fuinjutsu. And this section has 6 scrolls? He began reading the names of each scroll. They were titled Advanced Fuinjutsu Theory, Miscellaneous Seals I, Miscellaneous Seals 2, Miscellaneous Seals 3, Battlefield Seals, Sealing Tags. Fujin grabbed the Advanced Fuinjutsu Theory scroll and began reading. This scroll had a lot of advanced level theories about Fuinjutsu. It introduced a few more special characters that were needed to make more seals. And it described the information about other scrolls. After reading, Fujin analyzed so many additional theories. But many of them haven't been implemented successfully yet. Anyways, the miscellaneous seals scrolls apparently have a lot of seals to make daily life easier. They were made for the benefit of the common people and to promote safer trade and transport. Looks like it was a project undertaken by Yuzushiobikure, but left incomplete due to its destruction. The Battlefield Seals scroll has seals that can be used on the battlefield. Though they aren't useful in an actual battle, they can be used for other purposes. And lastly, the Sealing Tag scroll. This is what I am looking forward to the most. Additionally, the scroll also says that if I manage to learn all the seals in these 5 scrolls, I will be considered a seal master. He put back the scroll and grabbed the Sealing Tag scroll and began reading it. His excitement dropped a bit. He analyzed, there are only 3 seals here. The Sealing Tag, which can be used to seal Edo Tensei. It can also be used to stop summons and has quite a few applications. Then there is the chakra suppression seal that Renjiro used. And lastly, the barrier tag. It can be used to form barriers, though it needs maintenance. So I can't use this and leave. Anyways, though not plenty, they are good. Kinda wished that the 4-symbol seal or 5-element seal was here. But looks like they will be in the A section. Or at least I hope so. It would suck if it isn't available in the library at all. He changed the scroll for Battlefield Seals and began reading. This scroll had a lot of seals. After reading them all, Fujin analyzed, wow! I didn't think this would be so useful. There are seals for all sorts of battlefield applications. Fujin's surprise wasn't unwarranted. The scroll had seals to isolate sound. It even had seals to absorb light and make a place or object very difficult to see. In addition, there were seals to prevent being seen by the Byakugan or the Sharingan or even by sensors. Fujin guessed that these were the seals used by those Kiri squads who they eliminated inside the Land of Fire. There were a lot more useful seals in the scroll. Fujin was very impressed. He thought, no wonder Yuzushiobikure was eliminated. These seals are very potent. If an entire army learnt these seals, they would become a nightmare to face, especially in the midst of battle. Finally, he began reading the miscellaneous scrolls. While reading, Fujin's eyes lit up. The seals that were in the meditation room in the central tower of the Forest of Death in these scrolls. Even the seals on his training seal were in these scrolls. After reading all 3 scrolls, he concluded, these seals are good too. If the 5 big villages had cooperated and focused on these, then this world might have been a much better place. These seals are very good to develop this world quickly. Anyways, the most useful seals for me would be the ones used in that meditation room. In addition, there are also storage seals that can store living things safely. These too could be useful. After reading all the scrolls, Fujin put them back and sat in the library. He analyzed, there is a heck of a lot to learn in Fuinjutsu. Actually, much of the stuff in the B section should have been placed in the C section. But I guess the village wanted to restrict their access to elite shunins and above. I'll need a lot of time to master these. Fortunately, I do have a lot of time. Additionally, I should check all the scrolls in the B section. It would be good if I find any good jutsus. More importantly, I want to see if there are any barrier jutsus. But, I guess they can wait. Let me complete my current plans. He left the library and returned back to the training ground. He made a hand sign and created a shadow clone. The shadow clone appeared in front of him. Fujin summoned a couple of normal swords from his scroll. Both grabbed one sword each. They began fighting without exchanging any words. The main focus of the spar was swordsmanship. Neither used chakra flow. After a couple of hours, Fujin and his clone were standing in front of each other. Both were breathing hard. The clone stabbed the sword into the ground and said, "My chakra is exhausted." It dispelled. Fujin received all his memories and experiences. Fujin thought, this is good. Getting experience from both sides provides me with both perspectives. He sealed the sword back and left for yakiniku. He needed a lot of meat to keep up with his planned routine. From the next day onwards, Fujin settled into this routine. In the morning, he would do physical training. That would be followed up by practicing and trying to master the air bullet jutsu. Once he ran low on chakra, he would either go to the library and read the seals or meditate. And he would end his training with Kenjutsu practice. Chapter 148. On the 7th day of this routine, when Fujin returned back to his home, he noticed an envelope attached to his door. Fujin thought, that's new. He ripped it off and began reading. He thought, oh, this is a notice to call me to the mission office in the Hokage's office tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. Did the hot water daimyo send the bounty rewards? The next morning, Fujin began training once again. He ended his morning training an hour earlier and went to the Hokage building. On reaching, he saw Hoka and Mieko. He went up to them. Hoka asked, "Hey Fujin, how have you been doing?" Fujin replied, "Well, I got back to training. What about you guys?" Mieko gave Fujin the stink eye and said, "Back to training already? You need to get a hobby, Fujin." Fujin smirked and replied, "Training is a hobby." Mieko scoffed at his reply. Fujin looked at her and said in his mind, "Unlike you, I have more than a year to live." Hoka said, "Stop arguing. Let's go inside." The trio went inside. Fujin was thinking, Naruto and Sasuke should be 7 years old when the academy starts. So I guess the Uchiha massacre will happen in the next 12 months. My transmigration shouldn't have affected the politics around this incident. The only thing that could be considered is Hiruzen teaching Mieko. But, I don't think it'll have much of an impact. They reached the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. Hatake Takao opened the door and looked at them and said, "The bandit exterminators?" Just 3 words instantly annoyed the trio. All their faces became dark. He said, "Come in." The trio entered the office with dark faces. Hiruzen stopped doing paperwork and looked at them. He wondered, why do they look like they have come here to give me money instead of coming here to take money? Takao opened a drawer and grabbed 3 packets. He handed one to each one of them. Hiruzen said, "You guys did a great job in the land of hot water. The joint commander of the mission, Takuyai, and their daimyo praised your work a lot." He looked at the package in their hands and said, "These are the bounty rewards that daimyo has sent for you. Fujin, yours has 4.5 million ryo. Mieko and Hoka, your packets have 2.5 million ryo each." Fujin saw his packet and thought, rank A missions give a shitload of money. Hiruzen's eyes didn't miss Fujin looking at his packet. He thought, this brat is very greedy. I have to ensure that he doesn't pick up any bad habits. He asked, "What are you 3 planning to do with the money?" Mieko answered, "Nothing. My mom will take it all and put it in the bank. I can have access to it when I'm older. Hoka said, same here. Though I'll be asking my dad to get me more tools to improve my strength. Hiruzen looked at Fujin. What about you, Fujin? Fujin thought for a bit and said, I'll probably buy a new house. The one that the academy assigned me is too small and kinda old. Hiruzen was surprised. He never thought that Fujin would consider housing. Most orphans would live in their assigned houses for a long time. They would usually move out only when they get married. Hoka and Mieko were surprised as well. Hoka said, that's good. Good luck, Fujin. Mieko added, yes, good luck, Fujin. Invite us when it's ready. Fujin nodded. Hiruzen said, good. Takao, arrange for a proper contractor to meet up with Fujin. Good luck, Fujin. Fujin nodded and thanked him. They left the office. Takao followed Fujin. He said, Fujin, follow me. Mieko and Hoka said goodbyes and left for their respective homes. Fujin followed Takao. He led Fujin to a huge shop. It was quite close to the Hokage building. Fujin observed the shop. Many workers were working here. And all seemed busy. He entered and said, Old man Eiji. An old man looked at the entrance. He was around 60 years old. All his hair was white, but his back was still upright. Seeing Takao, he walked towards him. Takao began walking towards him. Fujin followed. Eiji said, Takao. To what do I owe the pleasure? Does Lord Hokage require my services? Takao shook his head. He said, this young man is planning to buy a house. Lord Hokage sees a lot of promise in him. So he asked me to recommend you to this young man. Eiji took a good look at Fujin. He suddenly realized and said, Fujin-kun. I remember watching you in the Chunin exams. No wonder Lord Hokage values your talent. Fujin thought, wow, I didn't think I'd be recognized. Does that make me a minor celebrity? Haha. The old man continued, I actually lost some money in the betting. But seeing promising young men like you was worth it. Ha ha ha. He began laughing loudly. Fujin watched him with a deadpan look. Takao looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, old man Eiji here is one of the best architects in Konoha. He has built many houses and usually has a few on sale too. He will give you the best deals. So choose the house you like. Fujin nodded. Takao left. Eiji watched his back as he left. Though Takao spoke only a few simple sentences, which any outsider might think were casual, there were a lot of hidden messages in them. Even Fujin didn't notice any. When he said that Hokage found Fujin promising, it meant that Fujin was someone with a bright future. Eiji shouldn't try to be underhanded with him or take advantage of his younger age. When Takao told Fujin that Eiji would give him the best deals, it was actually a message for Eiji to give Fujin the best deal he could and only make minimal profits. Eiji obviously picked up on them. This wasn't the first time he had interacted with Takao. While he was impressed with Fujin's dominance in the Chunin exams, he was more impressed with the fact that he made Takao speak for him. Usually, Eiji would give the job of showing houses to one of his employees. But since Takao brought Fujin, he decided to attend to him. He looked at Fujin and asked with a smile on his face, So Fujin-kun, have you decided on what type of house you want? Fujin thought for a bit and answered, I haven't decided much. The only requirements I have are that it'd be big and spacious. Eiji looked at Fujin for a second and thought, that is pretty much like saying nothing. Fujin looked at him and asked, Can you show me some houses first? He said, Sure. Can you tell me what your budget is? Fujin replied, That will depend on the house. Eiji was speechless by the reply. He sighed and thought, this will be a long day. He didn't know how right he was. He nodded and said, All right. Follow me. He began walking outside. All the prime area in Konoha was already sold and occupied. So no place near the Hokage's buildings was for sale. They walked a few blocks away. After walking a bit, they reached a place where 5 houses had just been built. Eiji said, "In this area, I have just constructed these 5 houses. Check if you like any of them." Fujin observed the houses. From the outside, all looked great. All were built on an area of around 1,200 square feet. And all houses had a spacious living room on the ground floor along with a kitchen and a bathroom. On the upper floor, there were multiple master bedrooms. Fujin thought, not bad. The houses are good. Well, at least much better than my current one. But none of them has a basement. I could try to build a basement using the camp jutsu, but I am not sure that it won't harm the foundation of the house. Also, the houses are kinda close to each other. Though they are separated by a fence, I'd like it if the houses were farther apart. Eiji stayed outside and watched Fujin. He just kept flickering from one house to another. He chuckled, kids. So enthusiastic about everything. Though this one would not be in his budget. Unless of course Lord Hokage is paying for it. After a few minutes, Fujin left the house. He looked to be in thought. Eiji asked, "Did you like the houses, Fujin-kun?" Fujin looked at him smiling. He answered, "Yes, they are well built. But, do you have any houses that are not close to other houses? Also, it'd be great if they have basements." Eiji didn't expect that reply. He thought, these are a few of my best houses. But he doesn't look impressed at all. Chapter 149, he said, "Why do you want your house to not be close to other houses?" Fujin tilted his head and said, "I did say I want them to be spacious, right?" Eiji was surprised again. He thought, what do you plan on doing with so much space? He said, "These are my houses with large empty spaces around them. I do have a few with even larger space. But they don't have any basements. As for the ones with basements, they don't have a large space around them." Fujin thought and said, "Can you show them to me?" Eiji nodded and said, "Sure, follow me." They began walking to the next house. While walking, Fujin asked, "How much were those houses for Mr. Eiji?" Eiji replied, "I can sell one of those houses to you for 2.2 million ryo. He thought, they can go for over 3 million ryo. But due to the cow's words, I can sell them for just above my bottom line." Fujin was surprised. He thought, so an elemental crystal is worth more than one house? Renjiro wasn't kidding about their rarity. Eiji took Fujin to look at a lot of houses. The one Fujin liked the most was a 2-story house built in a 1,500 square foot area. The land around the house was unoccupied. But it didn't have a basement. And the roads around the houses were quite busy. Since the house was in a good area, it was very pricey too. After seeing all of the houses, Fujin asked, "Do you construct new houses as well?" Eiji was tired from taking Fujin on a tour. He answered, "Yes, I do." Fujin asked, "So, can you make a new house for me with a new design?" Eiji's eyes twitched. After hours of touring, he wants me to build a new house? He said, "Building a new house takes time. And you will have to buy the land first." Fujin looked at him with a confused look and asked, "Don't you have contacts with any sellers of land? How did you build all these houses?" Eiji didn't reply. He didn't want to argue against Fujin. It just felt like hitting his head on a wall. He sighed and said, "Yes. But buying land suddenly is very expensive. Especially if you want it in a good area. Only the land at the outskirts of the village would be cheaply available." Fujin thought a bit and said, "Being on the outskirts of the village doesn't matter. It'll be best if it's closer to the training grounds." Eiji said, "Okay. I'll contact a friend of mine. Meet me back at the shop after a couple of hours." Fujin nodded. He said, "Thank you for taking the time to show me the houses." Eiji's dissatisfaction with Fujin decreased. He watched Fujin as he left and sighed, he is an orphan. No wonder he was speaking so formally and without much emotion. I guess that he is still an innocent kid. But, Why are his demands for a house so strict? He sighed and went to contact his old friend who usually sold him the land. Fujin had lunch and went to Eiji's shop in the afternoon. On entering the shop, he spotted another old guy next to Eiji. When Fujin arrived, they showed him a map of Konoha that showed the plots he had for sale. There were 5 that were suitable for Fujin. However, 3 of them were close to the residential areas of the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Aburame clans. Fujin didn't consider those. One of the plots caught his eye though. It was a 2,500 square meters, around 26k square feet, plot. It was about 100 meters away from the civilian residential area. No clan was close to this place. And Training Ground 23 was very close to here. Fujin visited the plot along with the 2 old men and decided to buy it. Eiji was shocked again. Today was not a good day for his heart. He asked, "You want to buy the whole plot and not just a small part of it to build your house?" His friend looked at him with a frown on his face. He was stopping his business. Fujin said, "Oh, we can buy a small part of it as well." "What's its cost?" Eiji's friend replied, "That area is very far from the center of the village. So the prices are cheap. I can sell a 1,000 square feet area plot for 100,000 ryo. But, if you buy the entire plot, I can sell it to you for 2 million ryo." Fujin thought, "Not bad, that's much better. Though still quite expensive. Anyways, I don't have any big expenses lined up." He looked at Eiji and asked, "How much will constructing a house cost?" Eiji answered, "It depends on how big a house you want. A house like the ones I showed you first will cost around 500,000 ryo to construct." Fujin replied, "Great." He looked at his friend and said, "I'll buy the entire plot then. Can you go any cheaper, old man?" Eiji and his friend only had one thought, how rich is this kid? Fujin bargained over the price for a bit. In the end, he bought the whole plot for 1.6 million ryo. They did all the paperwork for the land transfer. Fujin then discussed the design of the house with Eiji. Eiji showed some of his plans. In the end, Fujin decided on a great-looking design, built on an area of 4,000 square feet at the center of the plot, with 3 stories and 2 basement floors. They began discussing the price and the time needed to construct the house. Eiji had seen Fujin bargain earlier. He said, "Don't bother discussing the price of construction with me. I'll quote you the lowest price. Constructing this house will cost you 1.8 million ryo and it will take around 7 to 8 months to be entirely built." Fujin frowned, 7 to 8 months? That long? Eiji sighed and replied, "Do you think making a house is easy, kid? My men will first have to dig a deep hole to lay down a proper foundation. The digging itself will take 2 to 3 months. And your house will be very big. So we will need time to make it properly." Fujin thought, "That's reasonable." He asked, "I have one question, old man. Will you be digging the entire ground, or do you have to leave some pillars for support?" Eiji was surprised by that question. He didn't expect to hear it from Fujin. He replied, "We will be digging the entire ground. Pillars made from the ground aren't very sturdy." Fujin said, "Okay, I can get the digging done quickly then." Eiji asked, "Do you have an affinity for earth nature manipulation?" Fujin was surprised. He thought, "I didn't expect a civilian to know about nature manipulation. Makes sense though. There should have been other ninjas who did the same." He nodded, "Yes." Eiji replied, "That's great. All right then. Once you have completed digging, I will reduce the construction costs depending on how much work is done." Fujin nodded and asked, "Another question. Will this house be able to withstand any attacks?" Eiji replied, "Only very weaker ones. If you want, I can invite a seal master to inscribe seals on your house to make it more sturdy. But even then, it won't be able to stop something very powerful. But, we are in Konoha. Such attacks won't happen on us anyways." Fujin looked at him thinking, "Yeah, there will be 2 deadly attacks on us within a decade. The house is certain to be destroyed by pain. I'd just prefer it to survive sound and sand invasion. Fujin said, all right. You can invite the seal master then. Eiji replied, inviting a seal master will increase the costs. Fujin asked, how much? Eiji answered, I will have to talk with him. You can expect an additional 500,000 to 1 million ryo cost. Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, fucking million ryo for just inscribing some seals? If money could be used to get stronger, I'd have stopped going for missions and worked as a seal master all the time. Fujin said, all right. Eiji replied, I will need a week to test this ground and decide on a plan to proceed. So come to my shop after a week. Once I have marked everything, you can dig the hole. Fujin nodded and left. While leaving he thought, I didn't think that I would blow up almost the entire bounty rewards on the house. I could have saved money on the seal master. But I haven't ever professionally worked as a seal master other than selling storage scrolls. And, putting seals on the house once it is done won't be as effective as applying them while constructing it. Let's forget it, I am not short on money. So it's fine. I will have to inspect the seals later though. I doubt a professional would try anything funny, but it is always better to be vigilant. Fuinjutsu has a lot of applications. Chapter 150, the next day, Fujin returned to his training routine. A few days later, Fujin was breathing heavily. However, there was a big smile on his face. The trees in front of him were riddled with holes. He exclaimed, finally! I can perform vacuum bullets without using hand signs. In 11 days of training, Fujin had mastered the air bullet jutsu. The hand signs for the vacuum bullet jutsu were the same as the air bullet jutsu. He was able to perform it without hand signs a minute after mastering the air bullet jutsu. He practiced the vacuum bullet jutsu till he was comfortable and then began practicing the infinite breakthrough jutsu. On the appointed day, he met up with Eiji. Eiji had marked his entire plot. Eiji showed him the markings and told him where and how deep to dig. Eiji and his employees cleared the area and watched with anticipation. They were looking forward to Fujin's display. In the past, they had seen some amazing feats. Unfortunately, they would be disappointed. They stood for a couple of hours to see Fujin use Earth Camp Jutsu a few hundred times to dig up the hole. In fact, most got bored and left with disappointment. Fujin checked his work and left the hole. He walked towards Eiji only to see a dumbfounded expression on his face. He asked, "What's the matter?" Eiji sighed and replied, "Nothing." Fujin said, "Please check if everything is all right." Eiji complained in his heart, "How can there be any mistakes when you work so slowly?" He said, "It's all right. It'll decrease your construction cost by 400,000 ryo. I also talked with a seal master. We decided on 600,000 ryo cost. Is that all right?" Fujin nodded and asked, "Can I watch when he inscribes the seals?" Eiji said, "Sure. It's your house after all. I'll send a worker to your house to give you the message." Fujin thanked him and left back for training. The next afternoon, Fujin was practicing the infinite breakthrough jutsu. He had already learned how to use it without any hand signs. Its similarity with the great breakthrough jutsu allowed Fujin to master it quickly. He was now practicing supercharging this jutsu quickly. However, he suddenly stopped practicing and looked in a direction. He thought, someone entered the training ground? Who? The chakra signature is very low. So either he is weak or good at hiding his chakra level. The person Fujin sensed was moving towards him. Fujin stopped practicing and waited to see who it was. After a little while, a young man in his early 20s appeared. He looked at Fujin and asked, "Hey, you are Fujin, right?" Fujin nodded and asked, "Yes." "Who are you?" He answered, "I am Endo Tadao. I came here to call you to the mission center." "You are called there." /N, calling the office where Team Renjiro was assigned missions as mission center from this point onwards. Fujin thought, are they finally assigning me a mission? Is he a messenger or someone who works there? He replied, all right, I will be there. Tadao looked at Fujin. He seemed to have no intention to leave. He said, can you leave now? They have called you immediately. Fujin sighed and said, all right. Tadao expected Fujin to follow him back. However, Fujin just disappeared. He was shocked. What the hell? I just blinked my eyes and he disappeared. He immediately looked around himself but didn't find anyone. However, he saw the destruction Fujin had caused in that training ground. He muttered, he really left like that. Shichiro wasn't lying about his skill and strength. He turned around and began running back to the Hokage building. Fujin flickered to the Hokage building. He entered the building and walked into the mission center. On entering, he saw a few Chunins who were working there. In addition, there were a few more ninjas. Looking at Fujin, one of the Chunin officers stood up and called him. Fujin recognized him. He was the one who assigned most of the bandit hunting missions to Team Renjiro. Fujin walked towards him while noticing two other ninjas standing in front of his desk. Shichiro said, Fujin-kun, long time no see. Fujin nodded. He hadn't taken a mission from this room since the mission to the Land of Tea. Shichiro asked, where is Tadao? Fujin replied, the messenger? Not sure. I came here after he asked me to. Shichiro was dumbfounded. He sighed and said, he isn't the messenger. He will be your teammate for the next mission. Fujin thought, really? He seemed weak. Was he hiding his strength? Shichiro introduced the two ninjas next to him. He is Kimiyama Yasuoka and he is Obe Kani. Along with Endo Tadao, they will be in your team. You will be the leader of this team for this mission. Fujin's eyebrows twitched. He thought, both their chakra levels are weak as well. Don't tell me. Shichiro took a document and handed it to Fujin. Fujin read the title and his face immediately became dark. Shichiro said, your mission is to eliminate this new bandit group. They have been creating a lot of trouble. Fujin looked at him and handed him the document back. He said, I don't want it. Call me when you have any rank B mission for me. Yasuoka and Kani burned in embarrassment. A kid half their age was refusing to do a mission they couldn't undertake without supervision. Shichiro sighed and said, Fujin, you have just become a Chunin. Even if you are assigned a rank B mission, you won't be selected as the team leader. That role will be taken by the more experienced Chunins. You will have to undertake rank C missions to build up your leadership skills. Only once you lead in a large number of rank C missions will you be able to lead rank B missions. Fujin observed Shichiro. He sensed that he wasn't lying. But he also sensed that what he said was complete bullshit. The reason that he was giving him this mission was just so he could get a laugh from Fujin's reaction. Fujin was sure that he would give Hoka and Mieko bandit elimination missions as well. Fujin was about to leave, but Shichiro stopped him and began giving a number of reasons to take this mission. Wanting to get him off his back, Fujin finally agreed. However, he said, this is the last time I am taking a rank C mission. The next time you assign me a bandit elimination mission, I'll forge evidence that you are their ring leader. Shichiro smiled and handed him the document back. Tadao finally returned to the mission center. He was breathing heavily. Fujin looked at his three new subordinates and asked, when do you guys want to leave for the mission? Yasuoka answered, we are ready to leave anytime. Fujin said, all right. Let's meet at the village gate in a couple of hours. Fujin left to have his lunch. Tadao, Yasuoka and Kani saw him leave. Tadao asked, are we getting too old? Kani refused, no way. I am not even married yet. Yasuoka sighed at his teammates' antics. He said, well, at least he is strong. Though he seems to be very arrogant. He didn't put us in his eyes at all. Shichiro chuckled and patted his back. He said, don't worry. He is very reasonable and balanced. And he is very strong. From what I heard, he is even stronger than me. And he has a reputation for being the bandit exterminator. You guys will be fine. Tadao, Yasuoka and Kani sighed. They knew they had been set up by Shichiro. All four of them were 22 years old. They were in the same year in the academy and were good friends. Unfortunately, the three of them weren't very talented. They never managed to be promoted to Chunin and had already given up on it. They stayed together as a team and would only take rank C missions occasionally for the money and to stay in shape. Shichiro was a bit more talented than them. He managed to be promoted to the Chunin rank in the 3rd Great Ninja War. But he became weary of risking his life and took a desk job. After a couple of hours, Fujin and the 3 Genins assembled. Fujin asked, "Have you prepared the necessary weapons and rations for the mission?" All 3 Genins nodded awkwardly as many were watching when Fujin asked this question. Fujin asked, "What are your specialties?" Tadao said, "I am good at throwing shurikens. I can hit a bullseye every single time." Yasuoka said, "I have mastered water nature manipulation." While there was no change in Fujin's expression, he scoffed in his mind, "Mastered? Why don't you put your name down as a candidate for the 5th Hokage?" Kani said, "I can observe our surroundings carefully and pick up on clues." Fujin nodded and said, "All right, let's go." However, Tadao stopped him, "Wait, Fujin. Can you tell us about your specialties?" Fujin stopped and turned around. He answered, "I know a bit of wind and earth nature manipulation and am good with clones." After answering, he turned around and began leaving. The trio were a bit surprised. They expected the preteen to brag about his prowess. But he didn't show off at all. They quickly followed him. Chapter 151, Fujin and his squad moved quickly through the forest. Kani took the position at the front while Fujin was in the rear. Occasionally, Fujin used to activate his chakra field and sense his surroundings. Fujin sighed thinking, "This is tough without Hoka. I could divide this job with him to reduce my workload. And his eyes could notice the stuff I missed and vice versa." After some time, Yasuoka asked, "Fujin, you became a Chunin in the last Chunin exam, right?" Fujin replied, "Yes." Yasuoka asked again, "Who are your sensei and teammates?" Yasuoka and his teammates were getting very bored by moving without talking even a bit. And talking among themselves while ignoring Fujin would have been rude. So Yasuoka began talking with Fujin. Fujin didn't have much of an interest in interacting with them. There wasn't much benefit in doing it. But, as they kept on talking, Fujin realized that those guys were fun. So their talks became more cordial. At some point, Fujin asked, "How often do you guys do such missions?" Tadao answered, "It depends on our expenses. Usually, we do 1 or 2 missions per month. Shichiro assigns a Chunin to our team to lead the mission." Fujin asked, "And do you always do missions together?" Kani nodded, "Yes. For rank C missions, we are together as a team. But, if someone needs some extra money, then they take some rank D missions solo." Fujin thought, "Not bad. I guess it is a good method of making money. Well, at least to handle day-to-day needs. Plus with the same team, they should be very familiar with each other and should have solid teamwork. Unfortunately, they are too weak. If they were at least Chunins, their team could have been slightly famous." They continued moving towards their target. While moving, Fujin seriously considered, "Should I create such a team too?" Having teammates with a good bond, teamwork and complementary skills could ease up the missions quite well. But, even if I decide to make such a squad, who should I include? The only ones that come to mind are Mieko and Hoka. Perhaps I could even ask Teru and Yuri as well. Though I haven't met them for over a year. That said, both Mieko and Yuri will die soon. So there isn't much point in including them. Also, both Hoka and Teru are quite headstrong. And, neither have the fire element or the Jinjutsu skills that an Uchiha brings to the table. Fujin thought for a bit before finally giving up, "Leave it. Such a team works for these guys because they are all equally weak and have no great ambitions." Among the strong, no such teams ever formed. The only squad with an all-S rank roster that comes to my mind is the Sanins. And, even they broke up. The journey to the reported area took 7 hours. Fujin sighed internally. If I was with my previous squad, we could have reached here in 3 hours. Unfortunately, not only were these guys slow, but they also needed 2 breaks. I guess expecting the same level of fitness and capability as my old squad was a bit too much. Probably only Umbu or Jounin squads will have a higher efficiency than us. Fujin and the Genins were observing the area. There were clear signs of a fight happening at that place. Yasuoka observed the surroundings and said, "There are multiple broken carts here. Looks like the attack had taken place here." Kani snorted in displeasure. Those cocky bandits didn't even bother to hide and cover up their actions. Fujin too wondered about that. That's weird. None of the dozens of bandit camps we cleared had such stupid bandits. It's as if they want to let others know that they created trouble. But why would a bandit group attract unwanted attention? The weirdness of the situation suddenly increased Fujin's alertness to the max. Kani began observing the clues. He said, according to the clues, they are. However, Fujin interrupted him, southwestern direction. About 1,100 meters from here. Move quickly and quietly. The trio were surprised. They never thought that Fujin would be a censor as well. They immediately followed his instructions without any complaints or doubts. They moved over a kilometer in the direction that Fujin pointed before they could see the camp. Kani was very surprised. He said softly, "First they left all the clues on the road. And they have a camp out in the open? Sure, it's in the forest, but there is no cover for them at all when someone finds them." Yasuoka and Tadao were confused too. The place had multiple small huts made of bamboo and leaves. They were spread over 100 meters and could probably hold around 60 bandits. There was no natural protection other than the forests. However, Fujin's attention was on something else. "Oh, I see. There is one ninja among this bandit group. And he seems to be at the Chunin level. Is he behind this stupidity? Or is he scheming up something?" Fujin's eyes moved towards his temporary subordinates as he thought, having subordinates is kinda nice. I'll let them test the waters. If it's just this guy, then I will assassinate him. If he is indeed cooking up some scheme, then they will be good meat shields. I'll stay back and observe what scheme is being cooked here. Sigh, they kinda seem good. Unfortunately, this world is too dangerous. If something were to happen to them, then it's their own fault for being so weak. Fujin steeled his resolve. He said, "You guys begin the assault. Move quietly and eliminate as many as you before alerting the whole camp. I'll stay behind and observe in case there is anything fishy." Tadao, Yasuoka and Kani nodded and moved. They weren't aware that there was someone stronger than them among the bandits. Fujin stayed behind and observed them. In the central hut of the camp, a large man was relaxing on a rather comfortable deck chair. 2 slim ladies were around him, one massaging his shoulders and another his thighs. Both had scared looks on their face. The man grinned like a pervert while enjoying the treatment. Some other bandits in the room were looking at them lecherously. The man sitting in the chair was Aiden Kai. He was a hot-headed Chunin from Kumovikure. Due to his hot-headedness, he killed a civilian and hence ended up in a prison. Fortunately for him, he was able to get out of prison due to special circumstances. A month ago in the Reikage office, an old man entered the Reikage's office and placed some documents in front of him. He was an elder in Kumovikure. He said, "These are some reports that we received from the Land of Fire." Mabui took the reports and began reading. The 4th Reikage frowned. He asked, "Is Konoha up to something?" The old man shook her head and said, "No, this is related to their trade. In the past couple of months, their trade has suddenly boomed. If their trade continues to increase at this rate, then they will earn a lot of money which they can use to train more ninjas." A's frown deepened. He said, "Konoha controls the richest and the most fertile land in this world. If they begin growing rapidly, then their strength can once again surpass us. The old man nodded and said, yes. And if that happens, then war will have to be started again to prevent Konoha from getting too strong. Though Minato died and Orochimaru betrayed them, their strength is still quite strong. Some of their younger ninjas are gaining fame quickly. We need to ensure that Konoha's growth is at least slowed so that we don't have to go to another war. Aiz immediately became angry. He said, just a few years ago we could force them to hand over an elite Genin. And now they are becoming a threat again? However, the old man calmed him down. I would advise you not to make such a reckless move again, Lord Fourth. Konoha promoted a lot of Chunins to Jounins in this period. More importantly, our spies have reported that IWA is recovering its strength rapidly too. That fence-sitter is spending a huge amount of money on raising new ninjas. If Konoha decides to retaliate instead of being desperate for peace, then we could get in a pickle. I calmed down slightly. He asked, what do you suggest then? The old man said, according to my sources, Konoha's trade suddenly boomed as their bandits were killed at a rapid pace. So we should increase their bandit groups. I thought for a bit. He looked at Mabui and said, Mabui, see if we have any useful prisoners. We will release them and let them be rogue ninjas inside the Land of Fire and have them start more bandit groups. Mabui nodded and left to check their data. The old man said, while Konoha doesn't have the strength to retaliate against us, it'll be better if we don't leave any clues behind. I nodded and said, yes, I know that. It'll be annoying if they retaliate with similar measures. Though if they do, I'll smash them all. Chapter 152, Yasuoka, Tadao and Kani moved quietly. They began from one edge of the base. They silently entered a hut, killed everyone in it, and moved on to the next hut. They were quite successful and kept killing in this manner. It continued until one of the bandits who was moving towards the hut noticed something entering it very quickly. He quickly moved towards the hut. Tadao, who was killing the ones inside the hut, noticed a bandit coming in. He killed everyone and waited inside the hut to kill the incoming bandit. But the bandit never entered the hut. Instead, he stopped around 10 meters away from it. Tadao frowned. If he doesn't come in quickly, then the smell of the blood will spread. Tadao lost his patience and ran outside towards the bandit. The bandit noticed and screamed, "Entrud!" Tadao cut his neck before he could finish. Unfortunately, that yell alerted everyone. However, they weren't worried. They had already killed over half the bandits. All three immediately hid behind the huts. They waited for the bandits to rush out. The scream had made all bandits rush out. Kai was displeased at being disturbed. He left his tent grumpily. As soon as the bandits exited the huts, they were ambushed. Another 10 bandits were killed. Fujin thought, not bad, these guys are neat. Anyways, there don't seem to be any traps here. Is it just a brainless rogue ninja? The remaining bandits were terrified. They prepared themselves for a fight. Kai screamed, "Konoha scums! Die!" He immediately made a move towards Yasuoka. Yasuoka's eyes widened as he noticed that Kai had chakra. He immediately made hand signs. Water release, fish spit jutsu. Yasuoka spat a jet of water at Kai. However, Kai scoffed, "Water release? Worthless!" He made hand signs as well. Lightning release, lightning bolt jutsu. He extended his finger towards the incoming jet of water. A small bolt of lightning was released through his finger. It hit the jet of the water and traveled through it to Yasuoka. Yasuoka didn't expect it. The lightning hit him and shocked him. Though it didn't injure him critically, it made moving harder. And in combat, this alone was fatal. Kai smirked at seeing the terror on Yasuoka's face. He grabbed a kunai and ran towards Yasuoka. Tadao and Kani noticed it as well and got very worried. They immediately killed the bandits in their path and moved towards Yasuoka. Unfortunately, they were too far away. Yasuoka's life flashed in front of his eyes as he saw Kai approaching him. He barely managed to grab a kunai and raise it, but his movements were very slow. Kai began swinging his kunai at Yasuoka when a vacuum bullet hit his forehead and pierced through it. His body was thrown behind by a couple of meters due to the momentum of the vacuum bullet. Yasuoka, who had almost given up on his life, was stunned. So were Tadao, Kani, and the bandits. The bandits immediately began running. Fujin had been sensing continuously but didn't find anyone else. So he decided to make a move. After all, losing a ninja on his first mission as a team leader won't look good. Tadao and Kani exchanged glances and thought, didn't he say that he only knew a bit of wind nature manipulation? Fujin, who was still alert, suddenly became very serious. He made a hand sign and yelled, "Move back." The trio were surprised. Tadao and Kani immediately moved backwards. Yasuoka was still struggling. Fujin's wind clone appeared behind him. He grabbed Yasuoka's collar and tossed him behind. At the same time, he extended his other arm towards Kai. A spinning shield of wind appeared in front of the clone. Kai's body suddenly exploded. The explosion burnt everything within a radius of 10 meters and sent dust and small pebbles flying for a long distance. The spinning shield of wind was destroyed as well. But no debris flew past it and hence Yasuoka was safe. However, Tadao and Kani were injured lightly by some pebbles. So were the bandits. Fujin frowned. He created 5 wind clones. 3 stayed around him while the other 2 flickered towards the bandits and killed them all. Fujin thought, what the hell? Did he carry 100 explosion tags to take revenge on the one who kills him? No, why would anyone do that? The more likely case is that someone used him as a booby trap. But who? And for what purpose? Fujin wasn't sure of his analysis, but it was on point. I had sent a few dozen prisoners to the Land of Fire. They were instructed to act as bandits, or else Kumo would come after them again. Every one of these ninjas had seals inscribed on their bodies. Seals that would explode with a huge force after being killed. In order to ensure that they won't surrender, all of them were threatened with terrible consequences to either themselves or their loved ones. A's target was to reintroduce uncertainty for trading caravans in the Land of Fire. And he would also hit Konoha's ninjas. Most of the prisoners he released could easily kill Genins. It'd be especially good if they killed younger Genins. And if they were killed by Chunins or Jounins, then the explosion could have a slight chance to kill them as well. For Konoha, who had just begun recovering, such a loss could be a setback. Unfortunately for A, in this particular instance, his opponent was a ninja who loved his life too much to fall for such a trick. But, if I was to learn of the disappointing performance of Kai, he wouldn't care much. Kai and his bandit group had already killed 3 trading caravans mercilessly. When this news spreads, it'll create panic among the traders and they won't trust the Land of Fire to provide them with complete safety. Even after all the bandits were killed, Fujin didn't sense anyone. So he flickered on the nearest tree to the explosion and said, "Gather here." The trio nodded and began moving towards Fujin. The Genins now looked at Fujin in a new light. Without him, it was very likely that they might have not returned alive. Fujin created a shadow clone who gathered and stored whatever remained of Kai's body in a scroll. Fujin asked, "How are your injuries?" Yasuoka said, "I am fine. My body was restricted a bit by the electric shock. It has recovered." Tadao said, "I am fine too. Just some scratches from the pebbles." Kani said, "Same here." Fujin nodded. None of them had any serious wounds. Yasuoka asked, "Fujin, you are a sensor, right? Did you sense that ninja before we attacked?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No. I didn't sense any chakra from him. I guess either he knew how to suppress his chakra or had some sort of seal that allowed him to hide his chakra from sensors." Yasuoka's face became grim. If such events happened frequently, then their risk while doing rank C missions would increase exponentially. Both Tadao and Kani had grim faces too. Fujin understood why their faces were grim but didn't say anything. Fujin's shadow clone had stored the dead body and then gathered all the survivors in the camp. There were 8 young girls. All were very afraid due to their horrible experience and the gore around them. Fujin asked, "Are any of you good with first aid?" Kani said, "Me." Fujin said, "All right. Apply the necessary first aid to them. We will move away quickly." Kani applied first aid to them and comforted them a bit. Seeing that they were Konoha ninjas, the girls relaxed slightly. The group moved away a few kilometers before setting up a camp to rest. They rested for the night and began the journey back to Konoha the next day. Since the civilian girls also traveled with them, the journey back took 1.5 days. After returning to Konoha, they handed the girls to the proper authorities and went straight to the mission center. Fujin reported the details of the mission to Shichiro. Shichiro was surprised. He said, "I didn't think that such a new bandit group would have such a strong ninja." He sighed in relief, "I am glad I chose Fujin. Else some of them might have died." Shichiro had seen many of his classmates die. He didn't want to see more dying. He handed a paper to Fujin and said, "Fujin, as the team leader, you have to write the mission report. Please fill in the details in this form and describe how the mission went and any observations you made." Fujin nodded and took the form. Shichiro continued, "Since this mission involved a Chunin-level ninja as the enemy, I will upgrade your mission to rank B. Your rewards will also be increased from 50,000 ryo to 500,000 ryo." Hearing that improved the moods of the Genins. With 10 times the rewards, they could afford to not take a mission for almost a year. They could perform safe rank D missions for some money if they needed it. Fujin took 200k ryo and gave the 3 100k ryo each. The 4 said farewells and left. Before leaving, Fujin looked at Shichiro and reminded him, "Don't assign me to rank C missions again." Shichiro's eyes twitched. He said, "This was a rank B mission." Fujin replied, "It's not the same. If you assign me another rank C, I'll refuse to take it." Without waiting for his reply, Fujin left. Shichiro muttered, "These kids are so annoying. And how can I even assign him to a rank B mission? Did Renjiro-sama not talk with him?" Chapter 153. After returning home, Fujin began writing the report. He finished it before having dinner and meditated for a bit before sleeping. The next day, Fujin submitted the report and got back to training. He began practicing the vacuum bullet jutsu. He had 2 aims. The first was to decrease the amount of time needed to form and shoot the vacuum bullet. The second was to create 2 vacuum bullets at the same time. While Fujin was training, his report, along with a few others, landed on Hiruzen's table. Hiruzen's expression wasn't good. There were quite a few people in his office, and most were waiting for the thoughts of one person. Narashikaku said, "It looks like someone isn't happy with the trade boom that we experienced recently. And seeing the jutsus used, these ninjas are most likely from Kumogakure. I believe that Kumogakure is using its prisoners to do this suicidal task. They should be unaware of the seals on their body." Hiruzen nodded. He too had reached the same conclusion. He asked, "What do you suggest we do?" Shikaku said, "It's quite easy. We will analyze the data of bandit groups and see which bandit groups rose abruptly. We will dispatch Umbu squads to crush those bandit groups. Jounin squads who are moving out to perform rank A and S missions will also be tasked to clear out such bandit groups if they are near their route." Hiruzen nodded and said, "All right. I'll hand the command of this mission to you, Shikaku. Clear them out." Shikaku thought, "I analyzed the information and strategized so that you could assign them missions. Why are you handing me the command?" Unfortunately, it wouldn't look good if he complained in front of so many people. So he agreed. In the next week, every single of these groups was eliminated by Shikaku with the help of Umbu, Root, and Jounins. Though A's goals were successful initially, they didn't affect Konoha much overall. After a week of training, Fujin analyzed, "I managed to improve my control over the vacuum bullet and decrease the time needed to use it considerably. But, I had no success at all in forming the second vacuum bullet. I guess Hiruzen was right. Since he couldn't create another vacuum bullet at the same time, he decided, alright. From now on, I'll focus entirely on Fuinjutsu. He created a shadow clone with 10% of his chakra. The clone flickered to the library. Fujin created a bunch of more clones. 4 of them split in 4 different directions and began and activated their chakra field. Fujin sensed the chakra fields and thought, I would have loved to master Fuinjutsu at home. But, my house doesn't have enough space for my clones. Oh well, it's not like my house can hide me from Byakugan or that perverted crystal ball. Besides, the training ground rarely has any visitors. The only 2 who visited me here so far are Renjiro and Tadao. So it should be safe. Anyways, if someone does see me, I'll just say that my grandpa asked me to learn it to prepare for Flying Thunder God Jutsu, haha. My skill at Fuinjutsu becoming public shouldn't have any effect on me now. Only the surprise element will be lost. While his clone went to the library, Fujin started with the finger carving seal. It was very easy and he mastered it within a few minutes. He opened a scroll and summoned the items that will be needed to practice and waited while meditating. Library. Fujin's shadow clone entered the B section of the library. He grabbed the Advanced Fuinjutsu Theory and Sealing Tag scroll. He sat down and read how to create the sealing tag. He also checked the new symbols that he would have to learn to create it. After 15 minutes of careful reading, he made a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A shadow clone appeared next to him. As soon as the new clone appeared, the new clone dispelled itself. As soon as the clone dispelled himself, Fujin received the memories. Knowing all the information needed to learn the sealing tag, Fujin made a hand sign. He used Shadow Clone Jutsu repeatedly until he created 10 clones. He thought, this is my first time. So I'll limit myself to 10 clones. If my head is fine, I'll create more. Fujin and the 10 clones began creating the sealing tag individually. The 4 sensor clones kept an eye out for any intruders while the clone in the library began reading information on other seals. Fujin and his 10 clones practiced for half an hour. Fujin dismissed his clones. Memories of the clones rushed into his head, causing a small headache. Fujin thought, that wasn't bad. Working on the same thing reduces the impact of sudden memories. I can try with 15 this time. Fujin meditated for a few minutes to properly understand the gains of all 10 clones and combine all information into one. After 5 minutes, he began using Shadow Clone Jutsu again. While making the clones, he thought, I need to get the multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Creating them one by one is kinda tedious. That said, how do I ask Hiruzen or Renjiro for a forbidden jutsu? He thought for a bit, but couldn't come up with anything reasonable. He thought, leave it. I'll ask when the opportunity presents itself. Till then, I will consider this as a form of training to master the Shadow Clone Jutsu. I still can't do it without that last hand seal. Fujin continued learning Fuinjutsu in this manner. Eventually, he increased the number of shadow clones to 20. For 3 whole months, no one disturbed him. In these 3 months, Fujin managed to learn to create the explosion tag, sealing tag, chakra suppression seal, barrier tag, 5 elements tag, cloth binding technique, silent seal, anti-Byakugan seal, anti-Sharingan seal, stealth seal, light absorption seal, training seal, resistance seal, gravity seal, and a bunch of other seals. While he didn't learn all the seals, he learned enough to be able to replicate the meditation room from the tower. He also managed to create storage seals that can store living beings and tested them with some rats. While he couldn't be considered a Fuinjutsu master yet, he was very close. In these 3 months, he also kept increasing the difficulty of his morning physical workout. He had increased the training seal's power to 68%. In addition, he also practiced his ninjutsu once a week. During this period, AG contacted Fujin twice to view the 2 times when the Fuinjutsu master that he invited inscribed seals on his house. Fujin observed the process carefully. He didn't recognize the Fuinjutsu master. But, the Fuinjutsu master was definitely more skilled than him. However, Fujin recognized all the seals he inscribed. There wasn't any funny business. While Fujin made massive progress, one thought popped up often in his mind: why am I not being called for any missions? I expected that I would be assigned to a few B-rank missions at least. After all, shouldn't Wind Element Ninja be in demand in a village where most have the Fire Element? However, he never did anything about it. He was very happy with the progress he was making with Fuinjutsu. Finally, Fujin's training in isolation was disturbed. While he was practicing as seal, a Chunin entered Training Ground 23. One of Fujin's clones sensed him and dispelled himself. Fujin and his clones received the memories. In a few seconds, all items were packed and stored in the scroll. Fujin kept the scroll back and dispelled his clones. The Chunin didn't realize that he was sensed. In a few seconds, he arrived where Fujin was. Fujin saw him. He looked like in his late teens. The Chunin said, "Hey Fujin, I am Hataki Ryota. You have been assigned to our squad for a mission. Come with me." Fujin nodded and followed him. He dispelled his clones that were sensing. Fujin wondered, why exactly did I not get any mission for 3 months? Did Hiruzen spy on me learning Fuinjutsu and decide to give me a break? But that doesn't sound like him at all. Fujin's analysis couldn't have been farther from the truth. 2 days ago in the Hokage office, Hiruzen asked, "Takao, can you tell me the status of Renjiro's students?" Takao answered, "I'll have to check Lord Hokage. I'll let you know later." Hiruzen nodded. A few hours later, Takao entered the Hokage office. Hiruzen saw that he had a rather strange expression. Takao said, "Lord Hokage, I checked the information about Renjiro's students. Hyuga Hoka joined a Chunin squad arranged by his father. He fulfills the typical Hyuga role in a squad. He has led in 7 rank C missions and participated in 3 rank B missions. Uchiha Mieko joined the Uchiha police force. In addition, she has led in 3 rank C missions and participated in 5 rank B missions. Both Mieko and Hoka have shown great promise." About Fujin. Hiruzen was looking forward the most to Fujin's performance. But he wondered, what exactly did Fujin do for Takao to make such a strange face? Takao said, Fujin has led in just 1 rank C mission about 2 weeks after that rank A mission. The mission got upgraded to rank B, but he completed the mission without any casualties. But, after that, he took no mission at all. Hiruzen was surprised. He didn't understand Fujin's behavior. He asked, "What has Fujin been doing?" Takao said, "I did some research. He booked Training Ground 23 for 9 months. He has been visiting it daily and spends most of his time there." Hiruzen said, "I can understand Fujin training. But why didn't he take any missions?" Takao said, "I am not sure." Hiruzen thought for a bit. Suddenly, it hit him. He said, "Wait, don't tell me." Chapter 154, Takao saw Hiruzen. He wondered, what did Lord Hokage realize for him to be so surprised? Hiruzen thought, no wonder Fujin never did any mission. He never joined a team. From what Genki had said, Fujin stayed alone and never interacted much with others. Renjiro noted the same thing and said that Fujin preferred being and acting alone. So Fujin has no contacts outside his small bubble of friends. And most of those friends are still in their Genin squad or in the academy. He shouldn't be in touch with any Chunins other than maybe his academy teachers. And since he is an orphan, no one arranged for him to enter a squad. And with both his teammates being from big clans who were arranged in squads by their families, he was left with no one to make a team with. Hiruzen said, "Takao, call Sarutobi Tomatsu to my office." Takao nodded and left the office. Hiruzen sighed, Renjiro didn't teach that kid to socialize. And Fujin didn't even approach anyone about it. If he had visited the mission center a few times and let others know about his wind release capabilities, lots of teams would have extended an invitation to him. Even if no one invited him, at least he could have improved his leadership skills by clearing out the rank C missions. Instead, he just chose to not do any missions at all. Hiruzen analyzed a few more things. In the end, he decided, I need to keep checking on Fujin's progress every month. While he isn't as talented as Minato or Orochimaru, he is still good. It'll be a waste if he loses interest due to not doing any missions and only training. Back to the present, Ryota led Fujin to Yakiniku. Fujin asked, shouldn't we be going to the mission center? Ryota replied, not really. Meet up with the team first. We will accept the mission officially tomorrow. Fujin wasn't sure what Ryota was up to, but he followed him in. Ryota led him to a table where 3 other people and a dog were sitting. Fujin observed them. One of them was overdressed. Fujin noticed some bugs buzzing around him. Fujin concluded that he was from the Aburame clan. Another was a definite Inuzuka. He was in his late teens as well. A huge ferocious-looking dog lay behind him. The dog noticed Fujin's gaze and stared back at him. The last person looked to be in his mid-20s. His face had a large burn mark. There were multiple scars on his arms as well. Of the 4 people in this team, his chakra was the highest. The Scarface guy looked at Fujin and smiled. He said, so you are Fujin. I have heard a lot of good things about you. Come sit. Fujin sat down and said, I wonder who spoke about me. He chuckled, it was Lord Hokage. Fujin wondered, what is that old fox up to? The Scarface guy said, let us introduce ourselves properly. I am Sarutobi Tomatsu. I am an elite chunin and the leader of this group. I specialize in fire release. The other members of the group began introducing themselves. Ryota said, as I said, I'm Hataki Ryota. I am a chunin. And I specialize in earth release. The man sitting with the dog said, I am Inuzuka Tadashi. This is my partner Kenta. I am a chunin too. I am responsible for scouting, tracking, and smelling danger. I specialize in taijutsu and I can use a few fire jutsus as well. Kenta barked at Fujin as if to say hello. The last member, who was very quiet, said in a neutral tone, I am Aburame Katsumi. I am a chunin. I am responsible for scouting, tracking, and trapping enemies. I can use some water jutsus. Fujin heard them carefully and remembered their specialties. Tomatsu said, our team lacks explosive power. So we were looking for someone who specialized in wind release. That way, we could use a fire-wind combination jutsu. Unfortunately, ninjas with good control over wind manipulation are very rare in Konoha. That's why, when Lord Hokage recommended you, I agreed. So Fujin, would you like to join our squad? Fujin was a bit surprised. He asked casually, I can refuse? Tomatsu chuckled and said, of course, you can. I can't force you to follow us. Ha ha ha. Fujin nodded and asked, can you tell me how teams work? Like how many missions you do? What are the rules or common practices of your group? I haven't been a part of any team before, so I don't know much about this. Tomatsu answered, you don't need to worry much, Fujin. We are very casual. So there are no strict rules as such. The most important thing is to give your all in the mission and maintain good teamwork. Also, never abandon your teammates. If you are found slacking or putting your teammates at risk, then we won't keep you in the team anymore. Of course, the same applies to the rest of us too. Fujin nodded. What Tomatsu said was basic. Tomatsu continued, as for missions, we only do rank B missions. We take them continuously with a few days break between missions depending on how tired we are after the missions. The reward money is equally divided among all team members. When you are a part of the team, all your rank B missions will be with us. You can take up missions with other teams only if we take a long break. I wouldn't recommend wasting time on rank C or D missions, but you can take them on your own on rest days if you want. The only exception would be if Lord Hokage assigns you on a separate mission or if you get invited for a rank A mission. In that case, give preference to those missions. Of course, let us know that you'll be busy on those missions if possible. Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, that's very reasonable. Tomatsu asked, so, do you want to be a part of our team, Fujin? Fujin replied, sure. I would like to be a part of your team. He sighed and said, besides, I haven't been assigned any mission for 3 months. So I don't really have any other choices. On hearing Fujin, Ryota, Katsumi and Tadashi had weird expressions. Tomatsu had an idea. He said, Fujin, you are aware that you have to form a team and then go to the mission center to get missions, right? Fujin looked at him and raised an eyebrow. He asked, what do you mean? He said, you get missions only if you go to the mission center with a team. Fujin was surprised. He thought, what the heck? I recall Hiruzen and Tsunade sending messages when they had to assign missions. I thought that job is done by mission center here instead. He asked, are you sure? Tomatsu replied, yes. You will be called only if Lord Hokage has a special mission for you. And usually, only elite jounins get missions assigned that way. Fujin was stunned. He exclaimed internally, fuck. No wonder I never got any missions. Fujin's new squad chuckled at his expression. Tomatsu didn't want Fujin to feel embarrassed on day 1. He said, introduce yourself, Fujin. Fujin sighed again and said, I am Suzuki Fujin. I specialize in ninjutsus. I am also a censor. So I could aid Tadashi-san and Katsumi-san a bit. Tomatsu said, good. Also, no need to be formal with us, Fujin. Just use our names. Fujin nodded, all right. At that time, a waiter came in and delivered meat. Tomatsu said, let's celebrate getting a new team member. The group began eating while chatting casually. At one point, Fujin asked, Tomatsu, how do you become an elite chunin? Is there an exam similar to the chunin exam? Tomatsu said, no. There is no exam. You get assigned this rank by doing missions. The missions that you complete are analyzed by the village. When they are satisfied with your performances, they promote you to elite chunin. Fujin was surprised. He asked, on what parameters do they decide? Tomatsu replied, well, the basic requirements are your strength and overall capability. If you have any obvious weakness, you won't be promoted to elite chunin. Once you meet those requirements, they check your mission record. There are no fixed criteria regarding the missions. So I can't comment on what parameters they check here. But, it'd be safe to say that you need to have completed at least 50 rank B missions. Fujin thought and said, oh. Thank you. Tomatsu smiled and said, no worries. There are a couple more things that you should know about elite chunins. Other villages aren't as strict as Konoha while promoting to jounins. So most elite chunins from Konoha can go up against jounins of other villages. So don't expect to be promoted quickly. Also, if you want to be promoted to jounin or special jounin ranks, then you first need to be an elite chunin. Otherwise, you won't be considered for jounin promotions. Fujin nodded. He had expected that. After eating the food, Tomatsu said, I have already accepted a mission. Tomorrow, we will escort a noble from the land of rice back to his country. Meet up at the gate at 11 a.m. And bring enough supplies for a couple of months. Fujin and the others nodded and left. After leaving, Fujin headed back to the training ground. Chapter 155, En route, Fujin thought, so that's why I never got assigned a mission again. Sigh, at least someone should have said something to me. I guess Tomatsu's words indirectly came from Hiruzen. That said, even if I did know this, I don't have connections with any chunins. It's the same issue that I concluded while going on the mission with Yasuoka and the rest. Just going around advertising my ninjutsu capabilities would have been stupid. After all, who knows what squad I'd join up with? I guess the only choices available were to ask Renjiro or Hiruzen to assign me to a team. It's probably what Hiruzen did. That said, not having any connections is kinda an issue. I didn't give much thought to this earlier, as this is the world of the strong. As long as I keep working hard and reach the top, everyone would be trying to create a relationship with me. But, reaching such a level will need a lot of time. And I might need aid along the path. At the very least, the help I got from Renjiro was critical. And unlike Hiruzen, it was a selfless act from him. Sigh, I will have to interact more with other ninjas. While I won't ever need as much aid as Renjiro gave me, I will need to have connections in order to make different sorts of teams depending on missions. Still, how do I do that? It's not like I can hang around and drink alongside them, can I? Leave it. No point in acting desperate. I'll just make connections as I get opportunities in the future. Anyways, it's not an issue to not have done any missions in the last 3 months. These months have improved my skill with Fuinjutsu a lot. I have learned all the important seals. In terms of effectiveness, I should be on par with seal masters. I'll probably need a couple more months to learn all the remaining seals. But, I think it'll be better to stop for now. I should practice the seals I have learned for some time. After all, it's very unlikely that Hiruzen would give me the scroll for Flying Thunder God so soon. Fujin trained with his shadow clones to practice his ninjutsu, kenjutsu and taijutsu for a few hours. The next day, Fujin began moving towards Konoha's entrance gate. He thought, Land of Rice. I hope I don't end up encountering Orochimaru. Encountering Kakuzu was plenty of excitement for a few years. Fujin gathered with his new squad at the gate. Tomatsu said, our client will arrive here in a few minutes. I'll brief you on the situation. The Land of Rice had been peaceful after the Third Great Ninja War. But, in the last few years, there have been many turbulences in the Land of Rice. Many rogue attacks have been reported. Many nobles are targeted too. Even their daimyo's retinue was targeted once. So, we have to be very careful during this mission. Tadashi, you will be responsible for smelling any possible attackers. Katsumi and Fujin, you two will back him up. Ryota, you will be responsible for keeping our client safe. You will cooperate with his bodyguard. I will be responsible to attack any attackers. Tadashi will assist me and Katsumi will provide long-range support. Fujin, for this mission, only observe us. If you get an opportunity, you can attack. Fujin nodded. The arrangement was reasonable as he would need some time to fit into their team. Tomatsu briefed his team on a few matters until 2 men arrived at the gate. The younger man was a blonde wearing an expensive robe. The older man dressed as a ninja and had a similar mask to Kakashi. 2 swords could be seen on his back. They greeted Tomatsu as they interacted with him on the previous day. After discussing for a bit, they left. The young noble and his protector walked at the center. Tadashi, Kenta and Tomatsu walked in front of them. Fujin walked to their right and Ryota to their left. Katsumi handled the rear. The group took 7 days to reach the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rice. They didn't encounter any troubles on the way. On reaching the border, the protector said, we have been experiencing a lot of rogue attacks in the last year. We will need to travel another day and a half. Please be on guard and protect us. Tomatsu replied, don't worry. We are always alert. The group continued moving. After a few hours, Inuzuka Tadashi stopped and said, there are 3 scents at this location. Someone was here not long back. Tomatsu looked at Fujin and Aburame Katsumi. Fujin activated his chakra field. Some bugs appeared around Katsumi and spread in the forest. Fujin said, no one in 1 kilometer radius around us. Fujin chakra field could sense up to 1.25 kilometers. But, he decided to report only 1 kilometer. In the future, if someone became aware of Fujin's capabilities and decided to hide just outside his stated range, then they would lose their element of surprise. Tomatsu nodded and looked at Katsumi. After a few minutes, Katsumi said, "No one is hiding around us." Tomatsu instructed, "Have your insects keep a watch. If those guys are planning trouble for us, then they might appear soon." Katsumi nodded and let his bugs fly around the group. The group continued walking for another kilometer. Some distance ahead of the group, 4 ninjas were waiting on a tree. One of them said, "Boss, that noble called Kobe Takuma should be traveling on this route soon. But he should be escorted by Konoha ninjas. Should we attack?" Before he could answer, another guy said, "Let's attack them and even kill Konoha ninjas. That way we will become famous throughout the land of rice." The third guy also wanted to attack. So their leader agreed and said, "We will attack and kill them all. Hide properly. We will launch a sneak attack and kill them before they even understand what's happening." All 4 dispersed in different directions and got in position. Unknown to them, their small meeting was conducted under the surveillance of a few bugs. Katsumi spoke without giving any signs of tension, "Don't react. For rogue ninjas are planning an ambush ahead. About 1.5 kilometers from here." Tomatsu asked, "How strong are they?" Katsumi replied, "Not sure. Guessing at Chunin level." Tomatsu instructed, "All right, keep moving this way. When we are close, Katsumi and Tadashi will attack. Ryota and Fujin will defend. Fujin, don't sense them." No one replied to Tomatsu and the group kept moving forward. The noble and his bodyguard were tense but didn't show it. They were already prepared to get attacked. Around 500 meters from the ambush spot, Tadashi said, "I can smell them." Katsumi said, "My bugs have passed me their location as well." Tomatsu said, "Good. Attack as soon as you can." The group walked until they were just 100 meters from the ambush spot. Suddenly, Tadashi, Kenta and Katsumi disappeared. They moved stealthily through the forest towards the ones waiting and hiding. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed them. He checked the ambushers and thought, "Chunins? At max those guys are Genins. Only one has Chunin level chakra reserves." Tadashi and his dog were faster. They reached their opponent first. Their opponent didn't see them until the last moment. When he heard something and checked behind him, Tadashi stuck his kunai into his back while Kenta bit his throat. Another attacker was a few meters away from Tadashi. He was shocked at seeing one of them being killed so quickly. He shouted to alert others and grabbed his weapon. However, Tadashi and Kenta suddenly began spinning. Man-beast taijutsu, Fong over Fong. The ninja hadn't seen such a technique before. Both Tadashi and Kenta hit him. Their claws ripped his throat. Both stopped and looked at their victims and thought they were only Genins. On the other side of the road, Katsumi watched from a distance as his bugs devoured one of his opponents. The last remaining member of this group was their leader. He was terrified by the screams of his underlings on the other side and the bugs eating one of his men in front of him. He began making hand signs in a panic when Katsumi said, "Give up. Your death is a certainty." He was humiliated but kept making hand signs. Suddenly, he felt something bite his chest. The tense situation made him ignore the pain, but suddenly his hands and legs trembled. His knees fell to the ground. Katsumi said, "You shouldn't fight when your clothes are full of my poisonous bugs." The enemy fell to the ground. He could see some bugs crawling out of his shirt. Tomatsu appeared behind Katsumi and asked, "Is it done?" Katsumi said, "Yes. Looks like only he was at the Chunin level. Though it's doubtful that someone like him can have a bounty." Tomatsu said, "Even if he doesn't, we can use his head to improve relations with the daimyos slightly. So collect it." Katsumi nodded and stored his head in a scroll. The group continued their journey. Chapter 156. As the group proceeded ahead, they were attacked again on 2 occasions. However, in both instances, all enemies were killed without Fujin getting any chance to fight. Fujin wondered, are there so many rogue ninjas in this country? Or is Orochimaru trying to influence the environment here? After all, he shouldn't be able to create a hidden village while the daimyo still exists. Then again, for him to kill off a daimyo in secret shouldn't be much of an issue. Fujin wasn't able to arrive at any conclusion, so he dropped the thought. On the day after, they reached the location and completed the mission. Without waiting, the Konoha team left back for Konoha. As they were running on branches, Tomatsu asked, "So Fujin, how did you feel this mission was?" Fujin answered, "Well, it was kinda boring." Tomatsu laughed at that answer. He said, "Yeah. Most missions are boring. If we have exciting missions all the time, then we won't live for long." Fujin thought, "Yeah. That's true. Still, this is very boring." Ryota said, "Most rank B missions are like these. Our missions get interfered with by rogue genins and chunins. They are very easy to kill off." Tomatsu added, "If the missions involve rogue jounins or ninjas from another major village, then it'll be categorized as rank A or S. Or the Umbu will handle them." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, that makes sense." Tomatsu said, "Don't worry. I'll give you a more active role in future missions." Fujin smiled and thanked him. However, internally he sighed, "What's the use of having an active role against such enemies? They will die without even seeing me. It's fine for now, but I will need to find a way to get better missions after I'm done with my training plans." The team returned to Konoha without any issues and divided the rewards equally. They had a group dinner before leaving for home. Tomatsu asked the group to meet again in the mission center after a week. Fujin began meditating after reaching home when he heard a knock on his door. He wondered who'd come to visit at this time. He opened the door to see a familiar face. That person worked in Eiji's shop. He said, "Fujin-kun, the work on your house is completed. Eiji-sama wants to show it to you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Fujin replied, "Oh, that's great. I'll be there." "Thank you." The messenger nodded and left. Fujin thought, kinda convenient that it got completed today. Right after my mission was completed. The next day, Fujin headed to the land he bought after completing his morning workout. When Fujin reached, he saw his new house. Fujin thought, "Wow! This looks great." The house in front of him was 3 stories high. It was circular in shape and was quite huge. A circular fence was built around the house. The rest of his land still had trees, making the surrounding of the house look great. While Fujin was admiring his house, Eiji arrived. He asked, "Are you lost in its beauty?" Fujin chuckled and said, "You have done a great job, old man." Eiji chuckled and handed him a key and said, "I finished constructing it 3 days ago. But it seems like you were out on a mission." Fujin thought, "Oh. Was that guy checking my old house every night then?" He nodded and said, "Yes, I returned yesterday evening." Eiji said, "Let me show you the house from the inside." Fujin took the key and entered the house. The ground floor was huge. After entering the house, there was a circular room on the left. It had a big round table at the center along with multiple sofas between the table and the wall. In addition, this floor had a kitchen and a couple of washrooms. At the center of the floor, there was a circular staircase. The remaining space on this floor was open. Eiji had placed a dining table, a few seats, and a few flower pots in proper positions to add to the aesthetics. After checking the ground floor, Fujin decided to check the floors above. The area of the floors above decreased successively. The first floor had 5 rooms while the second had 3. On top was an open terrace. On both the first and the second floor, 1 room each had proper furniture to be considered a bedroom. The remaining rooms were empty. Fujin saw his house and commented, "Now that's money well spent." That said, I have no use for most of these rooms for now. But it's good to have some extra space in case I need it for some reason in the future. Anyways, I should check the important stuff now. Fujin and Eiji moved down the stairs to the basement. The basement had 2 floors too. If these 2 floors were included as well, then Fujin's house was a 5-story house. The first basement floor had very little space around the staircase. There was a 2 feet wide circular passage around the staircase. On the other side of this circular passage were 8 rooms. Fujin checked the rooms and all were built very well. All the rooms were completely empty other than having a few lights and some wire extensions in case Fujin decided to add some electronics in the rooms. Lastly, they moved to the bottom floor of the basement. In complete contrast to the floor above, this basement floor was completely open. There were only a few pillars on this floor to support the house above, but other than the pillars, nothing existed on this floor. Eiji said, "As you had asked, this floor is completely open. And everything here is extremely sturdy and strengthened even further by the Sealmaster." Fujin nodded and built his chakra up. Wind release, breakthrough jutsu. Fujin suddenly exhaled a strong stream of wind from his mouth. The wind moved rapidly and hit all the pillars and the walls. Not a scratch appeared. Eiji, who was standing next to Fujin, was surprised. The high-speed winds crashed into the walls and some part of it was reflected back at them. He found it very difficult to stand steady. He said loudly, "What are you doing?" Fujin chuckled and waved his hand. He used Gale Palm Jutsu to quiet down the winds. He said, "Great work. Though that was one of my weaker jutsus, this room is very sturdy. Thanks again." Eiji grudgingly said, "All right. But don't try to kill me again." Fujin chuckled. Eiji said, "I have made the house according to our plan and even placed furniture as you asked. If you need anything in the future or want furniture for the remaining rooms, you can come to my shop." Fujin nodded. Eiji left the house, leaving Fujin alone in his new house. Fujin saw Eiji out and then checked his house once again. This time, he concentrated chakra in his eyes and inspected everything. After half an hour, he concluded, "All right. I know I am being overly cautious, but there doesn't seem to be anything wrong in the house. And all the walls are as sturdy as Eiji promised them to be. Anyways, now that I have my house, I can finally start my plans. But first I need to clean the house." As Fujin thought that, the wind began gathering around him. The wind gently flew through his entire house. It gathered most of the dust and soil and left his house. Then, Fujin created as many shadow clones as he could and they all cooperated to clean the home properly. When his house became very clean, Fujin closed the door and began inscribing seals on his new house. During the last 3 months, Fujin had debated a lot on whether or not to cover his house in seals. After a lot of analysis, he concluded the pros and cons of it. He concluded, if I don't inscribe my new house with seals, then my Fuinjutsu capabilities can stay a secret for long. That's the only plus point. On the flip side, my house could be checked by any passing Hyuga. If my luck is bad or someone decides to spy on me, then my training of lightning release and other stuff that I plan to keep a secret could be exposed. On the other hand, if I inscribe seals in my house, then my skills at Fuinjutsu will be exposed very easily. I could lie that I had hired a seal master while building the house, but I can't be sure how long that lie would last. Furthermore, others might think that I have something to hide and might get more interested in my house. As for the positives, seals would secure my house and I can do all the shit I want without worrying about the n number of sensory abilities in this world. After analyzing both scenarios, Fujin decided, I'll cover my house in as many seals as I can. I'll eventually have to expose my ability in Fuinjutsu anyways. So might as well do it now. If Hiruzen or Renjiro ask me, I'll tell them that I used the shadow clone trick and instead pass hints to them that I need the multi-shadow clone jutsu. As for the rest, I'll just give some lame excuses. Chapter 157, Fujin spent the entire day inscribing seals in his house. He started with the anti-Byakugan, anti-Sharingan, and stealth seals. He followed it up by using seals to strengthen the doors, walls and pillars even more and also used seals to increase their resistance to fire, wind, lightning and water. When he was satisfied with the protection that his house provided, he went to the basement and entered one of the rooms. Fujin observed this room and thought, the dimensions of this room are exactly as the meditation room in that tower. Fujin opened the scroll where he had recorded the details of that room. He inscribed all those seals in his room and recreated that room. Fujin thought, great. Now I just have to buy those incense sticks and candles. Then this will be the only room where I meditate. Fujin checked all the seals again to confirm that everything was fine. He left the room and used the finger carving seal to write meditation room on the door. Fujin then went into the room on the opposite side. This one had a lot of holes in the walls. Fujin inspected them properly and thought, I'll need to buy the proper tools to make this similar to the training room for dodging. I'll do that tomorrow. Fujin used his finger carving seal to write the name on the door and moved into another room. This room was completely empty. Even light bulbs weren't present. Fujin inscribed a few seals on the walls to produce light. Once there was sufficient light, Fujin began inscribing gravity seals on the floor. After some time, he analyzed, gravity seals have been inscribed evenly in this room. The gravity in this room is approximately 2.5 times as compared to the outside. Combined with my training seal, this place would be good to practice my taijutsu forms and do weight training. And I can increase the gravity by inscribing more gravity seals on the floor. But, first I should isolate this room properly. The increase in gravity in this room shouldn't affect the rest of the rooms. And it shouldn't damage the structural integrity of the house. It would suck if my new house just collapsed. That aside, in the future, I should experiment with whether I can combine the meditation room and gravity room. I wonder if that would help me meditate and condition my body at the same time. After all, I kinda have been having a feeling that in the future I will need to meditate a lot. Fujin decided to experiment with it later. He currently didn't have the expertise to create such a room as the design for the meditation room was copied and not created by him. Fujin made a hand sign. It deactivated all the gravity seals he had inscribed in the room. Fujin began inscribing anti-gravity and isolation seals around the gravity room. He had to check multiple times. After some time, he was satisfied. The increased gravity in the gravity room was successfully isolated and wouldn't have any effect on the rest of the house. Fujin analyzed, after I buy the tools, I will have these 3 rooms ready for use. As for the other 5 rooms, I haven't decided anything yet. I would have loved to make wind, lightning, and fire training rooms. Unfortunately, the elemental crystals aren't accessible to me yet. Even if they were, I am guessing that I would need a lot of them. Oh well, time for the 5 seal barrier. /N, ideas for the remaining 5 rooms are welcome. Fujin summoned 5 papers and laid them on the floor. The papers were brown in color and almost looked like the trunk of a tree. He grabbed a brush and made his chakra flow through it. He wrote forbidden on each of the 5 papers. He made a hand seal and all 5 words disappeared. Fujin looked at the papers and thought, Fuinjutsu is strange. Such a simple seal can defend against freaking S-rank jutsus. Unfortunately, the other 4 seals can't be placed inside the house. Otherwise, this seal would be completely broken. Fujin wrote not at home on one of the papers and attached it to his door. The remaining 4 papers, he attached to the trees around the house. After the papers were attached, they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Fujin made a hand seal. The chakra that could be sensed from the papers became suppressed as well. He thought, perfect. Even Byakugan will have a tough time locating them now. Fujin walked to the front of his house. He formed a fist and concentrated chakra. He punched the door with full force. Fujin saw the result and exclaimed, excellent. As he had expected, there wasn't even a dent in the door. He thought, this should keep the home safe during Orochimaru's invasion. I wonder if it can withstand the Shinra Tensei as well. I'm guessing that it won't. Fujin made a hand seal and deactivated the seal. He pulled the paper off and carried it back home. He began making more tags. He created 64 barrier tags. He installed them at appropriate locations inside his house. Once that was done, Fujin thought, barrier tag isn't as strong as the 5-seal barrier. But, it can still take a couple of B-rank jutsus. Any more and it will need to be provided with chakra. But, this is enough for my needs. This will ensure that no one can sneak into my house. And it will also alert me. So barrier tags when I'm at home will be plenty. When I'm not at home, the 5-seal barrier will be up. With the barriers set up, Fujin began wondering whether he could use any more seals to make his house more secure. If someone knowledgeable in Fuinjutsu was to inspect Fujin's house, they would freak out. They would wonder which lunatic inscribed the seals. On top of the seals inscribed by the seal master, while constructing the house, Fujin had inscribed over 1,000 seals in his house. Even the Hokage building didn't have so many seals. Fujin couldn't think of anything else. So he began checking his scrolls. Soon, he found the one he was looking for. He made a hand sign and 2 items appeared in front of him. They were an incense stick and some wax from a candle. Fujin lit both of them on fire and inspected them properly. He thought, I memorized their appearance and smell. Now, which shop sells these things? Fujin left his house, locked the door and put up the not at home sign. He had a meal and then began searching through Konoha's stores. Fujin searched various stores that sold ninja weapons and tools without any luck. Finally, he found one. It was a multi-story shop that sold ninja tools and was very close to the Hokage building. Fujin bought a few meditation mats and a lot of those incense sticks and candles. He also bought a lot of training equipment to be placed in the gravity room. While checking the store, he also found the equipment and blunt wooded weapons needed for the dodging room and bought them as well. After that, Fujin bought groceries, utensils and other necessary items for his house. He also took all the items that he needed from his old house, vacated it and completed the formalities and procedures related to it. By the evening, Fujin's new house was set. Fujin exhaled in relief. I forgot how much work it is to change residence. When I left the orphanage, I didn't own anything and barely had any necessities. Anyways, pretty much everything is set. The only remaining task is setting up the equipment and mechanisms in the dodging room. I'll do that tomorrow. For now. Fujin entered the meditation room and began meditating. He opened his eyes after 3 hours of meditation. A smile could be seen on his face. He thought, excellent. This room is a total success. Happy with his work, Fujin went to sleep in his new cozy bedroom. The next day, Fujin made a change to his training routine. He cut the morning physical training in the training ground from 4 hours to 3 hours. That last 1 hour, he spent training in the gravity room. He spent the remaining days setting up all the mechanisms in the dodging room. He tested the room a few times and had to make some changes until he was satisfied. Fujin thought, I think I can improve the efficiency of this room even more. Right now, I depend on my eyes and ears to sense incoming weapons and dodge. Once I'm able to dodge all weapons consistently, I will begin attempting it with my eyes closed. When I'm able to do that, I will use the silent seal to eliminate all noise. That should help improve my instincts. Anyways, all the plans that I had are completely implemented. Only one last thing to do. Chapter 158, Fujin left the basement and got on the ground floor. He opened a scroll and summoned a very long cloth. Fujin began inscribing some seals on the cloth. After some time, Fujin made a hand sign. Cloth binding jutsu. The cloth began moving around the staircase. Soon, it covered up the way down to the basement completely. The remaining cloth kept rolling over it to form multiple layers. The staircase and the basement below became completely invisible. Fujin made a hand seal and the cloth began hardening. Fujin walked towards it and stepped on it. He moved around on the cloth and analyzed, excellent. It looks and feels just like the rest of the floor now. Fujin spread his chakra field and tried to sense the basement. But, he couldn't. He smiled, now even sensors can't sense it. Though I guess someone like Renjiro can still find it. After all, he He never said how he found the hiding spots of those Kiri ninjas. Anyways, it's fine. It's not like I really need to hide anything there. The main purpose of this is just distraction. In the future, if I'm suspected of doing anything fishy, then Konoha is sure to check my house. They will waste a lot of effort to check my house and find nothing in here at all, ha ha. And it'll let me know that I'm being suspected and I can preemptively take some precautionary measures. Of course, until then, I can keep improving my seals even more and make the defenses even sturdier. Hee hee, how fun it'd be if I can have half a dozen types of barriers and a few dozen traps in my home. And all that to hide nothing. Fujin laughed at that thought. He calmed down thinking, anyways, now that the house is ready, I should call a few people in. Mieko and Hoka had asked me to invite them. And I can invite Renjiro as well. Should I invite others? Who all? I can invite Genki in. Though he would probably not like to be among kids. I should also invite Teru, Yori, and Hana. But probably best to not have them alongside Renjiro. As for my new team, I have just met them. So probably not a good idea to invite them right now. I could mention it after the next mission. So, in what order to invite? Fujin thought for a bit and decided, I'll invite my old team first. Then I can invite Hoka again to hang alongside our classmates. Genki I'll call later. Fujin made 3 shadow clones. The first one flickered towards the Senju clan compound. The other 2 waited for a bit and left for Uchiha and Hyuga clan compounds. The clone headed to the Senju clan reached first. Unfortunately, Renjiro was out on a mission. The clone passed a message about his new house and left. He searched for Teru's house and invited him. He chatted for a bit with Teru and dispelled himself. The memories of the clone were transferred to Fujin and other clones. The other clones had reached the respective compounds but didn't enter till they received the memories. Since Renjiro wasn't available, they invited Mieko, Hoka, Yori, and Hana. After Fujin received their memories, he thought, that's surprising. All are available for tomorrow. Luckily, I bought a lot of snacks. Oh well, let's see how my first time playing host in this world goes. Unfortunately, no video games here. I should buy some board games and cards though. Might be handy if I decide to keep interacting in the future. Fujin created a couple of clones. One went to Genki and invited him to visit in the evening. The other clone went to civilian shops and bought some games. The next day, Fujin once again began his day with the new morning workout routine. At 9 a.m., he went out to buy chicken. He made a shadow clone and went to the meditation room. The clone washed the chicken and left it to marinate with salt, turmeric powder, red chili powder, ginger garlic paste, and lemon juice. At noon, Fujin's friends began arriving. Senju Teru was the first one to reach. Fujin welcomed him home. Teru said, long time no see. I was surprised to see you yesterday. Fujin nodded and said, yup. One of the reasons why I thought it'd be fun to get together. Teru asked, who else is coming? Fujin answered, Hoka, Yori, Hana, and Mieko. Teru asked, who is Mieko? Fujin answered, she was on the same Genin team as me and Hoka. Teru and Fujin chatted about their life after leaving the academy till others arrived. They sat in the circular room with the round table. Fujin had already arranged snacks on the table. They chatted while Fujin's clone served them fried chicken. Hana commented, this is delicious, Fujin. I didn't know you were such a good cook. Teru agreed with her, yeah, this is good. Fujin said, thanks, I'm glad you guys liked it. Teru looked at Fujin and asked, so Fujin, how did you manage to buy such a huge house? Aren't they expensive? Hoka added, yes. This house is bigger than my house. And Fujin lives alone here. Fujin answered, it wasn't very expensive as it is towards the outskirts of the village. Most of the money came from mission rewards. Yori asked, mission rewards? I have been doing missions for a year longer than you. I have completed 19 rank B missions and still don't have that kind of money. Fujin chuckled and said, we did 3 rank A missions with our sensei. Yori was riled up. What? 3 rank A missions? How? I haven't been to even one. Mieko laughed and teased him, that's right Yori. And of those 3, we did 2 back-to-back. Teru sighed and said, you guys lucked out by getting Renjiro-sama as your sensei. He's a badass. Yori snorted and said, who cares about that? I bet I can beat all 3 of you by myself. That pissed Mieko off. She yelled, bastard. What did you say? Yori replied, you heard me. Mieko activated her Sharingan, stood up and said, I'll take you on one right here. Yori also activated his Sharingan, stood up and said, try me. You aren't the only one with Sharingan. Fujin thought, oh, he activated his Sharingan too? Fujin coughed. Mieko and Yori looked at him. He said, I just built this house. If either of you fights, I'm tossing you both out. Both calmed down a bit. They didn't want to ruin a new house. The others chuckled at their reaction. Fujin grinned and said, besides, if you want to fight, then I have booked the training ground closest to here. Let's go and check Yori's claim there. He thought, why did I even bother buying board games? The best way to build a bond in this world is to fight. Well, other than using talk no jutsu. Teru chuckled and asked, you booked a training ground? Did you anticipate that Yori would start a fight? Fujin said, not really. I booked a training ground for a few months. Hana was surprised. She asked, a few months? Fujin said, you guys use your clan grounds for training. I don't really have that option. Teru said, still. A training ground for a month would cost around 75,000 Ryo. That's almost worth 1 rank B mission. Are you sure you aren't secretly loaded, Fujin? They began moving towards the training ground. Fujin said, well, I did win a few million Ryo by gambling some time back. So training ground costs aren't really an issue. The group was surprised. Mieko furrowed her eyebrows and nagged, Fujin, you are gambling? Have you been wasting your time and risking your money in gambling after our team was disbanded? Fujin was surprised. He stared back at Mieko. After a few seconds, he commented, you are taking after your mother well. Mieko's face immediately became red. She looked away. Fujin said, and no. I gambled before our team disbanded. Hoka asked, when? Fujin smiled and said, during the Chunin exams. Hoka and Mieko took a few seconds to realize. Both their eyes widened as they looked at Fujin. They said, you didn't. Fujin chuckled and didn't reply. Yori asked, you didn't what? Hana realized it as well as she said, you bet on yourself during the Chunin exams? Fujin replied, bingo. I bet most of my money on myself. Mieko cursed, asshole. We were participating in it too. Even Hoka was displeased. Fujin chuckled and said, sorry. But it was kinda good money. Both snorted. Soon, they arrived at the training ground. Yori looked at the destruction around him and asked, did a hurricane pass through here? Fujin chuckled and said, I guess you could say so. Anyways, how do you guys want to fight? One-on-one or something else? Mieko said, I'm kicking Yori's ass first. Yori snorted and replied, I can beat all of you together. Fujin chuckled and said, all right. Let's have a battle royale then. All 6 will fight and no one will form teams. Teru said, oh, that sounds fun. When do we start? Hoka shouted, now! Chapter 159, as soon as Hoka said yes, both he and Mieko attacked Fujin. However, Fujin flickered before they got close. Teru, Yori and Hana moved behind to create a safe distance. They were surprised to see Mieko and Hoka attack their former teammate. A scowl formed on Mieko's face. She complained, now he will keep hiding till we're done fighting. Teru asked, "What do you mean?" Hoka was about to answer when everyone noticed something. Very strong winds were headed towards them. Yori thought, right. Fujin has an affinity to wind nature. Wind is weak against fire. He quickly made hand signs. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Mieko and Hoka saw the fireball and flickered away. The fireball hit the winds and was amplified and dispersed. Unfortunately, the winds carried these amplified flames back towards the group. Yori was shocked. Hana and Teru escaped underground. Yori also tried escaping, but he was slow. Fujin saw the flaming winds and smirked, as I expected, that moron blew fire into the winds. The jutsu he used was a powered-down variation of the infinite breakthrough jutsu. It focused more on the wind flow rather than creating sharp winds. So the jutsu was pretty harmless despite its great momentum. At most, it could send someone flying for a few meters. The flaming winds hit Yori. However, his resistance to fire was quite high. He wasn't injured much. Just some of his clothes caught fire, but he doused them quickly. Unfortunately for him, Fujin wasn't his only opponent. His words were fresh in the minds of Hoka and Mieko. Both flickered and appeared next to him. Yori's Sharingan noticed them flickering towards them. He immediately tossed shurikens at them. Mieko neutralized his shurikens with her own, while Hoka attacked from a range with vacuum palm. At such a close distance, Yori couldn't dodge. The vacuum palm hit one of his chakra points and sealed it. It disoriented him. Hoka noticed the opportunity and attacked him again. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Yori tried struggling, but he was no match for Hoka's taijutsu. Hoka sealed Yori's chakra points. After getting his last hit, Hoka said, "You are out." He placed his palm on Yori's chest and pushed him towards a tree. However, at the same time, he heard, "So are you." Teru appeared under Hoka and grabbed his legs. Earth release, headhunter jutsu. Hoka was dragged underground, leaving only his head above the ground. Teru placed a kunai on his forehead. Hoka cursed internally, "Shit. I got distracted." He sighed and said, "I give up." At the same time, Mieko launched shurikens at Teru. Teru immediately blocked them all with the kunai. They both began fighting. Hana stayed away from Teru and Mieko and just observed them. Fujin too observed from a distance while thinking, "Did they forget about me?" His eyes wandered towards Hana. He commented, "Looks like I am not the only one who likes to wait till others are exhausted and injured." Unfortunately, there are no rewards for winning. Wind instantaneous body jutsu. Fujin flickered along with the wind. Hana, whose attention was majorly on Teru and Mieko, was also keeping an eye on Fujin. Though she didn't expect Fujin to move so quickly, she was prepared to face him. She attacked him with the gentle fist style. The basic rule, while fighting against a Hyuga, is to keep a distance. But Fujin was interested in measuring his progress. So he engaged Hana in taijutsu. Hana's strikes were on point. But Fujin blocked all the attacks with ease. His speed was much faster than hers. He never allowed her fingers or palm to touch his body. Hana was shocked. How much did he improve in just over a year? "I can't even touch him." After blocking her continuously for a minute, Fujin concluded, in terms of taijutsu, she isn't anywhere near Hoka's level. Not seeing any point in extending it any further, Fujin decided to attack. Hana attacked Fujin again, but he grabbed her wrist and threw her into the air. He exhaled a gentle but strong wind at her which sent her flying back towards a tree. She flipped in the air and landed on the tree on her feet. Fujin said, "You have lost." Hana had a complicated expression. She nodded. Fujin smiled and left towards Teru and Mieko. Hana saw him leaving and thought, though they didn't say anything, "I am the only Genin in this group. And I'm the weakest. I need to work hard or else I will never be at their level." Fujin guessed Hana's inner turmoil. After all, being the only one who wasn't promoted to a chunin would hurt. especially considering that she was only 11. Mieko and Teru were engaged in a tough fight. Teru was superior in speed and taijutsu. Even in ninjutsu, he had an edge with earth and water elements. But he had to be very careful about not looking into her eyes. Suddenly, they heard, "You two didn't forget about me, did you?" Immediately they looked towards Fujin. He was sitting on a branch. As soon as they saw him, Fujin exhaled strong winds towards them. Both made hand signs and escaped underground. Fujin muttered, "While escaping underground is a good defense, it doesn't mean that you can abuse it without any consequences." Fujin jumped off the branch. Chakra gathered on his fist. He punched the ground right above them. Cracks formed on the ground. The impact of the punch could be felt underground. Teru felt the shockwaves and frowned. He wondered, is Fujin good at earth release as well? Teru made a few hand signs. The ground around him hardened. It protected him from the shockwaves. However, Mieko was hit. She escaped above ground, only to have a kunai placed at the back of her neck. Fujin said, "You have lost." A scowl formed on Mieko's face. She gave up unwillingly while complaining in her heart, "I always manage to detect and neutralize sneak attacks in mission. Why do I fall to his sneak attacks every time?" As soon as she gave up, spikes formed on the ground and launched at Fujin. Fujin instantly flickered out of the way. His eyes glowed as he watched Teru's location underground. More spikes and spears kept forming and launching at Fujin. Fujin dodged all. He thought, while hiding underground isn't always good, if someone hides like a porcupine, then I don't have a second way of dealing with them. Just vacuum bullet, but that might kill him. So not usable in this situation. Realizing that he was only wasting his chakra, Teru left the underground. He said, "You have grown strong, Fujin. I didn't expect your wind release to improve so much." Fujin replied, "So have you. I never thought you would develop a porcupine-like battle tactic." Teru smirked. This battle tactic was very annoying. He enjoyed using it against Yuri. Fujin said, "Wanna end this the old way?" Teru replied, "With our fists?" "Sure." Both rushed towards each other. Their fists clashed. They followed up with a flurry of punches and kicks. Teru was stronger and faster than Hana. But Fujin was still faster and stronger than him. In a minute, Fujin landed 7 hits on Teru. Fujin kicked at his chest. But Teru raised his forearms in defense. The kick landed on his forearms and sent him flying for a few meters. Fujin didn't pursue him. Teru flipped in the air and landed on his feet. He complained, "Shit. What have you been eating?" Fujin just grinned without replying. Teru said, "I'll use my full power. Be careful, this is the taijutsu of my clan." Chakra began gathering around Teru's fists and feet. Fujin could see it clearly. He understood what Teru was up to. A smile crept on his face. Teru didn't understand why Fujin was smiling. He sent a punch straight at Fujin's chest. Fujin formed a fist and gathered chakra in it. He punched Teru's fist. Both the punches clashed. Teru's eyes widened in shock as he felt the strength in Fujin's punch. Fujin applied more force and sent him flying. Teru flipped in the air once again and landed on his feet. But, this time he was sent flying for 25 meters. And he skidded backwards a few meters more. He asked, "How do you know Senju Taijutsu style?" Fujin said, "Did you forget who my sensei is?" Teru smiled bitterly. "I didn't think he would teach it to someone outside the clan." Teru shook his right hand and said, "I give up. I can barely feel my right hand anymore." Fujin said, "Yeah, mine kinda hurts too." He thought, I should check whether Kakuzu's skin hardening jutsu is in the library. It might be a perfect combination with the Senju Taijutsu style. Maybe I should discuss it with Renjiro. Chapter 160. With the fight over, the other 4 gathered around Fujin and Teru. Mieko looked at Yuri and taunted, Yori, how does it feel to brag and get eliminated first? Yori argued back, you guys cheated. The rules said no teams, but you two, no, you three cooperated to deal with me. Mieko scoffed, who said they could take all three of us by himself? Yori was about to argue more, but Teru said, drop it, Yori. There's no point in arguing. Yori snorted and stayed quiet. The group discussed for some time their jutsus, battle tactics, and so on. After an hour, they dispersed. Fujin went back to his home while thinking, not bad, this went much better than I thought. I never thought we would spend most of our time talking about jutsus and tactics. Was surprisingly insightful. After reaching home, Fujin cleaned up the mess and waited for Genki to return. He made a shadow clone and sent it to the library. The aim was to find Kakuzu's skin-hardening jutsu and any other good jutsu available in the B section. Sometime later, Genki arrived. His jaws dropped on seeing Fujin's house from the outside. He thought, what the hell? Why does he need such a huge house? And where did he get the money for this? Did he somehow convince Lord Hokage to give him another reward? He knocked on the door with his mind full of questions. Fujin opened the door immediately and welcomed him in. Genki awkwardly said, it looks like you are doing very well, Fujin. Fujin didn't understand the context. So he just nodded and said, yes, sensei. Genki sighed internally. He realized that Fujin didn't understand him. Fujin asked, would you like to have something, sensei? Genki was surprised. He asked, what do you have? Fujin answered, well, I have some snacks. And can cook a few pieces of fried chicken quickly. Genki said, sure. Fujin made a shadow clone who got to work. Genki saw the clone and thought, he is using clones for this? Don't tell me he made such a huge house to accommodate his clones. Genki said, while your clone cooks, tell me what all you have experienced after graduating, Fujin. Both sat down as Fujin began telling Genki most of the unimportant events. Genki listened carefully while asking questions or passing comments, compliments, and criticisms. They ate the fried chicken while discussing. After they finished chatting, Genki asked, Fujin, did Lord Hokage give this house to you as a reward? Fujin tilted his head and asked, does Lord Hokage give houses as rewards? He looked down and muttered softly, did I just get scammed? I should go and ask him. Genki heard that and freaked out. Given his past experiences, Genki was sure that Fujin would take his name and ask the Hokage to reimburse him. Heck, he might even ask for interest. He quickly refused, and oh. Lord Hokage doesn't reward like this. I just asked because I was wondering how you could afford such a place. Fujin understood and said, oh. We did back-to-back rank A missions. I killed some ninjas with a bounty during it. Genki was surprised. He asked in disbelief, rank A missions? Fujin nodded and said, yup. Renjiro-sensei took us with him. Genki didn't say anything. He thought, Fujin and his squad already did rank A missions? They did rank A missions at an age when I was still in the academy. Heck, I did my first rank A mission after Fujin graduated. Genki had arrived here to motivate and encourage his student and inspire him a little bit. Instead, he began questioning his life choices and achievements. He recalled how he introduced himself as an elite chunin to every class he taught. He recalled how he celebrated all night when he was promoted to jounin. And now he found out that his students undertook missions at the same level of difficulty as him in just a year's time. And his students seemed to be doing financially better than him too. Genki sighed in his heart thinking, when I taught the class, I always thought that I will feel pride when my students surpass me and have great achievements. I never imagined that I'd be depressed. In all those thoughts I was already old and my students were in their 20s. Fujin didn't understand why Genki was lost in thoughts. He said, unfortunately, the missions were classified. So I can't tell you the details, sensei. Genki replied, it's fine. Anyways, rank A missions are very dangerous. It's fine when someone as strong as Renjiro leads. But don't try it without him. Fujin nodded. Even with Renjiro, they almost died. Though it was likely that Renjiro's presence attracted Kakuzu. Fujin asked, "Are you still teaching sensei, or are you doing missions?" Genki answered, "I was promoted to Jounin after you guys graduated. So I have been doing rank A missions." Fujin's eyes brightened. He said, "Congrats, sensei." Genki smiled. Some of his pride returned, though it was fated to be crushed again. Fujin asked, "Can you invite me on rank A missions, sensei?" Genki immediately refused, "No. They are too dangerous." He thought, what the hell? I thought he admired me. Instead, he just wants to take advantage of me. His greediness hasn't decreased one bit. Fujin said, "Come on, sensei. I can handle myself as long as I am not facing Jounins. And my sensor skills and wind nature manipulation provide the perfect support." However, Genki remained adamant, "No." Fujin looked at Genki with a deadpan expression. Genki thought, why is he looking at me like this? He became a bit uncomfortable and asked, "What?" Fujin said, "At least give a proper argument." Genki sighed and said, "I am a newly promoted Jounin. I am not our team leader. So I can't bring you along anyways." Fujin thought for a bit, that is reasonable. Still. Fujin sighed and said, "Alright, sensei. But at least recommend my name if you need someone with a skill set like mine." Genki finally nodded and said, "Alright. But don't keep your hopes too high." Fujin smiled and nodded. Genki gave Fujin some advice on how to take care of the house and left. After he left, Fujin sighed, playing host is too much work. Though it should be fine once in a while. Also, none of my guests today noticed the basement. Looks like this cover is good enough. Fujin created a shadow clone. It dispelled itself almost immediately. The memories of the clone were passed to the clone in the library. It dispelled itself. Fujin received the memories and was surprised, "Wow! I didn't think there was so much good stuff that I never checked." The jutsu Kakuzu used is called the Iron Skin Jutsu. In addition, many barrier jutsus are also placed in the B section. They will be good to have alongside my Fuin Jutsu. There is also the Summoning Jutsu, Rashomon. That would be another good defense to have. Though there is no triple or more layered Rashomon Jutsus. Still, even without them, this is great. Wild Lion's main jutsu is another good one. It is the jutsu that Jiraiya used to extend and strengthen his hair. And Needle Jizo Jutsu, based on this jutsu, is also there. Actually, I can form a new defense system with Rashomon, Iron Skin and Lion's main jutsus. Combined with my high speed and intercepting or deterring attacks at mid-range with wind jutsus, injuring me will become very difficult. Tobarama's Bringer of Darkness Jinjutsu to target the Uchiha is present in the B section as well. So 5 B rank jutsus that I will need to master. And might need some barrier jutsus as well. I will focus on these after I am done with my lightning release. Once I am done with all of them, I will try the summoning jutsu. With that good defense, I should be fine even if I encounter wild and ferocious summons who won't reason with anyone. Chapter 161, Fujin entered the lowest floor in the basement. He extended his palm and looked at it. Chakra began spinning in his palm, taking a circular shape. Fujin decided, it's been a long time since I practiced this jutsu. In fact, I haven't practiced it since I graduated from the academy. Fujin began practicing the Rasengan. With all the seals he inscribed, he was no longer worried about anyone seeing this. He was able to form the Rasengan properly, though it was a bit slower. He continued his training using different methods. He initially tried decreasing the time needed to form it as much as he could. When he couldn't decrease it any further, he began trying to form the Rasengan while running. After training for 2 days, Fujin managed to improve his control over Rasengan considerably. He was able to form a proper sphere. And he improved the speed of creating the Rasengan by a huge degree. He could now create a Rasengan in fractions of a second and while moving around freely and even while running on walls or ceilings. A smile formed on Fujin's face as he watched the Rasengan. He thought, great. Rasengan has been mastered to a sufficient degree. Though I should still test it out in mock battles. More importantly, I can prepare for Rasen Shuriken when I'm ready. That's an S-rank jutsu that no living ninja would like to get hit by. Fujin played with the ball of chakra in his hand as he thought, that said, it's best to never use this jutsu. Aside from the trouble of explaining how I learned this, there is also the issue of its effectiveness. A sword with wind chakra flow will be far more dangerous in most scenarios. The only time a Rasengan could be more effective is when I'm clashing head-on against another strong jutsu. But, considering the high-speed nature of my fights until now, such clashes are almost non-existent. A giant Rasengan could be more effective, but it'll consume a lot of chakra. So again, it won't be worth it until I can find a way to significantly increase my chakra reserves. After observing the Rasengan properly, Fujin dispersed it and his clone and began training again. Since he already had formed a Rasengan properly, he was progressing rapidly. Fujin's next mission with Tomatsu and the rest was uneventful once again. It was a protection mission again and they didn't even encounter any ninjas. After the mission, Fujin returned to training in his basement. Around him, there were multiple metal mannequin dummies. He had bought them to test his jutsus. Fujin created a Rasengan, stepped forward and smashed the Rasengan into a dummy. The Rasengan sank into its abdomen, creating a hole in it. Soon, it exploded and blasted the dummy, sending its pieces flying across the basement. Fujin grinned, excellent power. Now I need to test it in mock battles. Fujin made a hand sign and a shadow clone popped next to him. Both moved away from each other. Fujin began creating the Rasengan and charged at his clone at the same time. Meanwhile, the clone attacked Fujin with wooden shurikens and wind explosion spheres to keep him away. And, it also moved away from him whenever Fujin managed to close the distance between them. Fujin's goal was to hit his clone with the Rasengan without using any other jutsu or distractions. While the clone just tried to avoid getting hit. After a day of intense training, Fujin was breathing heavily. He complained, what the heck? It's impossible to hit someone who is as fast as you to hit with the Rasengan. I chased after my clone the whole day without any success. Though my clone did use body flicker whenever I was about to succeed. I guess I should try performing Rasengan while flickering around. Otherwise, it will be hopeless. By the time he had to go for the next mission, Fujin could use the Rasengan while flickering in his basement. He had managed to hit his clone a few times. He was very happy with his progress. Fujin met Tomatsu and the rest outside the mission center. Since he had mastered the Rasengan, his mood was quite good. Sarutobi Tomatsu had just selected a mission. He said, since our last two missions didn't have much fighting, I have selected one where our opponents could be strong. Our mission is in the land of noodles. The daimyo of that country received intel that some rogue ninjas are going to attack his castle. He is afraid that his current forces won't be able to stop them. Inuzuka Tadashi grinned and said, now that sounds like a fun mission. Fuji nodded and asked, it does. But why is this mission only rank B? I would assume that a threat to daimyo would be classified as a rank S mission. Ryota said, could be multiple reasons. Like maybe the threat isn't that big. Tomatsu added, or, the teams that undertake rank A or S missions can deter those guys from attacking and they might postpone their attack until these teams leave. Fujin said, that makes sense. I didn't think that a daimyo would be that brave. Tomatsu chuckled and said, don't say that loud. Anyways, my guess is that daimyo and his family have already escaped to a safe place. They probably left behind body doubles to trick their opponents into attacking the castle. Anyways, let's leave. The group nodded and left immediately. After a day of travel, they reached their destination. The group observed the castle from a distance. It was a moderate-sized castle with a wall surrounding it. Tadashi said, so this is the castle that we have to defend. Ryota said, it isn't as big as I thought. Though it ain't a bad thing. At this size, we will be able to defend it properly. Tomatsu asked, do you think you can make use of the walls, Ryota? Ryota answered, it's tough to say. Even if I could, it won't be much helpful against ninjas. At max, I can get a few surprise kills. Tomatsu said, depending on our opponents, just that might be enough to give us an edge. Anyways, let's go. They traveled quickly and reached the castle. Tomatsu handed the mission scroll to the gatekeeper and they were allowed to enter the castle. As soon as they entered, a ninja flickered in front of them. He said, thank you for coming to protect us. I am Akira Soten. I am responsible for the defense of this castle. Tomatsu said, I am Sarutobi Tomatsu. Let's enter the castle. You can brief us with all the details. Soten nodded and led the Konoha team to a room in the castle. Everyone took their seats. Tomatsu said, we didn't get much information in the mission statement. Can you tell me the exact details? Soten nodded and said, I can't give you the source of the information. But from what we know, we expect to be attacked by 18 rogue ninjas. Most of them will be at the Chunin level. We don't know who their leader is, but we expect him to be at the Jounin level as he is able to organize such an attack. As for the defense, I am the only Jounin in the castle. So I will take on the enemy leader. We also have 12 Chunins and 17 Genins. So we are confident at defending. But we ask for help in case something outside our calculations happens and to decrease our casualties. Fujin heard the details and his left eye twitched. He thought, this guy is considered a Jounin? Tomatsu nodded and inquired, do you know where those guys are located? We could launch preemptive attacks and cause them casualties. Soten replied, no. We don't know their hideout. Also, the daimyo wants us to kill every last one of them. If we attack their hideout, then many of them might manage to escape. Tomatsu said, all right. Is the daimyo still in the castle? Soten didn't speak and just shook his head. Tomatsu asked, do we have any idea when the attack will happen? Soten answered, no. I will arrange for you guys to live on the highest floor with daimyo and his family. That floor also provides a good view of the surroundings. So you can keep an eye on any attackers. Of course, give priority to your rest as we need you guys at full readiness when the attack happens. Soten led them to the topmost floor. There were 3 rooms on this floor. There was also a small balcony on all sides equipped with binoculars and other tools to assist in keeping a watch on the surroundings. One of these rooms had a few people who looked very scared. They were the body doubles of the daimyo and his family. Soten explained the defenses and traps that they had set up and asked whether Tomatsu and his subordinates would like to set up more. Tomatsu agreed and asked Ryota and Katsumi to add more traps. They both got to work. Tadashi volunteered to go scout the nearby areas. Tomatsu went to check out some stuff. Meanwhile, Fujin decided to laze on the top floor. He thought, I was kinda excited, but this mission seems to be a bore too. If Soten is considered a Jounin, then I could probably go and kill the entire enemy camp. Sigh, I guess only rank A and S missions will be exciting. Anyways, this country is known as the land of noodles. I wonder how good the noodles from here taste. Fujin left to find the cooks in the palace. The cooks and other common people weren't aware of the incoming attack. So they were relaxed. But they recognized the headband on Fujin's head and were very respectful to him despite his young age. The head cook met Fujin and asked with a smile, I am the chief cook here. How may I help you, young one? Fujin replied, hello, chief. I was wondering how good the noodles from this country are. The chief cook's smile disappeared and he asked seriously, young man, are you underestimating the noodles from here? Fujin kept his smile and said, nope. I'm just a normal foodie. So give me your best. The chief cook said, we have 19 varieties of noodle dishes here. And all the 19 varieties are the best among any noodles. Fujin said, "Oh, that's cool. I'll try all 19 varieties during my time here then." Chapter 162. Over the next couple of days, Fujin tried 17 varieties of noodle dishes. All were delicious and could be put at a similar level as Ichiraku. Soden was dissatisfied with Fujin's carefree nature and acting as if he was on a vacation. But Fujin paid him no heed. Tomatsu and the rest also noticed Fujin's attitude but didn't say anything. They concluded that Fujin had gotten carefree after a couple of very easy missions. They themselves had a similar experience. They believed that Fujin's attitude would improve after they get a mission that gets very serious. Of course, their analysis was incorrect. Fujin was very alert. Despite his carefree attitude, he was very serious. Once the fighting begins, he will be as serious as he can be. His actions were only a result of him deciding to relax mentally and physically after a longish training routine, as they had nothing to do until their opponents decided to show up. On the third afternoon in the castle, Fujin was sitting on the edge of the balcony on the top floor, eating the last of the 19 dishes. It was chicken and mushroom sauce noodles with basil. As he grabbed the noodles with his chopsticks and ate, he looked straight ahead. His eyes glowed blue as he observed numerous silhouettes trying to approach the castle stealthily. He swallowed the noodles and said with a steady voice, "They are here." After saying that, he began eating again while thinking, "Just 18? These guys need to find their source and hang him. There are over 50 attackers. And all have chakra. Though none are exceptionally strong. Anyways, I didn't think that standing at an altitude would increase the range of my chakra-enhanced eyesight so much. I can barely see a few hundred meters when at ground level. But from here, I can observe for almost 3 kilometers. A shame that the chakra field doesn't extend in this manner too." Fujin's voice was heard clearly by the people on the top floor. Tomatsu, Ryota, Katsumi and Tadashi immediately appeared behind him, only to see him eating in a very relaxed manner. Black lines formed on their faces. Fujin said, "The intel was incorrect. There are over 50 attackers." Hearing that, all four became serious and began observing the surroundings. The attackers were still over a couple of kilometers away. But the Konoha Chunins could see the slight movements in the trees as they moved. Tomatsu made a shadow clone who went to warn Soten and get him to ready his men. Ryota said with a bitter smile, "It looks like we hit a steel plate this time. It will be a tough fight." Tomatsu said, "Focus on keeping yourself alive. I know that the mission statement is to keep them alive. But keeping ourselves alive is the most important thing. We can't do our mission if we are dead. Especially you, Fujin. Don't get too excited." Fujin replied, "Don't worry. Though their numbers are high, none of them seems exceptionally strong. So we should be fine." Tomatsu was surprised. He said, "I didn't expect your sensory skills to be so strong." Fujin replied, "The altitude helps in covering more area. But I can't extend my chakra field that far away. So I am not 100% sure. And we should consider the possibility of someone being able to conceal their chakra." Tomatsu nodded and said, "It's good that you are considering these aspects." Fujin asked, "So, what's our plan?" "With the enemy outnumbering us almost 2:1, the old plans are unusable." Tomatsu nodded and said, "We won't focus on trying to defend. Instead, we will move in groups and kill as many of our enemies as quickly as we can. Tadashi and Katsumi will move together. Ryota and Fujin will move with me." Fujin said, "My teamwork with you guys isn't that good yet. It could be bad considering the scale of this battle. Can I move alone instead?" Tomatsu frowned. He didn't expect such a request to be made by Fujin. He thought, his request is logically correct. "But, Lord Hokage asked me to ensure that he doesn't die prematurely. That said, he also said that Fujin is quite strong and could put up a fight even against me." Tomatsu asked, "Are you sure? It will be very risky with no one to watch your back." Fujin said, "Don't worry. I can sense who is strong and who ain't. So I will focus on clearing the weaker ones. Tomatsu agreed and said, all right. But be careful. Fujin nodded without looking at him and continued eating his noodles. His teammates watched him with strange looks in their eyes. Meanwhile, Soten began arranging his subordinates into proper positions. Every ninja in the castle became very alert. The common people realized that they were about to be attacked and quickly evacuated to the underground safe house under the castle. The attackers finally began entering within 1 kilometer of the castle and into Fujin's chakra field. Fujin began sensing all of them properly. He didn't find anything odd with any of them. The attackers were spread out across the forest, moving in groups of 2 or 3. He analyzed, 43 are at the Genin level, 14 barely into the Chunin level, and 2 might be closer to the elite Chunin level. Though, since they aren't from Konoha, their official ranks might be higher. I guess that the strongest 2 are Jounins. Still, they are weak. I kinda wish that I got some experience points for grinding these weaklings. Fujin swallowed the remaining noodles in his bowl and placed the bowl down. He said, I'm going in first. Without waiting for anyone's response, he used wind instantaneous body jutsu. His teammates were surprised again. Tadashi said, did he really go to take the attack to the enemy? Katsumi noted, more importantly, he left with chopsticks in his hands rather than his swords. Ryota asked, will he be alright? Tomatsu said, let's hope that he stays fine. Anyways, they are almost here. Get ready! All 4 began preparing their opening jutsus. Fujin appeared on a tree about 50 meters from a group of 3. 2 in the front were at the Genin level, while the 1 in the back was at the Chunin level. Fujin hid behind a tree. Soon, 3 figures appeared close to Fujin. Chakra flowed through the 2 chopsticks Fujin was holding. Fujin threw them at the 2 Genins. Both chopsticks pierced through their throats. They dropped down while holding their throats. The Chunin in the back was shocked. They hadn't even reached the castle walls yet. Before the Chunin could shout to attract attention, a sharp wind cut across his throat. He too joined the dead Genins. Fujin flickered to the nearest group. He killed 2 groups, consisting of a total of 5 Genins in a row before getting to the rear of the attacking forces. Fujin's kills were done very silently. The enemy group wasn't aware of his actions. After killing 8, he set his target on one of the Jounins. Behind the enemy lines, there were no obstacles for Fujin. He flickered close to the nearest Jounin. After getting in range, he attacked from behind. Wind release, vacuum bullet jutsu. The Jounin and his 2 subordinates were moving ahead confidently. They were sure about winning. However, the Jounin suddenly felt some danger and moved to his left. The vacuum bullet grazed past his right arm, leaving a cut. The vacuum bullet kept going ahead and pierced through multiple trees. They were shocked and quickly turned around to confront the sneak attacker. Fujin was surprised. He dodged. I guess it might not be so boring after all. The Jounin and the 2 Chunins didn't see anyone behind them. Fujin had already flickered after attacking. One of the Chunins asked, who attacked us, boss? The Jounin said, stay on alert. The enemy should be watching us. And don't get hit by his attack. They stayed on guard for a few seconds, but no new attack happened. The Jounin frowned, is someone trying to kill me? Or is it just a tactic to stop me here? No, that attack was strong. I have to keep my guard up. The 3 stood with their backs to each other, watching every direction. Soon, some noise was heard from one direction. 2 wind gale wolves appeared and pounced on them. The Chunins immediately threw a kunai with an explosion tag on each wolf. Both wolves were dispersed. However, when they were distracted by the wolves, Fujin silently flickered behind them and used air bullet jutsu. The Jounin realized and shouted, dodge. He immediately moved away. But the 2 Chunins were distracted by the wolves. Both got hit by multiple bullets. One of the bullets pierced through one of their hearts, while another pierced through the head of the other Chunin. As soon as the Jounin dodged, he threw shurikens at Fujin. However, Fujin flickered out of the way. The Jounin was angry at how easily two of his subordinates died. He shouted, "Bastard! I will kill you!" Fujin didn't reply. Instead, he threw a few shurikens at him. The Jounin easily blocked them with his kunai. However, while he was blocking, Fujin's shadow clone attacked with air bullet jutsu from the rear. The Jounin once again dodged quickly. A few scratches appeared on him, but none were life-threatening. The Jounin realized he had a clone attack us with those wolves while his main body sneak attacked us. And now he has done the reverse. What a troublesome opponent. Meanwhile, Fujin was thinking, does he have eyes at the back of his head? Chapter 163. While Fujin was fighting, the remaining forces reached the castle walls. The fight had begun. However, with Soten holding back the second Jounin, the Konoha Chunins began cutting through enemy ranks with ease. After dodging Fujin's attack, the Jounin opened a scroll and made a hand sign. The scroll opened in a way that it circled around him. Soon, dozens of kunais with explosion tags were launched from the scroll. Fujin immediately used infinite breakthrough jutsu while his clone hid underground. The jutsu stopped all the kunais heading towards Fujin. They all exploded. The explosion, however, also dispersed Fujin's jutsu and created a lot of dust cover. The Jounin took the opportunity of the dust cover to run away from Fujin. He thought, is that a kid or a monster? How does he know so many jutsus? I don't want to fight him. This attack can fail for all I care. Fujin noticed him running and thought, did he really not figure out that I am a censor? And why hasn't he used any jutsus? As he was running, he suddenly jumped. But his legs were still caught by Fujin's clone. He lost his balance and was about to fall on his face. However, to Fujin's surprise, he managed to get a hold of himself immediately. He pointed his right arm towards the ground to ensure that he didn't fall on his face. At the same time, he threw a kunai at Fujin's clone with his free hand. Unfortunately for him, the clone had caught his legs with just one purpose. The clone immediately exploded. The majority of the force of the explosion was focused on his palms. The explosion completely ruined his two legs. His left leg was blown into two. His right leg was burned to the bone and was barely attached. He yelled hoarsely in pain. His yell stopped the next second when an air bullet pierced through his heart, killing him. Fujin made a clone to collect his body as he thought, what a strange opponent. His survival instinct was top-notch. He could dodge deadly attacks from blind spots with ease. The only reason why my clone managed to grab his legs is that act itself didn't have any possibility of harming him, which is probably why he was slow at jumping. But he didn't use any jutsu at all other than summoning those exploding kunais. Could it be that he didn't know any good jutsu at all? Fujin analyzed for a few seconds before concluding, yes, that is probably the case. I have to admire his perseverance to train to this extent without any proper system. If he was a part of any of the major villages, he might have actually become a famous Jounin. Sigh, I should be glad that I transmigrated to Konoha. If I wasn't a part of the major villages, then I would only have the knowledge of learning wind manipulation, Rasengan, and chakra control exercises. Even becoming a ninja would have been difficult. Fujin spread his chakra field to observe the battle happening on the walls. The battle had just begun and was at full force. Fujin unsheathed a sword. Chakra began flowing through it as he thought, oh well, time to harvest some lives. Wind instantaneous body jutsu. Fujin appeared close to where the fighting was happening. He had already eliminated 11 enemies, bringing the total numbers close to equal. A Chunin from the land of noodles was engaged in an intense battle against a rogue Chunin. However, he was shocked when he saw a sword cut off his opponent's head in one swing. But, before he could see the face of the swordsman, he had already disappeared. The same scenes began happening all throughout the battlefield. 16 ninjas fell to Fujin's sword with this tactic. With the Land of Noodles ninjas getting free, they began ganging up on the enemies. Soon the rogue ninjas were at a complete disadvantage. The leader of the rogue ninjas frowned upon noticing this. He didn't understand how this was happening. Seeing the tides of the battle change, all 5 Konoha Chunins focused on the enemy leader and appeared around him. His face became very ugly. He thought, how the fuck did I fail so badly? He stopped fighting and said, I surrender. Soten was surprised. He stopped attacking and said, all right. Don't resist. He knocked the enemy out and restrained him. Soon after, the other rogue ninjas were killed as well. Soten sighed in relief. He looked at Tomatsu and said, thank you. Without your warning and help, we would have been in a very difficult spot. Soten was fully aware of the capabilities of his subordinates. He had prepared himself for a loss and prayed for a miracle when he heard the enemy numbers. Seeing how easily they won, he figured that the Konoha ninjas won him the war. Tomatsu chuckled and said, you need to thank Fujin. He was one who sensed and reported them to me. Tomatsu said this intentionally as he was aware that Soten was dissatisfied with Fujin. Soten was surprised. He recalled how he was angry at Fujin. He thought, thank God I didn't say anything and asked the chefs to ensure that he got our best food. He bowed to Fujin and said, the Land of Noodles will remember your assistance. Thank you, young man. We are in your debt. Fujin was surprised. He thought, wow. A 180 turn. And even faster than Sasuke. Looks like he really loves his village. Makes sense, I guess, considering that he stayed behind to defend. Fujin said, you are welcome. There are 10 dead bodies in the forest. Preferably have your subordinates clear them. If the civilians see them, they might freak out. Soten was about to nod when he realized what Fujin had said. He thought, 10? Fujin's teammates were shocked as well. Tomatsu asked, Fujin, did you kill 10 enemy ninjas in the forest before the attack reached us? Fujin replied, well, 11. One of them was a bit strong. So I stored his body in case he has a bounty. Hearing Fujin's answer left them speechless. Unlike the Land of Noodles ninjas, the Konoha ninjas had noticed Fujin cutting down the enemies. Though they didn't see all his kills, they all had only one thought, did this 11-year-old kid kill more than us 4 combined? Soten was the first one to overcome his shock. He said, show me the body. I'll tell you whether he has any bounty. Fujin looked at Tomatsu, who nodded. Fujin summoned his body from the scroll. When Soten's eyes lay on the dead body's face, he was terrified. He yelled, the noodle thief! His shout attracted attention. The Land of Grass ninjas were very surprised on hearing it. On the other hand, the Konoha ninjas thought, the what? Soten looked at Fujin with a terrified expression on his face. He said, he is the noodle thief. He is a terrible rogue ninja. How did you manage to kill him? Tomatsu and others watched Fujin. However, Fujin was dumbfounded. He thought, terrible rogue ninja? He really was terrible, but I don't think he means the same. How the heck did this weakling get such a response from him? Fujin asked calmly, can you give details about him? Soten said with some fear in his voice, he is a rogue ninja from the Land of Tea. He was expelled from the village when he was only a Genin. Apparently, he trained by himself to reach the Jounin level without any guidance. He migrated to this country and began stealing our caravans when they exported noodles. He used to only attack caravans that weren't guarded by ninjas or only guarded by Genins. We were forced to issue a rank B protection mission for every caravan we set. We issued rank B, rank A and even rank S missions to hunt him down. Unfortunately, no matter what we did, no one ever managed to find him. He was so good that we never even received any information on the jutsus that he specialized in. Due to him, we lost noodles worth tens of millions Rio and have to spend millions on protection every year. In the end, our daimyo issued a 13 million Rio bounty on his head hoping that someone might kill him. Fujin was shocked, what the fuck? This weakling has a 13 million bounty? And how the fuck did he survive against rank S missions? Don't tell me that his freakish survival instincts warned him every time and enabled him to hide properly from the hunters. Or did he just find a perfect hiding spot? Fujin's analysis was on point. The noodle thief had found an old base created in secret by the Land of Water during the Third Great Ninja War. The base was difficult to spot naturally and was made to be a perfect hidden base with the help of Fuinjutsu. Post the war, Kirigakure got embroiled in a civil war and the base was forgotten. In addition, his survival instincts always alerted him when someone very strong was out to hunt him, ensuring that he stayed hidden. Due to this, his reputation got built rapidly. Unfortunately, his instincts didn't kick in this time until he was attacked by Fujin and his lucky run was over. Seeing that Fujin wasn't saying anything, Soten stopped asking and said, "Lord Daimyo will be thrilled to know that you managed to neutralize him. Wait here for a day. Lord Daimyo should arrive at the castle by tomorrow morning." Tomatsu agreed to stay back another day as they needed some rest as well. While Soten was talking with them, the ninjas from the Land of Noodles were talking about their fights. Soon, they all began talking about the ghostly swordsman who helped many of them. For years to come, the legend of the ghostly swordsman will be spoken in this country. Many would speculate that Fujin was the ghostly swordsman, but none would be sure as they never saw the face of the ghostly swordsman. Chapter 164, Konoha Chunins retreated to their room after the battle was over. Tadashi couldn't resist but asked, "Fujin, how did you manage to kill a Jounin?" Fujin shrugged and said, "He was very weak." Ryota asked, "He is a Jounin. How can he be weak?" Fujin chuckled and said, "If he was in my Chunin exam, I am sure that he won't even get promoted to Chunin." Fujin's teammates suddenly had strange expressions. Initially, they assumed that Fujin was being modest. But now, Fujin had implied that the students in his Chunin exams were stronger. Ryota asked, "What do you mean? Didn't he know some sort of secret jutsus?" Fujin said, "During our fight, he had plenty of opportunities to use jutsus, but he didn't use any. Even in death, he didn't use any jutsu. So most likely, he didn't know any jutsu at all. He just had a very strong survival instinct that allowed him to dodge multiple killing blows. I guess that he was just lucky to never be discovered." Fujin's answer left them dumbfounded. Tadashi's chin dropped. He exclaimed, "You've got to be kidding me." His dog Kenta barked in agreement. After the moment of disbelief passed, Tomatsu said, "Fujin, about the bounty reward." Fujin looked at him and asked, "What about it?" Before Tomatsu answered, Fujin said, "Oh, we divide the bounty rewards as well, right?" Tomatsu nodded. Fujin said, "All right." Tomatsu smiled. He was hoping that Fujin would answer this way. If Fujin had refused to share, he would have kicked him out of the team. He said, "While we do usually share such bounty rewards, all the work was done by you in this case. So you can keep the entire reward. Does anyone else disagree?" Fujin was surprised to see that no one showed any dissatisfaction. He asked, "Are you guys sure? I don't mind dividing the reward equally." Fujin really didn't mind. After all, money wasn't much help in this world. The stuff that could aid Fujin in getting stronger, such as the elemental crystals, couldn't be bought with money. At the very least, it couldn't be bought with just a few million ryo. Tomatsu said, "Yup. We are sure." Fujin didn't insist anymore and just nodded. He thought, "Wow, never thought an entire group would say no to millions of ryo. If this was my old world, even the richest person would have said yes without a single thought. Heck, I'd be worried whether they would plot something when I sleep." So many cases where friends and even family turned on each other just for money despite doing well financially. Fujin looked at the smiling faces of his teammates and sighed in his mind, how good it'd have been if that monkey-fox hybrid was as kind as them. The next morning, Daimyo, his family, and the guards returned to the castle. Satan updates him on all the events. After doing some preparations, they organize a small ceremony and invite the Konoha ninjas. The Konoha ninjas arrived. The room was big and almost occupied the entire floor. At the center of the room was a long conference table with chairs around it. Fujin observed carefully. The daimyo sat at one end with a couple of samurai bodyguards standing next to him. The daimyo was very old. In the chairs adjacent to him, a young man and a young girl were sitting. A few more officials sat next to them. Soden asked the Konoha ninjas to take the seats opposite the daimyo. Tomatsu sat on the chair exactly opposite the daimyo, while Fujin and the rest sat in adjacent chairs. The young man beside the daimyo said, "I am Chikara. I thank you for doing the job so efficiently. Despite our estimates being incorrect, we were able to eliminate all the enemy with 0 losses thanks to you." Tomatsu replied with a smile, "No need to thank us, it was our mission." Chikara and some of the subordinates of daimyo praised the Konoha ninjas a lot. They paid additional monetary rewards to them due to the increased difficulty of the mission. The daimyo signed a letter addressing Hiruzen praising the work done by them. After an hour of boring talks mixed with great food, Fujin was given the 13 million ryo bounty. Chikara, who presented the bounty, said, "Soden couldn't stop singing praises of you. Are you also the ghostly swordsman who helped out others?" Fujin replied, "Nope. I am just a normal swordsman." Chikara observed Fujin's face. But he couldn't read anything. He thought, based on the information, I'm sure that he is the one who cut them down. But looks like he doesn't want the extra attention. Chikara was very impressed with Fujin. He was young, strong, and didn't seek fame. He said, "Fujin, I will be sworn in as the daimyo for this country in a couple of years. Would you like to be a part of my guardian team?" Chikara's proposal surprised a lot of people. Meanwhile, Fujin's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. He politely said, "I will consider it." Before waiting for any response, he turned around and joined his team. Chikara looked awkwardly as his first ever invite was ignored in this manner. Knowing his inexperience, the old daimyo finally spoke, "The land of noodles will be in your debt. If you ever want to or have time, feel free to visit us." He looked at Fujin and continued, "Our chefs will have the best dishes prepared for you. As for the ghostly swordsman, I will see that no one mentions him being you." Fujin nodded while thinking, this old guy is smart. After some more formalities, the Konoha team left. While leaving, Ryota said, "Wow. I thought you would accept Fujin. Being a guardian of a daimyo is a huge honor." Fujin replied, "I doubt I'll get many opportunities to gain experience as a bodyguard. And, it's unlikely that they will suffer a bigger threat than the last attack anytime soon. So it would be very boring." While Fujin said that, his thoughts were completely different. Seriously, why do strong ninjas even have respect for the daimyos? It's not like they have any real power. Their only real achievement is being born as the first child of a daimyo. I am surprised that someone like Danzo or any other psycho didn't get rid of them and took control of all the finances and management of entire countries. Tomatsu said, "While the job is boring, it is very prestigious. And there are a lot of perks to being a guardian of a daimyo. The most important being that you can be an ambassador for our village and use your influence to send most of the missions to Konoha." Fujin said, "Oh, I didn't think from that point of view. But, isn't our mission center full of missions anyways?" Tomatsu said, "Yeah, that's true." He became silent as he recalled the losses from the previous Great Wars. After a day's journey, the group returned to Konoha and accepted the mission rewards. Tomatsu said, "You guys can leave. I will hand the daimyo's letter to Lord Hokage and report him on the mission as well." Others nodded and left. Tomatsu entered the Hokage's office and greeted Hiruzen and handed him the letter and said, "Our mission this time became a few times more difficult. The daimyo of the land of noodles sent you a letter." Hiruzen read it and said, "Looks like the daimyo is very impressed by your work. He has especially praised Fujin a lot. How is your experience with him so far?" Tomatsu nodded and said, "The kid is good. He didn't do anything in the previous 2 missions, but in this mission, he was invaluable. He spotted the attack long before others. In the fight, he killed 1 Jounin, 6 Chunins, and 20 Genins. And he helped subdue the leader of the rogues as well. Hiruzen analyzed for a bit and said, the data on the noodle thief seems inconsistent. Though he had a huge bounty, there are no records of him being in any significant fight. Tomatsu said, yeah. Actually, Fujin said that he was very weak. He just had a good survival instinct. I thought he was just being humble. But that might indeed be the case. Hiruzen nodded and said, regardless, it is a very good performance. Tomatsu agreed and added, his attitude is good too. Though he killed the noodle thief by himself, he was willing to share the bounty with the entire team. We didn't accept it, but the kid is very selfless. A weird expression formed on Hiruzen's face as he thought, selfless? Is he talking about the same person? Tomatsu didn't notice the change in expression. He reported the remaining details to Hiruzen before leaving. After he left, Hiruzen wondered, it's good that he was willing to share the rewards with his team, but how did he become so selfless all of a sudden? Does he only become greedy in front of me? Hiruzen's analysis was very close to the truth. Strong ninjas like Hiruzen and Renjiro knew a lot of jutsus that Fujin wanted. And it didn't cost them anything to teach apart from maybe time. So he will always use any means necessary to get some jutsus from them. As for money, in Fujin's eyes, Hiruzen handled all finances of Konoha. And Konoha was the richest hidden village. So he operates under the assumption that Hiruzen is loaded. Chapter 165. After reaching home, Fujin thought, I guess that's the highest level of difficulty a rank B mission can get. Looks like my self-analysis of being Jounin level wasn't incorrect. Unfortunately, Konoha wouldn't promote me anytime soon. Also, tougher missions would mean that my life will be at more risk. My calculations were right. I should use this time to strengthen myself as much as I can. Fujin entered one of the rooms in the basement and turned on the lights. The room was empty. Fujin took out a scroll and summoned a few devices. There was a transformer, an ammeter, an ohmmeter, rubber boots, rubber gloves, and a few wires. Fujin wore the boots and began arranging the setup while thinking, in order to avoid suspicion, I memorized the training process for all 5 elements long back. Only training methods for yang and yin elements aren't available in the library. For the lightning element, the way to train is a bit complicated as compared to wind and earth. Though at the same time, it is straightforward. I just have to endure shocks in increasing intensity to master it. I will first need to measure the resistance of my body. And then I will have to use the transformer to subject my body to increasing voltages. That will induce a current to flow through my body. Even that has to be done in phases. My limbs can endure a higher current. But if a current passes through my heart or brain, then it could be lethal. Those 2 parts will have to be trained separately. Anyways, the first step of learning lightning release is being able to withstand 10 ampere current through my whole body for 1 minute. The second step is to produce that much current on my hands. With these 2 steps alone, I will be able to learn lightning jutsus up to rank B. Rank A and S will need me to be able to resist and produce a stronger current. That said, increasing the intensity of the current that I can produce will strengthen the lower rank jutsus. Of course, on the flip side, I can use rank C and lower jutsus after being able to produce a current of 100 milliamperes. But it won't be very strong. Fujin completed the setup. He created a shadow clone to control the voltage. The setup had 2 open-ended wires. Fujin grabbed one with his left hand. He taped the second wire to his upper arm. This way, the current would enter his hand, pass through his arm and lead through the wire attached to his upper arm. The clone set the output of the transformer to 10V and switched it on. The current began flowing through Fujin's body. A number appeared on the ammeter which was attached to the circuit. It read 0.125 milliamperes. Fujin began calculating. 0.125 milliamperes for 10 volts would mean that my body resistance is 80,000 ohm. The scroll said that I should be able to feel the current when it reaches 1 milliampere. He looked at his clone and said, increase it to 80 volts. His clone nodded and increased the output of the transformer. Immediately, Fujin began to feel a slight tingling sensation through his arm. Fujin let the current flow through his arm for a minute. He looked at his clone and said, "Increase to 200 volts." His clone increased it. The current rose to 2.5 milliamperes. It still wasn't painful for Fujin. Fujin recalled the details in the scroll. The scroll was right at stating that we will feel the current at 1 milliampere. At 5 milliamperes will feel very disturbing to a normal human being, but it won't be very painful. From 6 milliamperes, it will start getting painful. From then on, the muscles will start losing control. If a normal human is hit by this, he will just let go of the object that electrified them involuntarily. Beyond 17 milliamperes, a normal human will begin experiencing extreme pain. He can't let go of the object and there is a chance of death. Beyond 100 milliamperes, pumping of the heart becomes uncoordinated and nerve damage begins. At 2 ampere, there will be a high chance of cardiac arrest, internal organ damage and severe burns. Death becomes very likely. But, as a ninja who has trained my body using chakra, my endurance could be higher. It will still be very dangerous though. I should be very patient once it begins to hurt. He said, "Increase it to 400 volts." The clone increased it and said, "Don't forget that the body's resistance will suddenly decrease after 500 volts. Fujin nodded and said, "Yes. But the decrease in resistance is due to the outer layer of the skin breaking down. Due to my training, it might be higher for me. Anyways, keep an eye on the ammeter. If the value suddenly begins increasing, turn the switch off. A second or two of high current won't be lethal. Besides, there is also the fuse which will melt at 100 milliamperes. /N, never thought I'd end up reading some research papers for writing fanfic. Anyways, the above data is true IRL, though there can be some variations. The formula for calculating resistance that Fujin used above is R equals VI. A normal human body has resistance between 1K and 100K ohms depending on some factors. P.S. This goes without saying, but don't try anything like this at home. Fujin is able to survive and adapt only due to chakra. So, don't try unless you can use chakra. If one of you has transmigrated from Naruto world to here and knows how to wield chakra, please let the rest of us know how to use it too, smiley face. The clone nodded. Fujin kept raising the voltage slowly. After half an hour, the clone had increased the output of the transformer to 4,000 volts. A 50 milliamperes current passed through Fujin's arm. Fujin thought, "Finally I can feel some pain. Looks like my endurance is around 8 to 10 times higher than a normal human when it comes to electricity." He took some time to get used to the pain. Once the pain subsided, he increased the voltage more. At 5000 V, the reading on the ammeter was 62.5 milliamperes. However, it suddenly began increasing rapidly. The clone immediately turned the switch off. Fujin let go of the wire and removed the one he attached. He shook his arm a few times and said, "That hurt." The clone chuckled and said, 62.5 milliampere in under an hour is great progress. However, Fujin shook his head and said, "This is just the natural endurance I have developed over the years. The main training will start from now onwards. I have a feeling that this will take a long time just to reach the necessary endurance." He thought, "I wonder how Sasuke managed to learn lightning release and master Chidori in under a month. Was it just his talent and the Sharingan? Or does Kakashi, no, the Hatake clan have a better way to master the lightning release?" Fujin repeated the same training for his remaining 3 limbs. He followed it up by sending current from one hand to the other, allowing the current to flow through his chest. He started low and stopped at 5 milliamperes. He repeated the same for a current to pass from the top of his head to the ground after removing his shoes. Fujin trained this way for a week. By then, he could endure currents of 500 milliamperes passing through his limbs and 100 milliamperes through his whole body. He also managed to generate a current of 250 milliamperes on his hand. In these 7 days, in order to avoid any suspicion, he also went to the training ground for an early morning workout and after lunch to practice his wind release and wind vacuum technique for a couple of hours daily. The lightning training also had a great effect on Fujin's physique. Fujin noticed, in addition to learning lightning release, this method has a great effect on my body. I can feel my body getting slightly stronger due to those electric shocks. Though I guess that it will become ineffective after some time. Just like the Senju Taijutsu style increase my chakra. Still, this physical buff will be very helpful. For the next couple of months, Fujin focused on training his lightning element. The lightning training along with the intense morning workout had done wonders for his body. He now operated the training seal at 95% capacity. During this time, his team did 7 rank B missions. Having seen his capabilities, Fujin was given a much more active role in the team. Unfortunately, the missions weren't very challenging. Finally, Fujin managed to generate 10 ampere current. He and his clone grinned as they read 10A on the ammeter. Fujin said, "Time to learn lightning ninjutsu now. You go to the library. Check out the jutsus of lightning, fire, and water release." The clone nodded and left. Fujin meditated in the meditation room until the clone sent the info back. The clone began going through all fire, lightning, and water jutsus in sections E, D, C, and B. Of course, he only read the lightning jutsus with full focus. As for the fire and water element scrolls, the clone analyzed the lightning jutsus he read while pretending to read those scrolls. After a couple of hours, the clone dispelled and sent the information back. Chapter 166, Fujin's eyes in the meditation room suddenly opened. A frown formed on his face when he received the information. Wind and lightning are indeed a bad combination. Though the clone found decent ninjutsus, there wasn't a single lightning jutsu that could complement my current skills. He analyzed for some time before concluding, looks like other than Raikage's lightning cloak mode and Sasuke's Kirin, the remaining lightning jutsus won't be of any use to me when it comes to improving my strength. So that leaves only concealment. Alright. I'll form a new combat system based on my lightning jutsus. I won't use any wind jutsus or jutsus that can connect me with Konoha except the Shadow Clone and Body Flicker jutsus. The basis of this new system will be speed complemented by high accuracy and high penetration power attacks. While I don't have any immediate need of creating such a persona, I am currently in a very peaceful phase with a lot of free time. It's best to create this combat system before my life becomes hectic. With that decided, time to start learning the jutsus. I'll start with. Fujin's thoughts were interrupted as he heard a doorbell. He wondered, who'd come to visit at this time? Is Renjiro back? No, the chakra signature is too low. Fujin went up to check. Before opening the door, he sealed up the entrance to the basement. Fujin opened the door to see 5 faces that he didn't recognize. After a few seconds, he recognized a couple of them and was surprised. He thought, well, what a surprise. I nearly forgot about these 2. I wonder why they are here. Aoki Daisuke said with a bit of nervousness, "Hey Fujin. How have you been?" Tatsuya also greeted Fujin. N, they are the orphans who joined the academy alongside Fujin. Fujin said, "I have been doing well. How about you too? Anyways, come in." The 5 young boys entered his house. Daisuke looked around the house with marvel. He was already surprised when he saw it from the outside. He exclaimed, "Your house is magnificent, Fujin." Fujin said, "Thanks." They sat in the circular room. Fujin asked, "So, what brings you here? Also, who are these 3? Daisuke introduced them. They are our good friends. They are Anze Buncho, Handa Bunjiro, and Iri Ryoma. They are our best friends from our class and are orphans just like us." Fujin checked each one of them. All seemed normal. He said, "Hey." They greeted Fujin back. Fujin noticed a bit of nervousness on Daisuke's face. He said, "Fujin, we actually came here because we wanted to ask for your help. Fujin asked, what help? He said, actually, we are struggling in the academy. Our graduation exams are less than half a year away and I am afraid that we will fail. We saw your fight in the Chunin exams and saw how you defeated everyone with ease. Even the kids from ninja clans weren't a match for you. So we wanted to ask for your help and guidance to pass the exam. Fujin was surprised to hear that. It wasn't just the request that surprised him, but rather the change in Daisuke. He thought, I know that the adults in this world are scheming bastards. But how the fuck did this straightforward guy become such a smooth talker? He perfectly blended flattering with the request such that it wouldn't seem too much and instead look very genuine. Seeing that Fujin was not answering made the 5 boys a bit nervous. They had decided to let Daisuke do most of the talking as he was familiar with Fujin. But as Fujin didn't reply, Tatsuya asked, Fujin? Fujin replied, can you tell me what have you learned so far? And what areas are you struggling in? They immediately began telling Fujin their issues. Fujin paid half attention to their words. As for the remaining half, he was thinking, what to do? I have no interest in teaching them. After all, even though I have time, I also have a crazy amount of stuff that I want to learn. The only gain I can see from helping them is getting their favor. Another possible gain could be an improvement in reputation if my kind deeds are spread. But neither gain is significant. Even if I gain their favor, what can a bunch of Genins do for me? And, in a world where power reigns supreme, reputation isn't worth anything. At most, it could improve my image in Hiruzen's eyes, but I don't expect him to give me any more benefits anytime soon. The only gain that could be worth it is if I gain their loyalty and they become my subordinates. In that case, I could create a small power base in Konoha. It won't be as powerful as any clan, but it would have great potential to grow. Especially once Danzo is out of the picture and the insane casualties of the Fourth Great War leave a lot of orphans that I could recruit. But, do I even need such an organization, especially within Konoha? And will these guys be that loyal? Fujin analyzed quickly before reaching the conclusion, no. A faction within Konoha will be watched by many eyes. If I infringe upon the benefits of others, we will be hit by a multitude of schemes that would leave us a mess. And it would eat into my precious training times. All the attention would also make it much more difficult for me to do anything in the dark. More importantly, these guys cannot be trusted to be that loyal. The Root is loyal to Danzo as he picked them up when they were orphans and has completely brainwashed and indoctrinated them. While Orochimaru picked up kids who had lost everything and had no hope and gave them food, power, hope and dreams. Which is why his subordinates were loyal to him. Of course, in addition, both also used seals to keep their subordinates in check. Neither of those two cases applies here. Even if I stayed in touch with them after I entered the academy and became best friends and helped them, I wouldn't have that level of loyalty. At most, it will be a strong friendship bond and a sense of camaraderie like the bond between Naruto and Shikamaru. That said, I do plan on creating an organization outside Konoha. I have a lot of plans that an organization could simplify. Perhaps training these guys could provide me with insights on how to train the ones I take in my future organization. I guess I will need to create a proper training system for the organization in order for them to be useful. Or perhaps create something like the curse mark to strengthen and control them. After a long internal debate, Fujin decided to aid them. He had heard what Daisuke said. Apparently, their class wasn't taught as much as Fujin's class was. They were taught the 3 academy ninjutsu in the 6th year. In the previous 5 years, they were only taught theory, hand signs, leaf concentration, shuriken throwing, kunai wielding and various survival skills needed to be a ninja. None of the 5 ever mentioned visiting the library. After they stopped speaking, Fujin said, "Let's go outside. Show me how you perform the 3 jutsus." Their eyes brightened when they heard it. It meant that Fujin was planning to teach them. They left the house. Daisuke started first. He said, "I will start with the substitution jutsu." He began making hand signs. Fujin thought, correct hand signs, but too slow. Daisuke wanted to use the substitution jutsu to impress Fujin, but Fujin was staring right at him without looking away. The substitution jutsu worked on misdirection. With Fujin staring directly at him, he had no way to misdirect Fujin. He tried to time his substitution jutsu to the time Fujin blinked his eyes. But Fujin saw it clearly as he grabbed the log next to him and swapped positions with it. Seeing Fujin's eyes following him left him embarrassed. Fujin said, "This looks alright. Though you have to be faster. Show me the transformation jutsu. Transform into Tatsuya." Daisuke nodded and made hand signs and transformed into Tatsuya. There were a lot of imperfections in the jutsu. Fujin said, "You will have to practice this more. Show me the clone jutsu." Daisuke made hand signs. Immediately, a clone appeared next to him. But the clone looked nothing like him. In fact, Fujin doubted whether it could even walk. Fujin thought, I guess Naruto isn't the only one who sucks at this. Daisuke was embarrassed looking at the clone. Fujin asked the others to display their jutsus as well. All four could do one jutsu satisfactorily but struggled in the remaining two. Fujin said, "Actually, there is not much I can do to aid you with the jutsus directly. You guys will just have to practice until you learn. I will instead help you with some other techniques that would aid you in learning jutsus faster." Their expressions fell when they heard that Fujin won't be able to help them. But on hearing that he will teach them other techniques, they got excited. They had seen the jutsus Fujin used in the Chunin exam. They thought, if he taught us even one jutsus from the ones he used in the exam, we will be the strongest in our class. Unfortunately, their sky-high expectations were set to fall on the ground and be broken into a million pieces. Chapter 167, Fujin said, "How long can you guys hold the leaf on your head during the leaf concentration exercise?" Daisuke answered, 23 minutes. Tatsuya said, 28 minutes. Buncho said, 17 minutes. Bunjiro said, 38 minutes. Ryoma said, 26 minutes. Fujin said, "That's very low. No need to practice any ninjutsu for now. Increase that to 1 hour. Tatsuya immediately complained, "But that exercise is so boring." Fujin said, "Not really a choice, Tatsuya." Ryoma complained, "Can't you just teach us any of your jutsus, Fujin?" Fujin looked at him and said harshly, "The reason why I could become strong is that my basics are good. If any of you can't maintain the leaf for an hour, you should give up your dreams of becoming a ninja and drop out of the academy." Fujin's reply shocked them. Fujin was their age. They expected him to be cordial with them and help them like a friend. They never imagined that he'd be stricter than the academy teachers. Before anyone could make another comment to upset Fujin, Daisuke said, "All right, Fujin. We will work on it." Fujin said, "Come back after you guys manage this. Oh, and come around noon. If I'm not at home at that time, then I'm doing a mission. So check after a few days." Daisuke nodded. Fujin returned back home while they left his property. They immediately began complaining. Banjiro said, "This was a waste of time. I admired him so much. I never thought that he would be so arrogant." Ryoma agreed, "Yes. He asked us to quit the academy if we can't do a stupid leaf exercise." Daisuke said, "Though we grew up together, we haven't been very close since we joined the academy. We should be glad that he at least agreed to help us." Buncho added, "I heard that he was able to hold the leaf for over an hour in his second year in the academy. So his advice could be right." Tatsuya sighed and said, "Anyways, we are struggling in the academy. Let's give his method a try. If it works, we will become ninjas. If it doesn't, it won't be much different." They talked for a bit before deciding to follow his instruction. Fujin had anticipated such a reaction when he said those harsh words. But he didn't care. He didn't care about these five. It didn't matter to him if they graduated or not. He was just seeing how he could instruct any future subordinates properly. If his future subordinates complained as they did, he would just let them go or kill them depending on the situation. He didn't have the time to raise someone who was both lazy and untalented. Fujin left this whole episode behind him and began deciding which jutsu he should start with. He entered the bottom basement and thought, my clone picked 11 jutsus to learn. However, 3 of them are very inconvenient to use in battle. However, these 3 look like they are preparatory jutsus for Rikage's lightning cloak. I guess Konoha managed to deduce some of the steps to learn it. Not really surprising. But they didn't manage to completely deduce it. Though there is a possibility that they did deduce it but didn't put it in the library. Another 3 jutsus are a series of jutsus. The D and C rank variants will be dropped in the future. Another jutsu has potential but is highly inaccurate. That leaves me with 1 utility jutsu, 1 defensive jutsu, 1 long-range jutsu and 1 mid-range jutsu. Konoha's stock of lightning jutsus is disappointing. Another issue is that there is no lightning instantaneous body jutsu. So long-range escape with this element is impossible. I'll have to depend on the flicker jutsu. Anyways, I'll start with the series and then move on to the 3 preparatory jutsus. Even though they don't have much use on the battlefield, they might be able to strengthen my body further. Fujin made hand signs and extended his right arm straight. A lightning bolt formed in his palm and shot towards the metal statue and barely missed it. Fujin analyzed, wow, learned in 1 try. I suppose now that I have learned so many jutsus, I'll have an easier time learning new jutsus. Especially if it's only a D rank jutsu. Anyways, it looks like I will have to perfect the aim of this lightning bolt jutsu. Then I can move on to the lightning blast jutsu. Shouldn't take long. Fujin began practicing. In a few hours, he managed to gain 100% accuracy with the jutsu. The lightning bolt jutsu didn't do much damage. At best, the opponent will suffer minor electric shocks, though it could paralyze the opponent temporarily. Fujin moved on to the lightning blast jutsu. It was a C rank jutsu. It worked the same as the lightning bolt jutsu. The only difference was that instead of 1 lightning bolt, it would attack the target with a continuous blast of lightning. The jutsu would continue hitting the opponent until the user decided to stop it or doesn't have the chakra to keep it up. Fujin managed to learn and aim it correctly in under a day. However, he realized a crucial issue: though I can aim properly, I can't control the intensity of the shocks perfectly. Only in around 15% of cases, it was as intense as I wanted it to be. Fujin sighed in relief. I'm glad I didn't try those jutsus before realizing this issue. It could have been bad. Sigh, I keep underestimating this world. There is danger even while learning a jutsu. Anyways, this issue shouldn't affect me while learning the lightning beam jutsu. I'll train my control after learning this jutsu. Lightning beam jutsu was a B rank jutsu. This jutsu was just a powered-up version of the lightning blast jutsu. It could fire a beam twice as wide as the lightning blast jutsu. The shocks from this jutsu would be very painful and fatal. Even if someone dodges this jutsu, they could still be attacked if they are within 2 feet of the beam. Due to the high power of the jutsu, small lightning arcs are expelled occasionally from the beam that can hit anyone in the vicinity and cause more damage than the lightning bolt jutsu. 3 days after Fujin began learning the jutsu, Fujin was standing in front of a metal statue. He made the hand signs and aimed his right palm at the statue. Lightning appeared in his palm and a beam was fired at the statue. The lightning beam hit the statue. The statue kept getting hit by the beam for 30 seconds when Fujin finally stopped it. The statue was in a bad shape. The face had melted and couldn't be called a face anymore. Multiple cracks had occurred on the surface of the statue. Fujin smiled. All right. Single target mid-range jutsu learnt. Now, I should work on control. Fujin returned to the room where he had endured electric shocks. He opened his scroll and took out a few items. He set up a circuit. The circuit had an 80 kilo-ohm resistor and an ammeter connected with a wire. Another couple of wires were connected to the other end of the ammeter and the resistor. These wires were left open. A /N had initially decided to do this exercise with a bulb instead of an ammeter. Fujin would have had to control his electrical output properly or the bulb would have exploded. But it made more sense to do it with an ammeter. This way, there won't be a risk of injury from the explosion and he can test his control for whichever magnitude he wants. Fujin grabbed the wires and began generating electricity with his right hand. The current flowed through the circuit and values began appearing on the ammeter. Fujin decided, 2.3 ampere current. Let me try to keep it at 1 ampere for 10 minutes. Then I will try keeping it stable at other amperes. I should also check this with the voltmeter instead of the ammeter to check both readings. The resistance of the resistor doesn't decrease like the human body, but it would still be better to check. Fujin began practicing. His control improved slightly, but not much. The lightning was very unstable. Fujin could easily provide the max power continuously, but controlling it at lower levels was challenging. He kept practicing till he had to go on a mission. His team gathered outside the mission center. Tomatsu went in and accepted a mission. He came out and said, "I accepted a mission to the Land of Frost." Apparently, a family heirloom was stolen. They issued a rank B mission to retrieve it. The opponents will be rogue ninjas from Kumobikure. Fujin, your Winjutsus will be important to counter their lightning release. Fujin nodded. The group made some preparations and left the village. The group traveled across the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water to enter the Land of Frost. The journey took a day and a half before they finally reached their destination. Chapter 168. The Land of Frost didn't have a ninja force. While they did have some in the past, their army was destroyed in the Second and Third Wars by Kumobikure. Right now, they only had a few ninjas for the protection of the daimyo and the city. All their missions would be issued to Konoha or Kumo. Tomatsu briefed Fujin on the details of the Land of Frost en route. Tomatsu also warned his group saying, "I don't have the exact information, but I heard some rumors about our Umbu squad clashing with some ninjas from the Land of Frost. So keep your guard up in case this mission is a trap." Everyone nodded. They entered the city as soon as they reached it. After going through some formalities, the group was received by an old politician and his bodyguard. Fujin and his group observed their client. He was very old, probably in his 80s. His back seemed to have been bent permanently and he walked with the help of a walking stick. A samurai acted as his bodyguard. The old man introduced himself, "I'm Kanda Kunio. I'm happy to see that Konoha sent a strong group for my mission." Tomatsu asked, "Kanda? Are you related to the daimyo?" Kanda Kunio smiled and said, "Looks like you are well informed as well. The current daimyo is my nephew." Tomatsu said, "Can you tell us more about the mission?" The mission statement didn't have much information. Kunio nodded and said, "For generations, we had a family heirloom pass through our family. It was a sword made from chakra metal. Unfortunately, we had a break-in last week and our sword was stolen. We did some investigation and found that the thief was a rogue ninja who was formerly from Kumo. His name is Seigo Rikyu. He used to be a chunin. He became a missing nin 3 years ago. We discovered that he has created an organization and has set up multiple bases in our country. We don't have the ability to track and kill him." As he was speaking, the samurai laid down a map on the table. It was a map of the Land of Frost. It had 5 red crosses. Kunio continued, "We have discovered that his organization has these 5 hidden bases. But we don't know which one he is hiding in. We also don't know the exact number and strength of his forces. So your mission is only to retrieve the heirloom. There's no need to kill him or his group. Of course, if you kill him and eliminate his group, that would be the best. You can claim his 2.5 million Ryo bounty if he is killed." The Konoha ninjas analyzed the information. There was a lot of information that hadn't been confirmed. The mission could be very risky if stronger ninjas were hiding in the hideouts. Tomatsu asked, "If such a group is operating in your country, why didn't you issue a higher rank mission to eliminate them and resolve the issue forever?" Kunio didn't reply for a few seconds. He let out a sign and said, "It's complicated. Every time we issue a high-ranked mission to clear such a rogue group, another takes its place. It's a never-ending cycle. My nephew decided that as long as they don't kill anyone, we won't spend money to hunt them down. Unfortunately, I don't have the money to issue a higher-ranked mission without getting funds from him." He took out a small book and placed it on the table and said, "I reiterate that your mission is just to retrieve the heirloom. However, if you are able to exterminate the rogue group, I will reward you with this book. This book contains research conducted by the previous generation of our ninjas on how to combine water and wind manipulation into ice manipulation." This info shocked the group. They began staring at the book. Fujin thought, "You gotta be kidding me. How does a weak country have such a book, and how did he manage to hold onto it?" The old man saw the expressions on the faces of Konoha ninjas and said, "I would like to clarify that the research is incomplete. Though we tried a lot, none of our ninjas ever learned Ice Kekkei Genkai." The group calmed down. It made a lot more sense now. They guessed that the Land of Frost would have multiple copies of this book. Tomatsu said, "All right. We will get your heirloom back and investigate the rogue groups as well." Kunio smiled and got up. He said, "Enjoy your feast. I'll send someone to show you your rooms for the night." He and his samurai bodyguard left. The Konoha group didn't discuss the mission at all. They rested for the night and left the city early in the morning before the sun had risen. After they were a sufficient distance from the city, Ryota asked, "What are your thoughts on the mission?" Fujin answered first, "It is very tricky. We don't know how many are in his organization. We can't even be sure that he is the leader. If he is just a lackey instead of a leader, then this mission will be very difficult." Tomatsu nodded and said, "You are right. It will be a rank A or even S in that case. Considering the risk involved, focus on your safety first. The mission comes after the safety of our group. So don't be impulsive. Especially you, Tadashi." Tadashi's ninja dog, Kenta, barked in agreement. Tadashi replied, "Hey, I have enough control over myself." The group ignored him and continued forward. They reached the first hideout. It was a small hill with multiple caves in it. Tadashi said, "I don't smell anyone inside the hill. I do smell some scents, but they aren't fresh." Katsumi said, "I will send my bugs in to check." He sent a few bugs to investigate the hill. The remaining group stayed a considerable distance away. After some time, even the bugs returned empty-handed. Tomatsu looked at Fujin. Fujin spread his chakra field and shook his head, "I don't sense anyone." Tomatsu said, "All right, let's check the next hideout." The group checked the nearest hideout but didn't find anyone once again. So they moved to the third location. There was a huge waterfall at this location. Apart from the river and some sparse trees around it, the area was open. Ryota asked, "Where is the hideout here?" Tadashi said, "I don't smell anyone." Kenta barked in agreement. Fujin asked, "Should I try to sense right away?" Tomatsu said, "No, let Katsumi check the area first." Fujin nodded. Katsumi's bugs scouted the location but didn't find anything either. Fujin spread his chakra field. He didn't pick up any chakra either. But he felt something weird. He looked at the waterfall. Chakra gathered in his eyes as he focused on it. He said, "There is a cave at the bottom of the waterfall. But the entrance is blocked with a wall of rocks which look natural." Tomatsu asked, "Do you sense someone hiding there?" Fujin answered, "No, but I have a weird feeling. As if my chakra field can't enter deep into the cave. And as if something is trying to hide from my eyes." Ryota asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin said, "During my last mission with Renjiro-sensei, we encountered a squad from Kiri who hid underground perfectly using Fuinjutsu. I have a feeling that the same might be the case here." As he said that, Fujin thought, "Well, I can't tell that I live in a house that is filled with seals, can I?" It has helped in getting familiar with how seals feel when I try to sense them. Hearing Fujin, everyone frowned. Tomatsu said, Fuinjutsu? That's troublesome. Even more troublesome is the fact that they have someone who could be a seal master. He looked at Fujin and asked, Are you 100% sure that this place is guarded by Fuinjutsu? Fujin shook his head. Despite his familiarity with the seals, he still couldn't guarantee. Tomatsu asked, Is there any way we could enter undetected? Fujin replied, Unless we have a much superior seal master, nope. Tomatsu asked, What would you recommend? Fujin said, The best way would be to destroy the cave behind the waterfall. That way, most of them will die inside. We can stay far away and observe who stays alive and comes out. We can decide whether to attack or escape then. Fujin looked at Ryota and asked, Do you have any earth jutsu that could make the entire waterfall collapse? Ryota said with a deadpan expression, Of course not. Tomatsu said, None of us has any jutsu. Fujin, if we enter the cave, would we be ambushed? Fujin said, Likely not. The initial part of the cave seems clear. They are probably hiding inside. Though I'm not 100% sure. Tomatsu said, All right. Let's enter the cave then. We will see if there is any way to infiltrate deeper stealthily. If not, we will blow up the whole place with explosives. The group grinned at that idea. The group entered the waterfall. Fujin pointed at one spot and Ryota used a jutsu to create a path. Katsumi first checked the insides with his bugs and the group stepped in when they confirmed that there were no traps. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and we'll meet again in part 5. Peace.